There was only one reason for Lian to head to the White Tiger Sanctum, and it was to look for Duanling Tian's companion, Zhu Luqi. He still remembered Duanling Tian had two companions when he first came to the fire worship sect. After further investigation, he learned that Duanling Tian's companions' names were Gu Li and Zhu Luqi respectively. The former was in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, while the latter was in the White Tiger Sanctum. Humph! I refused to believe that Zhu Luqi and Gu Li would be in closed-door cultivation all the time like Duanling Tian, Lian thought to himself with a snort. His expression was solemn. Since 3 months ago, after Duanling Tian had killed Yuan Hong, Lian's grand disciple in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, Lian had always been lurking in the vicinity of the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence, waiting for Duanling Tian to be alone, so he could cast the soul-searching secret tactic on him. He did not dare to kill Duanling Tian in the fire worship sect even if Duanling Tian was alone. The punishment from the Saint Land Enforcement Hall was far beyond what one could imagine. Moreover, they might even make him swear on the lightning penalty oath that he did not kill Duanling Tian if they suspected him. He did not dare to take this risk. However, if he performed the soul-searching secret tactic on Duanling Tian without anyone around and did not affect Duanling Tian much, with his position as a Silver Flame Elder, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall usually would not take action even if they found out about it. Unfortunately, during these 3 months, Duanling Tian had been in closed-door cultivation, so he could not find a chance to cast the soul-searching secret tactic on Duanling Tian. Today, Duanling Tian would be going to the first mine of the 4 Symbols Sanctums to serve his time. The Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Guoxiong would be escorting him there. Lian knew he would not be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic on Duanling Tian for the time being. Since Lian could not cast it on Duanling Tian, he decided he would look for a chance from Gu Li and Zhu Luqi. The White Tiger Sanctum that Zhu Luqi was in was nearer to the Black Turtle Sanctum, so he decided to head to the White Tiger Sanctum first. Perhaps it was it luck. As soon as he arrived in the White Tiger Sanctum, he immediately discovered a familiar White Tiger Sanctum's disciple who was just leaving the White Tiger Sanctum's altar and was returning to the residence of the White Tiger Sanctum's disciples. Moreover, there was no one around him at all. That disciple was none other than Zhu Luqi. Whoosh! Lian instantly charged toward Zhu Luqi. His speed was so fast it was as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. Who is it? The sound of wind whistling rang in Zhu Luqi's ears, causing horror to dawn on him since he could tell the sound was headed for him. However, before Zhu Luqi could even react, a vast and terrifying energy from Lian had already shrouded him, caused him to lose all mobility. He was completely under Lian's control at this moment. Zhu Luqi discovered the scenery before his eyes kept changing as someone carried him and flew swiftly to who knew where. After a while, the person who carried him finally slowed down before coming to halt. Lian, although he could not see the other person's appearance from the beginning until the end, it was not difficult for him to guess who it was. It was obviously and had intentionally brought Zhu Luqi away. Zhu Luqi suddenly recalled Duanling Tian's warning from 3 months ago. He remembered the secret tactic that had been passed to him that could combat the soul-searching secret tactic. In just a flash, an old man appeared before him. Zhu Luqi had seen this man once when he first entered the fire worship sect. He was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. He had guessed correctly. When Lian performed the soul-searching secret tactic on Zhu Luqi, before Zhu Luqi lost consciousness, a thought appeared in his mind. Lucky I've been using the secret tactic Duanling Tian had passed to me. Lian stood in front of Zhu Luqi as he stared at Zhu Luqi's eyes that had turned dim before he asked indifferently, "Who are you?" Zhu Luqi. Zhu Luqi, whose eyes had lost their light, seemed like the walking dead. As soon as he heard Lian's question, he instantly answered him without any hesitation. "Who's Duanling Tian?" Lian asked again. "My friend," Zhu Luqi replied. "What's his background? Where did he come from?" Lian asked again. This time a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. This was what he wanted to know the most. As long as he could find information about Duanling Tian's background, he could pass the information to Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Naturally, Yang Chong would deal with all the people who had connections to Duanling Tian. Perhaps, If they captured Duanling Tian's close friends and families, he might be able to force Duanling Tian to leave the fire worship sect. Once Duanling Tian left the fire worship sect, he would become like meat on their chopping boards. They would be able to kill him however they liked. I don't know. Zhu Luqi's answer made the smile on Li An's face freeze immediately. He continued to ask in a grim voice, "Aren't you friends? Why don't you know his background? I only met him a few days before I came to the fire worship sect. I don't know his background. He has never mentioned it before, and I didn't ask as well." Zhu Luqi answered Li An lifelessly. Damn it! Upon hearing Zhu Luqi's words, Li An's expression turned grave immediately. He knew he had felt happy too soon. Zhu Luqi did not know anything about Duanling Tian's background at all. Humph! Since he could not get an answer from Zhu Luqi, he no longer wasted his time on him and left immediately. As soon as Lian left, Zhu Luqi's eyes regained its liveliness. When he regained his senses, he discovered he was in a secluded forest in the White Tiger Sanctum now. As soon as he regained his senses, he remembered what had just occurred as he muttered under his breath. Lian must have cast the soul-searching secret tactic on me. I hope the technique to combat the soul-searching secret tactic that Duanling Tian passed to me worked. Otherwise, I'm afraid I've already unknowingly betrayed him. Meanwhile, Lian had already left the White Tiger Sanctum when he realized Zhu Luqi did not have the answer he wanted. He was currently making his way to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. He was prepared to sit and wait for a chance to catch Guli so that he could perform the soul-searching secret tactic on him. Lian was obviously unaware that Guli had already left the Vermilion Bird Sanctum and the Fire Worship sect 3 months ago. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware of Lian's sneaky actions. Currently, he was being escorted by the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong as they drew closer to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Elder Guoxiong, I heard there are many first-grade Saint Stone reserves in our fire worship sect. Moreover, we even have a quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve. Is the quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve located in the first mine? Duanling Tian asked as he looked at Guoxiong. Of course not. Guoxiong shook his head before continuing to say, to our fire worship sect, the quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve is very important. Naturally, it's not in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Even if the location of the quasi-celestial grade doesn't have any spirit-gathering formations, the cultivation environment is still very good. It's hidden underground in the Saint Land's central district and is usually mined by the slaves of Saint Land elders and disciples who are banished to the mine as punishment. Due to its presence, our fire worship sect's Saint Land has one of the best cultivation environments in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Coupled with the help of the spirit-gathering formation, the cultivation environment is even better. Duanling Tian finally understood what a quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve was. Just like the Secundus House in the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, each of the 5 spirit-gathering formation had a few quasi-celestial grade Saint Stones as their foundations. Due to this reason, it was very efficient for one to cultivate in a Secundus House. The other forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land could not compare to it. Only the other 2 great sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, like the Fire Worship sect, would be able to use quasi-celestial grade Saint Stones on their outer disciples. Because of the spirit-gathering formations, there was no need for one to cultivate by holding the Saint Stone in one's hand anymore, since the spirit-gathering formation would extract the heaven and earth spirit energy from the Saint Stone for the cultivators to absorb. Other than that quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone reserve, the remaining first-grade Saint Stone reserves are in our Four Symbols Sanctums. The first mine of the Four Symbols Sanctums you'll be serving at is the largest first-grade Saint Stone reserve in the sect, Guoxiong said. Duanling Tian learned a lot about the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine from Guoxiong. Apart from learning that it was the biggest first-grade Saint Stone reserve in the Fire Worship sect, he also learned it was divided into 2 zones. One zone was big and the other small. The big zone was called the Slave Zone since it housed many slaves from all over the place in the upper province. Their destiny was set in stone the moment they arrived in the sect. If they did not want to die, they had to obediently remain in the sect and spend their whole lives mining Saint Stones for the sect. The small zone was also known as the Punishment Zone. The people mining here were disciples from the fire worship sect's four symbol sanctums who had committed crimes. Among the four symbol sanctums disciples who were serving there were some who were sentenced with a short term ranging from 3 to 5 years, and there were those who were sentenced with a long term that could go up to hundreds of years. Only the first mine has a punishment zone. The remaining mines are mined by slaves, Guxiong explained. Duanling Tian nodded. He also learned that the four symbol sanctum's first mine was monitored by 2 golden flame elders. The remaining mines were also being put under the care of a golden flame elder. As for the 2 golden flame elders in the four symbol sanctum's first mine, one of them was in charge of the slave zone while the one was in charge of the punishment zone. Our four symbol sanctum's first mine is just right in front. Guxiong's voice rang in the air, causing Duanling Tian to regain his senses. As Duanling Tian looked over to the where Guxiong was staring at, he saw a vast and boundless valley. Numerous islands were suspended in the sky above this valley. It housed buildings that were shrouded in clouds and mist and could not be seen clearly. When Duanling Tian looked down, he could see groups of people coming in and out of the valley. When these people came out, they were all headed to the same place. The zone before us is the punishment zone in the first mine. These people are all four symbol sanctum's disciples who have been sentenced to serve here, Guxiong said. In the punishment zone, each of the four symbol sanctum's disciple has a specific task to accomplish. Only after they've finished their tasks, they're allowed to return to their residence and rest. Why are they entering and leaving so frequently? Are those people who left people who have finished their tasks? Duanling Tian asked curiously. How's that possible? Guxiong shook his head. Those people who are coming out are handing over saint stones they mined. Since they don't have spatial rings, they have to frequently send saint stones they have mined to the appointed location. Only when they have mined the set number of saint stone they're allowed to rest. Look at the wicker baskets on their backs. All the saint stones they mined will be placed in the basket. This is also the rule in the punishment zone. Upon hearing that, Duanling Tian began to watch these people intently. True enough, he discovered the people coming in and out of the caves carried a huge basket on their backs. Upon closer inspection, he saw that those who came out had their baskets filled with saint stones, and those who were going back in had empty baskets. As for why these four symbols sanctum's disciples who were serving in the penalty zone did not have any spatial ring, Duanling Tian could roughly guess the reason as well. Their spatial rings must have been taken away when they came to the punishment zone. If they had their spatial rings, would it not be easy for them to steal the saint stones? Although they could be asked to remove their ownerships of the spatial ring to check if they had stolen saint stones, it was not a practical move. Taking away their spatial rings and substituting them with a wicker basket was the best solution. Whoosh! As Duanling Tian and Guxiong continued to move forward, a figure flew close to them. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing the exclusive uniform of a fire worship sect's bronze flame elder. Based on the pattern on his long robe, one could see that he was a Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. Duanling Tian was not surprised by this. On their way here, Guxiong had also mentioned the constitution of each mine in the four symbol sanctums. Apart from the golden flame elders and silver flame elders from the Saint Land, the bronze flame elders were from the four symbol sanctums. Elder Guxiong. This bronze flame elder just so happened to be in charge of patrolling the southern zone of the first mine's punishment zone. As a Black Turtle Sanctum's elder, it was only natural he knew Guxiong. This Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder was very respectful to Guxiong. He had to be respectful to all silver flame elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, let alone the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder. I remember you. Your name's Peng Hua, right? Guxiong asked with uncertainty as he nodded at the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. Yes, I'm Peng Hua. I can't believe you remember me, Elder Guxiong. Upon hearing Guxiong's words, Peng Hua was slightly overwhelmed by the honor. As the enforcement elder, Guxiong could enter the numerous mines in the four symbol sanctums. For this reason, when Peng Hua saw Guxiong, he did not block Guxiong and Duanling Tian's way. That young man, could he be that rebel, Duanling Tian, who recently rose in our Black Turtle Sanctum? Peng Hua's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the two disappearing figures. It was only natural that he was shocked. Although he was usually stationed in the punishment zone of the Four-Symbol Sanctum's first mine, he was very informed about what was going on outside due to disciples being frequently sent here. Naturally, he had heard about Duan Ling Tian as well. 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian's deeds had spread to every nook and cranny in the Four-Symbol Sanctums. He was a new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was bold enough to oppose the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian after all. For this reason, it was impossible for people from the Four-Symbol Sanctums to not pay attention to him. The incident that cemented his fame was the incident that happened 3 months ago, whereby Duan Ling Tian had killed 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. However, he was not sentenced to death but was sentenced to serve in the Four-Symbol Sanctum's first mine for 10 years instead. This incident had taken the entire Four-Symbol Sanctums by storm. Based on the date, today is indeed the day for Duan Ling Tian to start his sentence in the first mine. That young man next to Elder Guoxiong has to be Duan Ling Tian. Peng Hua was certain of this. However, he's merely an ordinary disciple with a yellow innate spiritual root. So why are Elder Guoxiong and the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protecting him? Peng Hua was puzzled. The news of the Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder Wei, he going to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to file a complaint against the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Guoxiong for malpractice, had also spread to the first mine. Moreover, the first mine had also received news about the result of the Saint Land Enforcement Hall's investigation, and that way he had been sentenced to death 3 days ago. For this reason, many people discovered it was not only Guoxiong who was protecting Duan Ling Tian, but even the Saint Land Enforcement Hall was protecting him as well. Very few people knew about the truth of the incident that had taken place at the Vermilion Bird Sanctum 3 months ago. All they knew was Duan Ling Tian would have died if they followed proper procedure. However, Duan Ling Tian did not die and was protected by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall instead. This caused many people to come up with their own speculations. However, not one of them thought he received protection because of his innate spiritual root. This was because news of him possessing a yellow innate spiritual root had long spread out. It was not difficult to figure out the reason he was being protected if they did not believe the news about his innate spiritual root and remove their bias. Meanwhile, Guoxiong led Duan Ling Tian to the place where newcomers had to register themselves in the first mine's punishment zone. After that, Guoxiong bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian before he left. He had accomplished his task of sending Duan Ling Tian here. The person in charge of newcomers' registration was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder. When he learned this newcomer was Duan Ling Tian, a hint of dread appeared in his eyes. When he spoke, he was particularly polite. It seemed like he did not hate Duan Ling Tian for killing 2 disciples from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum 3 months ago. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was very mysterious and seemed to have a strong background. Otherwise, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would not have protected him because he possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Ling Tian, in accordance to the rules of the punishment zone, you must hand over your spatial ring. However, there's no need for you to remove your ownership over the ring. When your sentence is over, we'll return you your spatial ring, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder said to Duan Ling Tian in a friendly manner. At the same time, he took out a huge wicker basket and a few uniforms before he handed them to Duan Ling Tian. This wicker basket is used to store the saint stones you mine. According to the rules in the punishment zone, all the saint stones you mine have to be placed in the wicker basket. Saint stones that are not placed in the basket won't be counted in the daily number of saint stones you have to mine. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder patiently explained this to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not find this surprising since he had already heard about this from Guoxiong. This wicker basket seems a lot bigger than everyone else's baskets. When I was making my way here, I don't think I saw any Four-Symbol Sanctum's disciples with such a large wicker basket. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he saw the basket. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that in the punishment zone, there were 2 kinds of wicker baskets. One was the ordinary wicker baskets that he saw most Four-Symbol Sanctum's disciples carried earlier. The other was an extra-large wicker basket like the one in his hands. There were not more than 100 people in the punishment zone that was given this big wicker basket. The size was almost 2 times bigger than the ordinary wicker basket. In other words, For Symbol Sanctum's disciples who were given such a large wicker basket could save half of their time when they handed the Saint Stones over. The number of Saint Stones one could carry in a round trip in the extra-large wicker basket was equivalent to 2 trips if one were to use the normal wicker basket. For this reason, the large wicker basket was very sought after in punishment zone of the 4 Symbol Sanctum's first mine. If one was not strong enough, one would not be able to hold on to the large wicker basket for long. This was also part of the training the fire worship sect's 4 Symbol Sanctums had created for the disciples in the punishment zone. Only those who were strong were qualified to own a large wicker basket. When an ordinary 4 Symbol Sanctums disciple came to register, it would depend on luck if they could obtain the extra-large wicker basket. There were only about 80 to 90 extra-large wicker baskets in the first mine of the 4 Symbol Sanctums. However, there were thousands of 4 Symbol Sanctums disciples in the punishment zone. Based on this, one could see how valuable the extra-large wicker baskets were. Naturally, it was not due to luck Duanling Tian had obtained the extra-large wicker basket. It was due to the special treatment given by the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder. However, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder did not explain any of this to Duanling Tian, so he was unaware of it as well. Moreover, he did not even know what the extra-large wicker basket represented in the first mine's punishment zone. These are uniforms exclusive to the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples serving their sentence in the punishment zone. Unlike the uniforms of ordinary 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples, the uniforms here doesn't distinguish between which sanctum you are from, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder explained. For this reason, unless you mention that you're a disciple from the Black Turtle Sanctum, unless they know you, most disciples in the punishment zone won't know you're from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duanling Tian nodded. He had already noticed this when he was making his way here. Those 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples here wore a standardized uniform that did not distinguish between which sanctums they were from. The punishment zone has a rule that disciples who arrive before noon will have to go to the mining cave on the day itself to mine. There's still an hour before noon, so the Bronze Flame Elder said hesitantly before he finally said, or maybe you can stay here for an hour before you leave. It just so happens that I've only written down your name. I've not written down the time you arrived. As long as I write down the time an hour later, you won't have to go to the mine today. You can just find a residence to rest in. It was very obvious the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was abusing his power for Duanling Tian. It naturally made Duanling Tian feel warm inside. He thought to himself, there are indeed a lot of kind-hearted people in this world. If Duanling Tian's thought was heard by those other 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples who came to register at the punishment zone 15 minutes before noon but still had to go mining, they would definitely throw up blood. After all, they did not receive such special treatment. Duanling Tian was unaware that he was given special treatment because the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was cautious about his supposed strong background. After all, in the eyes of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, Duanling Tian was merely a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root. The fact that he received protection from the Saint Land Enforcement Hall must have meant that he had an extraordinary background. It was due to this reason the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was so easygoing and polite. If some other person came to register and it was a second before noon, he would still make the other person go to the mine with a cold face. Thank you for your concern, Elder. However, since it's still early, I'd like to go to the mine to familiarize myself with the surroundings first. Duanling Tian expressed his gratitude and gently rejected the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder's kind intention. Since Duanling Tian had rejected his offer, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder no longer said anything. However, he added one last thing. You can ask the others exactly how many Saint Stones you need to mine, since the number of Saint Stones you have to mine changes from day to day. Apart from that, you can also follow them to the place where you have to hand in the Saint Stones. All right. Duanling Tian nodded before bidding goodbye to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder and left. After he left the registration place, he changed into the uniform for the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples serving their sentence in the punishment zone and carried the extra-large wicker basket and joined the throng of people who were also carrying a wicker basket on their backs. Duanling Tian appeared particularly eye-catching due to the extra-large wicker basket on his back. Soon after, Duanling Tian noticed many people were looking at him. Is it very obvious that I'm new here? Duan Tian was confused. He was still unaware that it was because of the extra-large wicker basket on his back. I don't think I've seen this person who's carrying the extra-large wicker basket before. He might be new. That's possible, but I'm not 100% certain. However, if he's new, why would he possess the extra-large wicker basket? Judging by the last time an extra-large basket was issued, there are still another 3 months at least before an extra-large wicker basket will be issued. I'm not sure as well. Duan Tian was unaware that at this moment many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were staring at him were communicating with each other through voice transmission. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were not certain that Duan Tian was new. This was because the timing for when an extra-large wicker basket would be issued was not right. Perhaps this fellow who was carrying the extra-large wicker basket was an inconspicuous person who used to carry an ordinary wicker basket, and he finally showed his hand and snatched an extra-large wicker basket? After all, there were thousands of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the punishment zone. It was impossible for one to remember the appearance of everyone here. They could only roughly remember the faces of the people who owned extra-large wicker baskets that did not exceed more than 100. They were certain that among the 89 people carrying the extra-large wicker basket, there was no one so eye-catching. If that was the case, there were two possibilities. 1. The young man in front was new and was lucky enough to receive an extra-large wicker basket. 2. The young man used to carry an ordinary wicker basket and had recently snatched an extra-large wicker basket from another person. Between these two possibilities, the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples staring at Duan Tian were more inclined to the latter. This was because the appearance of an extra-large wicker basket was usually timed. They had even figured out the timing. Due to this reason, they were certain Duan Tian was not issued the extra-large wicker basket. However, it did not cross their minds that Duan Tian was indeed a newcomer who had just stepped foot on the punishment zone a while ago. As for the extra-large wicker basket, it was all due to the special treatment given to him by the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder at the registration area. I really hope he's just a newcomer and merely obtained the extra-large wicker through luck. Many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples stared at the extra-large wicker basket on Duan Tian's back with bright eyes. It seemed as though they were going to drool as well as they looked at the extra-large wicker basket. Once they obtained the extra-large wicker basket, it would reduce the time they had to travel to hand in the Saint Stones since it could hold 2 times more Saint Stones compared to the ordinary wicker basket. For the time being, none of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who coveted Duan Tian's extra-large wicker basket made a move because they were uncertain of his background. Due to this reason, Duan Tian peacefully entered one of the mining caves in the punishment zone. A magnificent view entered Duan Tian's sight as soon as he went into the mining cave. The mining cave seemed to be the main cave in the punishment zone. The number of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples entering this mining cave was more than 3 times compared to other mining caves. Why are there so many people here? With so many people coming in from behind him, it was only natural for Duan Tian to notice this. When he turned around, he happened to see numerous burning eyes that were trained on the extra-large wicker basket on his back. He was instantly baffled. Why are these people staring at my wicker basket? Don't tell me they plan to snatch my wicker basket away. Subconsciously, Duan Tian felt that the wicker basket was not that great. No matter how big it was, these fire worship sect's disciples from the Four Symbols Sanctums should not covet it. The truth was Duan Tian had forgotten something important. Perhaps the wicker basket was nothing outside, but in the punishment zone of the first mine, the extra-large wicker basket would cut half of their traveling time. This meant they could finish their tasks earlier every day. For this reason, would there be anyone who did not want an extra-large wicker basket in the punishment zone? Duan Tian randomly looked at a few people and discovered they had the ordinary wicker basket. This extra-large wicker basket should not be enough for them to fight with me over it, right? It seems like I'm thinking too much. Duan Tian shook his head and no longer thought about it as he walked deeper into the cave by following the throng of people. The deeper part of the mining cave was situated underground. The place Duan Tian was currently at was a tunnel that had been dug to lead underground. The deeper he went, the wider the tunnel became. Apart from that, there were many bumps and holes. It seems like something had been dug out before this. Don't tell me there was a Saint Stone or here last time. As he continued to walk forward, Duanling Tian began to hear the noise resonating from the deeper part of the underground tunnel. Boom, 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 clang, 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 smash, smash, smash. There are all sorts of noises as though an orchestra piece was being played. As Duanling Tian went in deeper, he finally arrived at the place where the noises originated. He discovered many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples had already begun to mine Saint Stones. Each of them used different divine abilities while they mined for Saint Stones. It was an eye-opener for Duanling Tian. Some forcefully threw their punches. Some used swords or sabers. Some used their palms as though they were blades. Some used spears or rods. All sorts of inconceivable methods were being used here. There seems to be a lot of Saint Stones here. At the same time, Duanling Tian saw all four sides of the tunnel were filled with Saint Stones. The aura released by the Saint Stones belonged to first-grade Saint Stones. During the journey here, I don't see any elders in the punishment zone monitoring us. However, there's no way they're not monitoring us. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he glanced right and left before he looked to the front. He thought to himself, they must be lurking in the dark, hiding where we can't see them. Despite only being a bronze flame elder, the punishment zone's elders were all at the Saint Celestial stage and above. It was easy for such a powerhouse to conceal their presence from the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were below the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. For Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage or above could pass the Saint Land assessment and enter the Saint Land to become a disciple there. For this reason, Duanling Tian was certain the strongest Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples serving in the punishment zone was only at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. Nobody is there. Duanling Tian suddenly discovered a Saint Stone or nearby without people around. His eyes brightened immediately as he made his way there. As soon as he arrived at the Saint Stone he raised his hand and pointed his index and middle finger at it. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword ray that was formed from Sun Saint energy shot out from his fingers before it hit the Saint Stone However, as he shot the energy out, he discovered the Saint Stone he was aiming at that was only very small crumbled completely the moment the energy hit it. There was no Saint Stone at all. What the? Duanling Tian was puzzled when he looked at the stone that crumbled to the ground. Initially, he thought he could get 8 to 10 first-grade Saint Stones from this Saint Stone he did not expect that this Saint Stone looked promising on the outside but had nothing inside. Damn it! As Duanling Tian cursed, the eyes of many people following behind him brightened up immediately. It's so obvious there's nothing there. But he didn't realize it? As long as he extends his divine consciousness, he would sense that the small Saint Stone has nothing inside. He doesn't even know such an easy way to search for Saint Stones. Newcomer. He must be a newcomer. Looks like it's really due to luck he got his hands on the extra-large wicker basket. Although I have no idea why the basket isn't issued according to time, I'm certain he's a newcomer. Hermph! A newcomer shouldn't have this extra-large wicker basket. At the same time, the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples following Duanling Tian, all these while transmitted their voices among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they did not think Duanling Tian was qualified to have the extra-large wicker basket. A greedy light shone in their eyes immediately. Whoosh! Just as a few Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples decided to make their moves, a gust of wind suddenly blew past them. Someone else had beaten them to it and made a move first. He arrived next to Duanling Tian in just a flash. Duanling Tian had already noticed this person when he was making way over. When he appeared near Duanling Tian took a few steps back in a neither hurried nor slow manner and calmly looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him. He asked indifferently, "Is there anything I can help you with?" The middle-aged man standing in front of Duanling Tian had a huge build. He was stout and looked imposing like a tower. Despite being more than 1.8 meters tall, Duanling Tian still appeared weak and tiny in front of this man who was 2 meters tall. Naturally, he only looked weak on the surface. "You're new, right?" the middle-aged man asked. His voice was as loud a church bell, causing the eardrums of many people whose cultivation base was lower to rattle. More and more people came to watch when the middle-aged man spoke. Even the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were originally mining the Saint Stone ores had also stopped working and came to join in the fun. All the disciples from the Four Sanctums who were sent to the first mine's punishment zone were obviously bored after being here for so long. For this reason, they were always excited whenever a fight was about to break out. It could be considered as a rare entertainment in the punishment zone. Moreover, it did not cost them anything to enjoy this show. What's going on? Isn't it Nyo Kong? Did someone pick a fight with Nyo Kong? Huh? This young man who dares to oppose Nyo Kong has an extra-large wicker basket on his back? I don't remember seeing him before. Don't tell me he's new. Wait a minute. Even if he's new, it's impossible for him to get an extra-large wicker basket. The timing isn't right. In that case, did he snatch the extra-large wicker basket from someone else? If he's strong enough to snatch an extra-large wicker basket from one of the 89 people, then Nyo Kong can't compare to his strength. What's Nyo Kong trying to do? Seeking trouble for himself. The group of uninformed people gathered and whispered among themselves. Soon after, they learned about what happened from some of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were in the know. He doesn't even know how to use his divine consciousness to probe the Saint Stone, or he actually picked a Saint Stone or bed that was merely as thick as a nail to mine. This is a newcomer's mistake, right? He's a newcomer? If he's a newcomer, then the extra-large wicker basket is given to him in vain. However, the timing seems wrong. Leave the timing aside. Based on his actions, it's obvious he's a newcomer. No wonder Nyo Kong dares to go forward. He already has his eyes on the newcomer's extra-large wicker basket. This newcomer is going to be doomed. It's said that Nyo Kong's cultivation base has already entered the peak of the exemplary saint stage some time ago. The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. They thought Duan Ling Tian was doomed and the extra-large wicker basket on his back would be taken away soon. The peak of the exemplary saint stage? Duan Ling Tian burst out laughing as soon as he heard the discussion in his surroundings about the cultivation base of the middle-aged man with a huge build. A Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage actually wanted to snatch something that belonged to him? Did he look weak? However, Duan Ling Tian was also slightly shocked. It really did not cross his mind that someone would covet the extra-large wicker basket on his back. Was it not just a lousy wicker basket? Until now, Duan Ling Tian still did not know how rare and valuable the extra-large wicker basket on his back was in the punishment zone. He thought that everyone got to pick their own wicker basket. It did not occur to him that not everyone was lucky enough to be given an extra-large wicker basket. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not remain ignorant for long. As the discussions in the surroundings turned even more heated, he learned that there were only 89 extra-large wicker baskets before he came to the punishment zone in the first mine. There was no exception. All 89 extra-large wicker baskets were in the possession of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage or the quintessential saint stage. Apart from that, although newcomers might be given an extra-large wicker basket, there was a timing to it. Based on the last time someone had been given an extra-large wicker basket, Duan Ling Tian should not have been given an extra-large wicker basket. Did the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder give me special treatment when he gave me this extra-large wicker basket? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly when he realized what had happened. Did the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder look down on him? Did he not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to snatch an extra-large wicker basket with his own strength? Although he complained a little in his heart, he knew he owed a favor to that Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder. If he was given a chance in the future, he would definitely return this favor. Are you deaf? I'm asking you if you're new. A thunderous voice sounded, causing Duan Ling Tian to regain his senses. He saw Nyo Kong looking at him with ill intent. Does it matter if I'm new or not? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. Put aside that Nyo Kong was merely at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Even if Nyo Kong was at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, he was not enough to make Duan Ling Tian fear him. Good. Good. Very good. Lad, you're really brave. Originally, I thought I'll leave you unharmed if you obediently hand the extra-large wicker basket over. Nyo Kong's gaze was extremely cold as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. However, I've changed my mind. I will teach you a lesson even if you willingly hand the extra-large wicker basket over. You'll have to learn that newcomers have to be respectful toward their seniors in the punishment zone, Niu Kong said angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast aura surged out of his body. He was mobilizing the saint energy in his body. Senior brother Niu Kong is really angry now. This newcomer is really courageous. To think he actually dares to anger senior brother Niu Kong. He's doomed. Niu Kong originally has a bad temper. Now that he has made him angry, I don't think things are going to end well for him. I just hope that senior brother Niu Kong will show some mercy. Otherwise, I'm afraid this newcomer will be bedridden for quite some time. The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples watching from the side discussed among themselves as they looked at Duanling Tian sympathetically. You're Niu Kong, aren't you? Under the watchful eyes of the others, and faced with the furious Niu Kong, Duanling Tian merely looked at him coldly. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight in the span of 3 breaths. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Although Duanling Tian did not speak loudly, his words were still heard over everyone's discussion. The entire place fell silent immediately. You want me to get out of your sight in the span of 3 breaths? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's loud and confident threat, like the other Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, Niu Kong was momentarily stunned. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duanling Tian as though he had just seen a ghost. For a moment, he even thought he had heard wrongly. That was why he had asked again to make sure he had heard correctly. At the same time, the other Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples had also regained their senses and burst into a commotion. Similar to Niu Kong, they looked at Duanling Tian as though they had seen a ghost. I didn't hear wrongly, right? This new disciple is threatening senior brother Niu Kong. He actually wants Niu Kong to get out of his sight? Is he crazy? The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. All of them felt this newcomer was too arrogant. Those who were arrogant in the punishment zone usually did not live a good life unless they were strong. However, no matter how they looked at it, they did not think this newcomer was powerful. At the very least, they did not think he was stronger than Niu Kong. Upon hearing the discussions in the surroundings, Niu Kong knew he did not hear wrongly. The newcomer had really threatened him. Lad, you're seeking death. Niu Kong was enraged. His eyes burned angrily as saint energy surged out from his body like an angry dragon. I've given you a chance, Duanling Tian said indifferently again. The span of 3 breaths is up. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Duanling Tian finished speaking, his son's saint energy that had long been accumulated burst out of his back, transforming into a pair of wings that seemed to burn with a scorching flame. It was visually impactful. In the next second, he flapped his wings suddenly. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, the sound of air explosions rang in the air. It was caused by the golden crow's wings on Duanling Tian's back. Naturally, such a huge commotion shocked many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, Duanling Tian, who had cast the high-grade movement divine ability, Duanling Tian seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he charged toward Niu Kong at a ridiculously fast speed. Shit! Niu Kong finally regained his senses the moment Duanling Tian cast his movement divine ability and charged at him. His heart jolted as horror dawned on him. At this moment, he finally realized the reason why the newcomer had dared to act so arrogantly. It was because he was strong. Since Niu Kong had accumulated his saint energy beforehand, he instantly mobilized his saint energy and cast a movement martial tactic in an attempt to avoid Duanling Tian, who was charging at him. Although Niu Kong's cultivation base had already broken through to the peak of the eminent saint stage, he had yet to master any movement divine abilities that was at the medium grade or above. It was only natural, since if he had mastered a medium grade or above movement divine ability, with his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, would it not be easy for him to snatch an extra-large wicker basket in the punishment zone? Would he need to snatch it from a newcomer? You're too slow. Duanling Tian's cold words sent a jolt straight to Niu Kong's heart. In the next instant, as Niu Kong was trying to avoid Duanling Tian, the golden crow's wings suddenly flapped again. His speed turned even faster. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian had appeared next to Niu Kong. Boom! Duanling Tian casually pushed his hand that contained the vast sun's saint energy out. A dazzling golden light appeared and shrouded Niu Kong. Although Niu Kong had cast a defensive martial tactic, it was full of weak spots since he was unprepared. It was easily crushed by the sun's saint energy from Duanling Tian's palm. Bang! As a loud sound reverberated, Niu Kong's body shook and was sent flying backward immediately. He crashed onto the ground and continued to slide back violently. He was throwing up blood as well. The ground was covered in blood, presenting a ghastly sight. This scene scared the four symbol sanctum's disciples as well. All of them gasped in fright. Niu Kong, a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, could not even strike back in front of this newcomer and was severely injured with just a blow. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight in the span of 3 breaths. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Duanling Tian's threat suddenly appeared in their minds. Although the words were the same, the feeling was completely different. Before the fight, they felt this newcomer was arrogant and had overestimated his own strength. However, when they saw the newcomer had severely injured Niu Kong in just 1 blow, they realized how strong he was. He did not overestimate himself at all. Which sanctum is this newcomer from? Soon after, the 4 symbol sanctum's disciples shifted their eyes to Duanling Tian. Based on his strength, he was definitely at the quintessential saint stage. The quintessential saint stage disciples were all well known in the 4 sanctums. Although the people here were a mix of people from the 4 sanctums, none of them recognized this newcomer at all. Don't tell me he's a new disciple who has just entered the fire worship sect, but has already committed a crime and is sent to the first mine? Many of the 4 symbol sanctums disciples made their own assumptions. You only have this bit of power, and yet you wanted to snatch my thing? Duanling Tian looked at Niu Kong coldly. Currently, Niu Kong looked wretched. Colors drained from his face when he saw Duanling Tian's cold gaze. He instantly apologized profusely. I failed to recognize a great person. Senior brother, please forgive me. He had apologized because he was afraid Duanling Tian would attack again. Although the fire worship sect forbade disciples from killing one another, it was okay to fight as long as they did not kill or maim. Duanling Tian's anger dissipated a lot when he saw how cowardly Niu Kong was. He asked coldly, "Didn't you say you're going to teach me a lesson earlier?" "I don't dare." "I don't dare." Niu Kong quickly lowered his head. He did not dare to look at Duanling Tian in fear of making him angry. Humph! After Duanling Tian snorted, he no longer bothered with Niu Kong. Instead, he followed the tunnel and walked deeper inside. Duanling Tian felt it was not unreasonable for Niu Kong to try and snatch his extra-large wicker basket once. He found out what a rare commodity it was in the 4 symbol sanctum's first mine. However, Niu Kong was just unlucky for picking on someone stronger than him. Otherwise, his extra-large wicker basket would belong to Niu Kong now. From the beginning until the end, Niu Kong merely intended to snatch his extra-large wicker basket and did not intend to kill him. Since snatching an extra-large wicker basket was common in the punishment zone, Duanling Tian no longer bothered with him. Never had the intention to kill him. When Duanling Tian was around, the 4 symbol sanctum's disciples did not even dare to breathe. Now that Duanling Tian's figure is getting further and further away, they sighed in relief. At the same time, they begin to discuss among themselves. Who's he? With his strength, he has to be a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. I'm a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, and I've seen such a powerful person in our White Tiger Sanctum before I was banished to the first mine. I'm from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, and I've also never seen such a strong person in our sanctum. I'm from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and I've also never seen someone like that in our sanctum. I'm from the Black Turtle Sanctum, and just like all of you, I don't know him at all. They were all puzzling over Duanling Tian's identity. His wings of flames must be a very powerful movement divine ability. A 4 symbol sanctum's disciple shifted the topic to the high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that Duanling Tian had cast earlier. He sounded shocked. I've never seen such movement divine ability before. Heck, I haven't even heard about it before. However, I feel like it's not inferior to the treasured movement divine ability in our Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Not only that, but the visual impact is even more powerful than the treasured movement divine ability in our Vermilion Bird Sanctum. That's right. The movement divine ability he cast is just too powerful. The wings look as though it had grown from his body. It didn't look out of place at all. I agree. The group of 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples was in awe over Duanling Tian's movement divine ability. I remember now. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out and overpowered everybody's voice, effectively attracting everyone's attention. The person who had cried out loudly was skinny and small. He looked like a thief with his small, shifty eyes. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a good person. Have you guys forgotten? When this 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciple saw everyone's attention was on him, he said excitedly, "There's one Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who has recently been sentenced to the First Mind's punishment zone. Didn't we just speak about him before this? Not only that, but among the 3 high-grade divine abilities mastered by that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, isn't one of them a high-grade movement divine ability that allows him to grow a pair of wings?" Upon hearing this 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciple's words, everyone's eyes widened immediately. Gasp! 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 Their gasps echoed in the underground mining cave tunnel before everyone fell silent. After they stopped gasping, the group of 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples, including Yo Kong, stood looking at each other at a loss. They saw the answer in each other's eyes. Duanling Tian. Many 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples exclaimed in a low voice at this moment. Various expressions could be seen on their faces. How could I have forgotten him? 3 months ago, he killed 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. Rumor has it that one of them was at the early quintessential saint stage. Even if he has not reached the intermediate quintessential saint stage yet, I'm sure it must be pretty close to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Rumor also has it that he possesses the yellow innate spiritual root. By right, an ordinary disciple with a yellow innate spiritual root shouldn't be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage. However, he still managed to kill a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple at the early quintessential saint stage. I heard that his cultivation base has not even reached the quintessential saint stage. The reason he's so strong is all thanks to the 3 high-grade divine abilities that he mastered. Put aside his innate spiritual root. Let's talk about his ability of mastering divine abilities. I'm afraid not many people can compare to him in the fire worship sect. After all, he has comprehended 3 high-grade divine abilities. In the fire worship sect, it's said that even Lord Sect Leader has only mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. What's most surprising is that even though he had killed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples for no good reason, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall still protects him. Not only that, but when a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder with blue innate spiritual roots made a commotion at the Saint Land Enforcement Hall regarding Duanling Tian killing of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples, the elder was sentenced to death instead. Perhaps, Duanling Tian's martial Dao innate talent is ordinary, but his innate talent in mastering divine abilities is definitely extraordinary. However, what's most amazing is his mysterious background. You have a point. If it's not for his extraordinary background, why would the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protect him in the first place? When the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples discovered the newcomer was Duanling Tian, they began to discuss among themselves. They were no longer surprised by his strength. After all, they had all heard about him. So he's Duanling Tian. A bitter smile appeared on Yo Kong's face. If he had known the other person was Duanling Tian, he would not even dare to attempt to snatch the extra-large wicker basket, even if he was 100 times more courageous. Many of the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples looked at Yo Kong sympathetically. Although Yo Kong was quite strong, he could hardly compare to Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware that the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples had guessed his identity correctly. He continued to walk further into the mining cave. He was mining as he walked. With his current strength, the entire process went smoothly. Soon after, the extra-large wicker basket on his back was already filled with high-grade saint stones. The saint stones ranged from big to small. They had not been polished, so they looked very coarse. To think that I haven't even found a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. Despite having mined a basketful of first-grade Saint Stones, Duanling Tian still had not come across any quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone he felt slightly disappointed. Now that my wicker basket is full, it's time for me to hand the Saint Stones over. I wonder how many baskets of first-grade Saint Stones I'll have to hand in to complete today's task. Duanling Tian thought to himself. In truth, Duanling Tian could be faster when it came to filling his wicker basket full of Saint Stones. He was a little slow because he had secretly sent many first-grade Saint Stones into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If it was not for the fact that he would be found out if he took too many Saint Stones for himself, he would have continued on. I'll continue again when I mine next time. It's time for me to stop. The moment he thought of this, he carried the extra-large wicker basket that was filled first-grade Saint Stones and walked out. As soon as he appeared, everyone's attention shifted to him again. It's Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian heard the low exclamations of some of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, he realized his identity had been exposed. I can't believe they identified me so quickly. Duanling Tian shook his head. When he walked out, he realized the people that had originally been tailing him had disappeared as well. He did not think it was strange since he finally understood why so many people were following him earlier when he entered the cave. As it turned out, all of them coveted his extra-large wicker basket. However, after he had shown his strength and his identity was exposed, those people no longer dared to covet the extra-large wicker basket on his back. What a joke! In the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, there was currently a total of 90 extra-large wicker basket, including the one Duanling Tian possessed. However, there were only about 50 to 60 people who were at the quintessential saint stage or above in the punishment zone. In other words, there were many elite powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage with extra-large wicker baskets as well. Apart from those who are insane, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the punishment zone would definitely rather snatch an extra-large wicker basket from those at the peak of the exemplary saint stage rather than snatching them from Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was strong enough to kill an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. His strength was almost on par with an intermediate quintessential saint stage cultivator. As Duanling Tian was about to leave the mining cave, there were also many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were leaving. He stopped a middle-aged man who was about to leave and asked politely, "Senior brother, do you know how many Saint Stones we have to mine today to complete our tasks?" "Senior brother Duanling Tian, you can just address me as junior brother. I don't dare to have you address me as senior brother." The middle-aged became a little anxious when he saw Duanling Tian appearing before him. He was terrified, just like a mouse that had seen a cat, when he heard Duanling Tian calling him senior brother. Earlier, he was present when Duanling Tian had injured Niu Kong with just a blow. For this reason, he knew the person standing before him was Duanling Tian, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, who had been sentenced to serve in the first mine's punishment zone. He was only an intermediate exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. It was natural for him to panic when faced with Duanling Tian. With your extra-large wicker basket, you'll only need to fill it 6 times to complete today's task. Senior brother Duanling Tian. Despite feeling terrified, the middle-aged man did not dare to act carelessly in front of Duanling Tian. "Thank you." Duanling Tian merely shook his head and did not speak unnecessarily when he saw how afraid the middle-aged man was. Swoosh! In the next instant, Duanling Tian made a move and increased his speed. Soon after, he left the mining cave. 6 wicker baskets of Saint Stones. With my previous mining speed, it'll take me 15 minutes at most to fill the basket up with first-grade Saint Stones. However, I still need to spend another 15 minutes to send some first-grade Saint Stones into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. All in all, it'll take me about 30 minutes. It'll take me 3 hours to fill up 6 wicker baskets. Adding on the traveling time to hand the Saint Stones over, it'll take me about 4 hours at most to complete the task. Duanling Tian calculated the time inwardly. Meanwhile, he followed the throng of people to the allocated place to hand over the Saint Stones. Naturally, Duanling Tian became the center of attention since he was carrying the extra-large wicker basket. Many people were staring at him in jealousy, envy, and greed. Some of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples suspected Duan Ling Tian was a newcomer when they saw his face. They instantly began to have covetous thoughts toward his extra-large wicker basket. However, when they found out he was Duan Ling Tian, horror dawned on them immediately. They had no choice but to dismiss the idea of snatching the wicker basket and suppress the greed in their hearts. What a joke! This person was Duan Ling Tian, someone who killed an early quintessential Saint Stage Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. They would just be seeking death if they tried to snatch his extra-large wicker basket. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the place to hand over the Saint Stones, he attracted the attention of a White Tiger Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder who was in charge of collecting the Saint Stones as well. An extra-large wicker basket? This person seems unfamiliar though. Duan Ling Tian? When he was registering Duan Ling Tian, he finally found out who Duan Ling Tian was. He finally understood what had happened. If he was Duan Ling Tian, it was not a surprise for him to possess an extra-large wicker basket since his strength was obvious. Compared to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, this White Tiger Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was also very polite to Duan Ling Tian after learning about his identity. Duan Ling Tian, you just have to send this one basket of Saint Stones today. You've just arrived at the first mine, it's better for you to rest for now. Based on his words, it was obvious he was also giving Duan Ling Tian special treatment. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian instantly rejected his suggestion. He was anxious when he heard the elder's words. What a joke. He wanted to stay in the mining cave longer. The longer he stayed in there, the more first-grade Saint Stones he could send into the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although the first-grade Saint Stones were not useful to him in the fire worship sect, it would be extremely useful for his family and friends. To the Azure Cloud Mansion that was located far away in the lower province of the Dalmartial Saint Land, a huge number of Saint Stones would raise their wealth. Moreover, it might even raise the strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion. Although the White Tiger Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder had no idea why Duan Ling Tian would reject his good intention, he no longer said anything since Duan Ling Tian insisted on staying. It took another 3 hours before Duan Ling Tian finally completed his task for the day. It's time for me to find a place to stay. It's said that in the Four Symbols Sanctum's residence in the Punishment Zone, there's a hovering mansion with a cultivation environment that's on par with a Primus house. I, Duan Ling Tian, am going to take that mansion as my own. Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone as he made up his mind. The Four Symbols Sanctum's residence in the Punishment Zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine had numerous cultivating residences. Just like each sanctum of the Four Symbols Sanctums, they were divided into Primus houses, Secundus houses, Tertius houses, and Quartus houses that were placed in a pyramid formation. Due to the reason there were not many Four Symbols Sanctums disciples in the Punishment Zone, there were not many residences as well. For example, there were 10 Primus houses in each sanctum, but there was only one Primus house here. In the Punishment Zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, there were only 10 Secundus houses and 100 Tertius houses. They had slightly more Quartus houses here. There were 2,000 Quartus houses. When Duan Ling Tian came to the Four Symbols Sanctum's residence in the Punishment Zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, his eyes were trained on the mansion on the highest suspended island. The highest suspended island was like a moon surrounded by stars or a stork standing among a flock of fowls. It appeared particularly eye-catching. Is there no one in there? Duan Ling Tian hovered near the Primus house as he extended his divine consciousness and discovered the house was vacant. Looks like the person residing in this Primus house is not back from work yet, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he waited for the owner of Primus house to come back. The fact that he's staying in this Primus house means he must be the strongest among all the disciples in the Punishment Zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Although Duan Ling Tian knew the other party was strong, he was not afraid at all. Currently, his cultivation base had entered the peak of the Divine Saint stage. Just with his son's Saint energy alone, it was already at the peak of the Exemplary Saint stage. For this reason, with the help of his divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, he could severely injure Niu Kong, who had just broken through to the Exemplary Saint stage with just a blow. In terms of Saint energy, he was superior to Niu Kong. Naturally, it was easy for him to defeat him. However, Duan Ling Tian felt no sense of accomplishment in defeating Niu Kong. In fact, even if he defeated the current owner of this Primus house, he would not feel a sense of accomplishment as well. When Duanling Tian's cultivation base was at the intermediate divine saint stage with the various divine abilities that he mastered, he could already kill an ordinary early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. His strength was comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. He had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs and entered the peak of the divine saint stage currently. In other words, his strength is far superior to most of the mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivators and was almost on par martial cultivators at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. In fact, he could even defeat mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivators if they did not master any powerful divine abilities, particularly high-grade divine abilities. Otherwise, Duanling Tian would not dare to say he would be able to defeat them since there were too many unknown variables. Isn't that Duanling Tian? Why is he standing outside the Primus house? Soon after, 2 Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who had completed their tasks returned and saw Duanling Tian carrying the extra-large wicker basket on his back as he stood outside the Primus house. They were shocked. One of them quickly figured out what was going on, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he said, "Don't tell me that he's going to challenge senior brother Sunda from the Primus house?" "It's possible." The other person nodded. "Crazy. He's really crazy. Does he think senior brother could be compared to the early quintessential saint stage Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple whom he killed? In fact, senior brother Sunda already has 1 foot in the mastery quintessential saint stage. He could break through to the mastery quintessential saint stage at any time now." "That's right. Once senior brother Sunda breaks through to the mastery quintessential saint stage, he'll have a chance of becoming a Saint Land disciple. Once he becomes a Saint Land disciple, he'll be able to leave the first mine since he no longer has to serve his sentence." As the 2 Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were speaking, they praised the owner of the Primus house. The owner was a Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple named Sunda. Based on their words, it was clear they did not think Duanling Tian was a match for Sunda. When they saw Duanling Tian hovering outside the Primus house with his eyes closed to attain mental composure as he waited for Sunda's return, they were in no rush to return to their houses. Instead, they waited along with Duanling Tian for Sunda's return. As time continued to pass, more and more Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples returned as well. When they found out Duanling Tian intended to claim ownership of the Primus house, they did not return to their own houses. All of them waited for Sunda to return as well. TSK. Duanling Tian wants to challenge senior brother Sunda? Senior brother Sunda is the strongest powerhouse among all the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He already has 1 foot in the mastery quintessential saint stage. Not only that, but senior brother Sunda even mastered 2 medium-grade divine abilities. It's said that he has already more or less mastered the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Before he was banished to the first mine, he was widely acknowledged as one of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who's most likely to successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Senior brother Sunda is from the Black Turtle Sanctum, and so is Duanling Tian. This show is going to be interesting. More and more Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples gathered together. Duanling Tian could hear their words clearly. He already has 1 foot in the mastery quintessential saint stage, and he is one of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who has the highest chance to successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier from the Black Turtle Sanctum. The first part of their discussion did not faze Duanling Tian, but the latter part gave his heart a jolt. If Sunda has successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, it'll benefit me. Duanling Tian had been eager to watch another person cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier of the Black Turtle Sanctum. He discovered that by watching other people cast a divine ability would help his heart that had been tempered by the Sovereign Heart Sword to comprehend a divine ability quickly. Senior brother Sunda is back. Duanling Tian finally opened his eyes when he heard a cry. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple, Sunda, walking on air toward him. Sunda was a middle-aged man who appeared inconspicuous. No matter how big the commotion was, there were no changes in his expression at all. From the beginning until the end, He had a glum expression on his face, as though someone owed him something big. Soon after, Sunda arrived before Duan Tian and stood opposite him. He asked calmly, "You want to challenge me? Please give me some pointers, senior brother Sunda." Duan Tian nodded his head. "Make your move then." Sunda was very straightforward. The instant his words left his mouth, a vast aura surged out of his body. It was the aura of his saint energy. When the saint energy finally appeared on the surface of his body, the air began to visibly tremble. This was the power of an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Elementary devouring tactic. With just a thought, the sun saint energy in Duan Tian's body surged out through the 99 saint veins inside his body as he cast his high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, whirlpools appeared around his body. As the whirlpools churned, a powerful suction force appeared suddenly. After a while, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy was completely devoured. It's that high-grade assist-type divine ability that Duan Tian mastered. What a horrifying assist-type divine ability. In just a blink of an eye, he devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. I can hardly sense any heaven and earth spirit energy around us now. His saint energy is continuously being raised. As Duan Tian cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the four symbols sanctum's disciples' attention was all on the whirlpools around his body. Although they had heard about how Duan Tian had mastered a very powerful high-grade assist-type divine ability, they were still shocked when they witnessed it with their own eyes. As soon as Duan Tian cast the high-grade assist-type divine ability, they could clearly sense that Duan Tian's saint energy was continuously rising. Originally, Duan Tian's sun saint energy was merely exuding the aura of a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. However, as his saint energy continued rising, it began to surpass that of a cultivator at the early quintessential saint stage. In the end, it was raised to a stage where it was on par with the saint energy of a cultivator at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Duan Tian's sun saint energy had already been raised to a stage where it was comparable to Sun Da's saint energy. Both of their saint energies were at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Naturally, unlike Sunda, Duan Tian's current saint energy that was raised by his assist-type divine ability would not last long. I was present when Duan Tian defeated Niu Kong earlier. However, I didn't pay attention, so I'm not sure if Duan Tian used his assist-type divine ability. However, based on what's happening now, I don't think he cast this divine ability when he fought Niu Kong. Duan Tian, who had cast his assist-type divine ability, has actually raised his own saint energy to a stage where it's equivalent to the saint energy at the intermediate quintessential saint stage saint. When he raised his own saint energy to where it was equivalent to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage previously, he managed to kill the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple, who was at the early quintessential saint stage. I'm afraid it won't be difficult for him to defeat senior brother Sunda. My goodness! Duan Tian has gotten so much stronger in just these 3 months. Is he really just a commoner who has a yellow innate spiritual root? After the group of four symbols sanctum's disciples witnessed the sun saint energy that Duan Tian raised through the elementary devouring tactic, they widened their eyes in disbelief and shock. Although most of the four symbols sanctum's disciples present on the scene knew Duan Tian had defeated Niu Kong, they thought Duan Tian was able to defeat him in just a blow because he had cast the high-grade assist-type divine ability. However, at this moment, they finally realized that was not the case at all. Before he casts his divine ability, his saint energy is already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. In other words, his cultivation base is most likely at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. How's that possible? 3 months ago, his cultivation base was only at the intermediate exemplary saint stage. He actually made a breakthrough to the peak of the exemplary saint stage from the intermediate exemplary saint stage in just 3 short months? I'm afraid only those monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots would be able to have such progress. Duan Tian only has a yellow innate spiritual root. How did he progress this quickly? Something must be wrong. Could the Black Turtle Sanctum make a mistake when they tested his innate spiritual root? When he killed fellow disciples in the sect, even the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protected him. Could it be that he has shown them his innate spiritual root? That might be possible. If that's the case, Then everything makes sense. The four symbols Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They began to suspect that Duanling Tian had a high-grade innate spiritual root. Otherwise, how could he possibly break through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage from the intermediate exemplary saint stage in just 3 short months? At this moment, a four symbols Sanctum's disciple suddenly chimed in loudly. I don't think that's the case. After successfully attracting everyone's attention, he said, from what I know, when Duanling Tian arrived at the fire worship sect, he concealed his cultivation base using some special technique. I'm thinking that perhaps he also concealed his cultivation base at the intermediate exemplary saint stage. The statement from this four symbols Sanctum's disciple prompted many four symbols Sanctum's disciples to recall all sorts of rumors regarding Duanling Tian previously. It does seem so. That's possible as well. Well, that makes sense. However, I can't believe Duanling Tian actually hid his strength so well. His cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Perhaps this is the cultivation limit of a person with a yellow innate spiritual root. With the 3 high-grade divine abilities that Duanling Tian mastered, coupled with all the techniques he cast, even if his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, his strength is still equivalent to a martial cultivator at the mastery quintessential saint stage. Currently, the truth had been muddled. Duanling Tian's innate talent and cultivation became even more mysterious and confusing. However, there was one thing the four symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were certain of. That was Duanling Tian's current strength that had been raised by his assist-type divine ability was much stronger than Sunda. Meanwhile, Sunda's expression turned solemn. It was apparent he had felt the pressure as well. Whoosh! After witnessing Duanling Tian's strength, Sunda did not dare to act recklessly. With a raise of his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand as Saint energy rushed into it, causing a spear ray to skyrocket into the sky. Senior brother Sunda instantly took out his 100 inscriptions Saint weapon. It seems like Duanling Tian's current strength has pressured him as well. Of course. However, even if senior brother Sunda took out his 100 inscriptions Saint weapon, there's not much suspense left in the battle. Unless he makes a sudden breakthrough to the mastery quintessential saint stage or he has mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier from the Black Turtle Sanctum, he might be able to fight Duanling Tian. That's right. Although Duanling Tian probably can't maintain his current strength for too long, with his current strength and the 3 high-grade divine abilities he mastered, it won't be difficult for him to quickly defeat senior brother Sunda. In the beginning, the four symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene had a high opinion of Sunda, but after seeing Duanling Tian's strength, they now regarded Duanling Tian highly. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Sunda chose to strike first to gain the advantage. He charged toward Duanling Tian like a ghost. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, Sunda spun the 100 inscriptions Saint spear and a vast Saint energy swept out, causing turbulence in the air and a thunderous explosion. Golden Crow's wings. Faced with Sunda who was charging at him with his spear, Duanling Tian cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, in a neither hurried nor slow pace. In just a blink of an eye, a pair of wings made of flames appeared behind Duanling Tian. Without warning, the Golden Crow's wings flapped forcefully. Boom! 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 Thunderous explosions reverberated in the air as though it could make heaven shake. Duanling Tian moved at lightning speed and easily dodged Sunda who charged at him. Sunda's speed was nothing in front of the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. You know it's impossible to chase after me, so you're giving up? After dodging, Duanling Tian realized Sunda had come to a halt. He did not make a move for a long time that Duanling Tian thought Sunda had given up. Ha! However, before Duanling Tian realized it, Sunda had made a move again. Sunda raised the 100 inscriptions Saint spear in his hand with the tip of the spear pointed up in the air. At this moment, Duanling Tian's divine consciousness could clearly sense a wave of mysterious energy surging out of Sunda's 100 inscriptions Saint spear toward the sky at a fast speed. One could not see the energy at all. If it was not for Duanling Tian constantly extending his divine consciousness, he would not have noticed it. He did not make a move for the time being since the energy was not aimed at him. He looked up into the sky instinctively. What's he doing? Duan Ling Tian was baffled. However, in the next instant his eyes widened. When Duan Ling Tian looked up, the mysterious energy that shot up into the sky from the 100 inscriptions, Saint's spear in Sun De's hand, hit the sky and caused a violent turbulence in the air. Boom! 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 In the next moment, claps of thunder began to sound in the air and bolts of purple lightning as thick as a baby's arms appeared out of thin air in the midst of the turbulent sky. There were about 100 bolts of purple lightning in the air, giving it a mysterious appearance. Tom seemed to have stopped at this moment. Descend! Sun De shouted loudly at this moment. When Duan Ling Tian looked at Sun De, he saw him spinning the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear in his hand and pointing the tip to the front before shifting it down. Boom! 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 As Sun De made his move, a thunderous noise sounded above Duan Ling Tian. 100 bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arms accompanied it. Dao Cultivator. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as his expression turned grave when he saw that Sun De was not a martial cultivator but a Dao cultivator instead. Duan Ling Tian did not encounter many Dao cultivators ever since he came to the Dao martial saint land. All these while, he was slightly curious as well. The Dao and martial in the Dao martial saint land referred to Dao cultivators and martial cultivators. However, he did not encounter many Dao cultivators even though he had been in the Dao martial saint land for quite some time. It was the same even when he came to the upper province. Duan Ling Tian thought it was just a coincidence he did not encounter many Dao cultivators. Now, he finally encountered a Dao cultivator and a powerful one at that. The moment he made his move, he immediately used the force from the world, transforming them into 100 bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm that was aimed at him. Each of bolts of lightning was fast and was in no way inferior to the attack speed of an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. There seems to be more than just the Dao method in these bolts of lightning. There's some trace of divine ability as well. Duan Ling Tian's extended divine consciousness could clearly sense something when it touched the lightning. The Dao method, the 100 planetary lightning that senior brother Sun De is casting now seems different from the 100 planetary lightning that he used to cast. Didn't he already reach the highest stage of this Dao method long ago? As the 100 bolts of lightning struck at Duan Ling Tian, the 4 symbols Sanctum's disciples also noticed something strange. I assent this the aura of the medium-grade offensive divine ability, the cataclysmal thunderbolt? At the same time, someone else also noticed that apart from the Dao method, the 100 planetary lightning, Sun De's strike also contained the medium-grade offensive divine ability, the cataclysmal thunderbolt. 100 planetary lightning? Cataclysmal thunderbolt. Duan Ling Tian raised his brow. Faced with the 100 bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arms, he did not dodge as the people expected. Instead, he stood motionlessly. 10,000 swords territory. At this instant, the area in within 100-meter radius of Duan Ling Tian became a golden ocean formed by 10,000 golden sword rays. It blocked everyone's vision, including Sun De. Clear. With just a thought, an opening appeared above the 10,000 swords territory, allowing the 100 bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arms to enter it. Duan Ling Tian was instantly exposed and vulnerable to the bolts of lightning. Sizzle. 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 At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's body underwent an earth-shattering transformation as he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Ling Tian, who had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, was completely exposed to the 100 bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arms. Even then, Duan Ling Tian stood unmoving just like a mountain. As lightning flashed across the sky, a purple light appeared, causing the dragon scales on Duan Ling Tian to reflect the light, making it dazzling and blinding for all. Boom! 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 Finally, the 100 bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arms descended and struck Duan Ling Tian. Each of the 100 bolts of lightning contained combat force that was in no way inferior to the attack of an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. When they were close to Duan Ling Tian, they seemed to have merged together and completely shrouded Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian only felt a vast and terrifying energy sweeping over him, causing his body to tremble. Soon after, he realized that with the help of brute strength of a nine-clawed dragon warrior that had been infused with the sun's saint energy, he was not injured at all, even though the force of the bolts of lightning made his body shake until it felt like his internal organs were also rattling. Despite the powerful force of the lightning, it was unable to break the defense on his body. The brute body of a nine-clawed dragon warrior, coupled with the sun saint energy that was on par with the saint energy at the intermediate quintessential saint stage saint energy, easily blocked Sun De's attack that contained a Dao method and divine ability. As expected from the defense of the body of a nine-clawed dragon warrior, it's comparable to an eight-clawed divine dragon, Duanling Tian side in relief. Based on Sun De's cultivation base, this attack is probably his most powerful attack. Duanling Tian, who forcefully withstood the 100 bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arms, was unharmed. At the same time, all his dragon's characteristics disappeared as he returned to looking like a human again. He had hidden his identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior well. It's my turn to attack now. Duanling Tian's eyes shone as he withdrew his 10,000 swords territory that had blocked everyone's sight. In the next instant, a completely unharmed Duanling Tian appeared before everyone's watchful eyes. Sun De, who was standing nearby, had a horrified expression on his face when he saw this. He had thought his attack that he unleashed unreservedly would at least injure Duanling Tian. If Duanling Tian was injured, he would have created an opportunity for himself. Perhaps he could stall for time until the effect of Duanling Tian's assist-type divine ability was gone. Once Duanling Tian lost the effect of his assist-type divine ability, he would return to normal, or he might even be weakened. Duanling Tian, whose cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, without the help of his assist-type divine ability, would not be a match for him. However, imagination was always beautiful, but the reality was mostly cruel. Although he had unleashed his strongest attack, he had failed to injure Duanling Tian at all. He did not know what kind of method Duanling Tian had used when he consolidated his territory, but the fact remained that Duanling Tian was uninjured. It was due to this reason that the upper hand he thought he would gain was lost and had now fallen into a disadvantageous position. He's unharmed. At the same time, when the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples saw Duanling Tian was unharmed, they were greatly shocked. Although they knew Duanling Tian was stronger than Sun De now, they did not expect he would escape unscathed. Unfortunately, the territory that senior brother Duanling Tian consolidated blocked our sight. Otherwise, we would be able to see how he withstood senior brother Sun De's attack. Many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples found this to be a pity. Naturally, it did not cross their minds that Duanling Tian had intentionally consolidated his territory to block their vision. They merely thought that Duanling Tian had to rely on his territory to withstand Sun De's full-force attack. Senior brother Sun De is going to be defeated now. At the same time, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene thought to themselves. They did not think there would be any more surprises left in this battle. At the same time, Duanling Tian looked at Sun De and said, "Senior brother Sun De, I'm sorry." After giving him a warning, the wings made of flames appeared again. It was the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. In the next instant, the Golden Crow's wings flapped abruptly. Boom! 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 Thunderous explosions sounded in the air. At the same time, Duanling Tian charged toward Sun De at an extremely fast speed. Sun De's expression turned grave immediately as soon as he saw the Golden Crow's wings flapping. The saint energy emanating from the surface of his body increased rapidly. One could see he kept mobilizing his saint energy as though he was trying to do something. At this moment, Duanling Tian, who moved at lightning speed, appeared near Sun De. Whoosh! 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 As Duanling Tian's sun, saint energy surged out of his body, golden sword rays appeared around him as well. Each of the sword rays contained a piercing aura that could tear through everything. There were hundreds of these sword rays. Go! Duanling Tian thought. The hundreds of golden sword rays that were originally revolving around his body seemed to have understood his order as they charged toward Sun De. The hundreds of golden sword rays soared through the sky in a compelling manner. Although the attack was not as visually impactful as Sunda's attack, the force was in no way inferior to Sunda's attack at all. It pressured Sunda as well as a charge toward him. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Sunda's eyes were bloodshot as he cried out suddenly, "Black Turtle's barrier!" His voice was extremely loud. His words shocked the four Symbol Sanctum's disciples so much that they widened their eyes in disbelief. Meanwhile, Duan Tian was equally as shocked that he was momentarily stunned. Black Turtle's barrier? In the next instant, Duan Tian could clearly see that before the hundreds of golden sword rays that were infused with the profundity of the Sovereign Heart Sword could get near Sunda, they had already been blocked by an invisible energy. It was as though they had crashed into an invisible wall. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the others, the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle mysteriously appeared around Sunda's body. The black turtle's silhouette was translucent, and if one did not pay close attention, one would not be able to see it clearly. The hundreds of golden sword rays controlled by Duan Tian were blocked by it. It seemed as though Sunda was protected by an iron wall. Naturally, although the black turtle's silhouette managed to block the attack, it was not easy either. The gigantic black turtle's silhouette was repeatedly attacked until rattled violently. Subsequently, a ripple appeared in the air and continued to spread out. It was visually impactful. This is the black turtle's barrier? Despite his failed attack, Duan Tian was not in a hurry to attack again. Although he knew he would be able to easily shatter the black turtle's silhouette using his divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, he was not in a hurry to do so. This was because he had something more important to do. Duan Tian was staring intently at the black turtle's silhouette before him as though he was studying it. He was completely immersed in it. As for the other four Symbol Sanctum's disciples, they finally regained their senses one by one. They all had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Senior brother Sunda has successfully cultivated the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Not only is the Black Turtle's barrier the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but it's also the #1 defensive divine ability in our fire worship sect. I can't believe Senior Brother Sunda has successfully comprehended it. Comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, also means that Senior Brother Sunda can now head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. When did Senior Brother Sunda successfully comprehend this Black Turtle's barrier? Since he has already successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, why didn't he leave? The four Symbol Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. Many of them found it weird that Sunda did not leave the first mine despite having successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Don't tell me Senior Brother Sunda has only just comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier? A four Symbol Sanctum's disciple could not help but guess. His question created a commotion immediately. Everyone looked at Sunda, who was enveloped in the Black Turtle's silhouette, with a puzzled gaze. Did he really just comprehend the divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle's barrier, now? Was this true? These were all the questions in their hearts. Soon after, Duan Tian regained his senses. His eyes were bright as he looked at Sunda, who was enveloped by the Black Turtle's silhouette, as he asked, "Senior Brother Sunda, did you just successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier now?" Duan Tian had noticed the pleasant surprise on Sunda's face. That was why he asked this question. Earlier, when he was studying the Black Turtle's silhouette, Duan Tian had also noticed numerous flaws. Due to this reason, he could tell that Sunda must have only successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum not too long ago. However, when he saw the pleasant surprise on Sunda's face, he was even more certain Sunda had only successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, during the battle. That's right. When Sunda heard Duan Tian's words, Sunda suppressed the happiness in his heart and cupped his hand in front of his chest. "Junior Brother Tian, it's all thanks to you that I successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier today. Thank you very much." As soon as Sunda finished speaking, he bowed at Duan Tian. Upon seeing this, the four Symbol Sanctum's disciples were dumbfounded. What was happening? Sunda had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, but why was he giving the credit to his opponent? The four symbols Sanctum's disciples were baffled, and so was Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Sunda, what do you mean? Earlier, due to the pressure from your attack, it seemed as though I was going through a life or death situation. At the brink of a situation like that, the numerous questions I encountered in the process of comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in the past have all been answered. It's all thanks to you I comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Sunda, who was extremely happy, patiently explained to Duan Ling Tian. The Black Turtle's barrier was a high-grade defensive divine ability. Not only was it the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but it was also the #1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship Sect. As the #1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship Sect, the Black Turtle's barrier was very famous even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, it was extremely difficult to successfully comprehend this divine ability. Currently, there were not more than 10 people in the Fire Worship Sect who had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Due to this reason, the four symbols Sanctum's disciples were greatly shocked when they saw Sunda casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Once news of this spread, it would definitely cause an uproar in the four symbols Sanctums. Senior brother Sunda has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier just now? Upon hearing Sunda's reply to Duan Ling Tian, many of the four symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked. No wonder. If senior brother Sunda had already comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier earlier, he wouldn't have stayed here, let alone go to the mines today. As it turns out, he has only successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier now. Many of the four symbols Sanctum's disciples finally understood what had happened. From what senior brother Sunda said, the reason he successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier is thanks to Duan Ling Tian. Sometimes, pressure is also a kind of driving force. Under the pressure that Duan Ling Tian gave him, senior brother Sunda finally found a suitable opportunity to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier successfully. Now that senior brother Sunda has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, it means there's no need for him to remain in the first mine any longer. How enviable! Not only does he not have to stay in the first mine, but since he successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, he doesn't even have to go through the Saint Land's assessment. He'll instantly become a Saint Land disciple. The four symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. They looked at Sunda with envious gazes. Becoming a Saint Land disciple was the dream of every four symbols Sanctum's disciples. To the four symbols Sanctum's disciples who were banished to the first mine, not only would they realize their dreams of many years, but they would also be exempted from their punishment as well if they were able to become a Saint Land disciple. There would no longer be any need for them to stay in the four symbols Sanctum's first mine. Due to this reason, they were very envious of Sunda. Congratulations, senior brother Sunda. Upon hearing Sunda's explanation, Duan Ling Tian finally understood. He quickly congratulated Sunda. Junior brother Ling Tian, since I've already mastered the divine ability of our Black Turtle Sanctum, this means I no longer have to serve my sentence in the four symbols Sanctum's first mine. I can go to the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. From today onward, the Primus House in the punishment zone of the four symbols Sanctum's first mine is yours, Sunda said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile. However, when he reached the end of the sentence, a wry smile appeared on his face as he said, naturally, even if I can't leave, I still wouldn't be able to retain ownership of this Primus House. Junior brother Ling Tian, I'm very clear that although I've successfully comprehended the divine ability Black, the Turtle's barrier, and managed to block your attack, you still haven't used all your strength. If you had cast a high-grade offensive divine ability, it would have been impossible for me to block your attack even if I cast the Black Turtle's barrier. Based on his words, Sunda was very aware of his strength. He bluntly said that he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian even though he had already comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Upon hearing his words, the four symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene agreed with him. Duan Ling Tian shook his head before he said humbly and politely, Senior brother Sunda, you flatter me too much. You're very strong as well. If I didn't have my assist-type divine ability, I wouldn't be your match at all. The assist-type divine ability is also a part of your strength. Junior brother Ling Tian. I can't wait to see you in the Saint Land. Sunda also shook his head. After he finished speaking, he bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and left immediately. Since Sunda had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum, there was no need for him to continue staying in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He could enter the Saint Land directly and become a Saint Land disciple. Sure. Looking at Sunda's silhouette that was getting further and further away, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and muttered under his breath. It's an unexpected windfall for me to witness senior brother Sun to cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Duan Ling Tian became excited the more he thought about it. Although Sunda only managed to comprehend the divine ability the Black Turtle's barrier, due to the pressure from him, he also managed to witness the Black Turtle barrier being cast. Now that he had witnessed Sunda casting the Black Turtle's barrier, he was inspired by it. I believe I'll be able to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect, the Black Turtle's barrier, in 6 months at most. Duan Ling Tian was very confident about this. Then, under everyone's watchful gaze, Duan Ling entered the Primus house that used to belong to Sunda. From now on, this would be his, Duan Ling Tian, residence. Initially, I thought I'd have to stay in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for 6 months before I can head to the Saint Land for the assessment. However, now that I've personally witnessed senior brother Sun casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, there's no need for me to wait 6 months. As long as I manage to successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, like senior brother Sunda, I'll be able to head to the Saint Land directly and become a Saint Land disciple. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after he entered the Primus house. When he thought about this, a determined expression appeared on his face. Kur, I'll enter the fire worship sect's Saint Land very soon. I know that you're in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. Wait for me. You and I will meet again soon. And our daughter. This incompetent father will be able to meet her soon as well. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as his gaze turned gentle. There was a hint of anticipation in his eyes as well. From now on, I'll dedicate my heart and soul into comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. The Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, that's also the number 1 defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and immersed himself in comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Since he had witnessed Sun casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, his progress while comprehending this divine ability was pretty smooth. Many of the questions he encountered previously were also solved. One could say that this time, apart from accidentally helping Sun comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier, he had also helped himself as well. Otherwise, he really had no idea who he should ask to cast the Black Turtle's barrier so that he could watch. Witnessing Sun casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, was like God's gift to him. With the help of his heart that was tempered by the Sovereign Heart Sword, he had faith he could comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier successfully in a short period of time. As Duan Ling Tian cultivated in the Primus house, he had no idea that the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples outside still had not returned to their homes. These Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were still talking about Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian is so strong. Indeed, to think that even senior brother Sunda, who has mastered the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in our fire worship sect is no match for him. Senior brother Sunda is an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. What's more, he's going to the Saint Land soon and become a Saint Land disciple as well. Humph. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root. His cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage is already at the limit. He can only stay there forever. High-grade divine abilities are really terrifying. Just a mere martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, with the help of 3 high-grade divine abilities, became so powerful that he's not inferior to an ordinary mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse. How nice would it be if I can master a high-grade divine ability too? As the saying went, even the finest feast would come to an end. After the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed for a while, they all began to return to their homes. The second day, shocking news swept through the fire worship sect's Four Symbols Sanctums. This shocking news was Sunda, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who had been banished to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind for 20 years, had been exempted from his punishment because he had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. From the Black Turtle Sanctum, he had gone directly to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Somebody has successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle's barrier? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. It pressured the disciples from the 3 other sanctums as well. In fact, the divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum was widely acknowledged as the hardest to comprehend divine ability among the 4 sanctums of the 4 Symbols Sanctums. The hardest divine ability had already been successfully comprehended by someone. If there was no one from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum who had comprehended their respective sanctums' divine ability, would they not be looked down upon by others? Would other people not feel the other 3 sanctums were inferior to the Black Turtle Sanctum? At once, many people began going to the altars in the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum. All of them were enthusiastically trying to comprehend the divine ability of their respective sanctum. Good one. Senior Brother Sunda. Haha, there's another one who managed to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in our Black Turtle Sanctum. Senior Brother Sunda has really made our Black Turtle Sanctum proud. Unlike the other 3 sanctums, the Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar. Many people celebrated joyously that one more person had successfully comprehended the divine ability of their Black Turtle Sanctum. At the same time, another news that came from the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mind spread to the 4 Symbols Sanctums like a nuclear bomb. Duanling Tian had defeated Sunda, whose cultivation base had long entered the intermediate quintessential saint stage and had also mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, the day he was banished to the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mind. People from the 4 Symbol Sanctums were not unfamiliar with the name Duanling Tian. How could they not be familiar with that name? First, he offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian and publicly opposed him as soon as he arrived in the Fire Worship sect. After that, he even killed Li An's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, who was a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. Not only that, but apart from killing Yuan Hong, he even killed Yuan Kuang, Yuan Hong's younger brother, as well. Everyone thought he would be sentenced to death for intentionally killing Yuan Kuang when the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong protected him. Not only that, but even the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had protected him as well. Just with these few incidents alone was enough for Duanling Tian to become famous in the 4 Symbol Sanctums. Based on the news they received, it seemed like the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duanling Tian, had caused another incident. Moreover, this incident was related to Sunda, who was currently the cause of a huge commotion. Duanling Tian defeated Sunda on the day he arrived at the 4 Symbol Sanctum's first mine. This is a joke, right? Whether it was people from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, or the Black Turtle Sanctum, when they heard this news, all of them found it hard to believe. However, the news was confirmed by some 4 Symbols Sanctum's elders, so they had no choice but to believe it. Duanling Tian's cultivation base is actually the peak of the exemplary saint stage? Then, does this mean he did not use all his strength when he fought with Yuan Hong back then? He's really good at concealing his strength, don't you think? Similar discussions could be heard in every corner of the 4 Symbols Sanctums. It was not an exaggeration to say that everyone from the 4 sanctums had learned of Duanling Tian's cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage when he fought in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. At once, they decided that Duanling Tian had concealed his cultivation base from the beginning until the end. Don't tell me he's still concealing his cultivation base, and it's not actually at the peak of the exemplary saint stage? Many people had such a question. However, their question was soon refuted by other people. Impossible. Don't forget he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. It's the limit for a commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root to reach the peak of the exemplary saint stage. It's even more difficult than rising to heaven for them to break through to the quintessential saint stage. The fact that Duanling Tian had a yellow innate spiritual root had long spread in the 4 Symbol Sanctums. For this reason, most people thought Duanling Tian had reached his limit in regard to his cultivation base. It would be difficult for him to progress in the future. However, there were also people in the Four Symbols Sanctums who knew that Duanling Tian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root but a blue one instead. Among them was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. Lian had also heard about Sunda, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, successfully comprehending the treasured divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle's barrier. He was taken aback by the news and was filled with jealousy. Although Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, he was still unable to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. An ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple had comprehended the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle's barrier. How could he not feel jealous? Duanling Tian's cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He defeated Sunda. This shocking news had also shocked Lian. His expression turned grave immediately when he heard it. That little brute's cultivation base is already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage since a long time ago, or did he just recently make a breakthrough? Duanling Tian's cultivation base filled Li En's mind with all kinds of thoughts. No matter what it was, Duanling Tian's existence definitely posed a threat to him. He knew that Duanling Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root. This meant that Duanling Tian's accomplishment would not be inferior to his. Moreover, with Duanling Tian's ability to easily comprehend divine abilities, he would most likely become an outstanding person in the fire worship sect who was on par with a Golden Flame Elder in the future when he had grown stronger. A Golden Flame Elder was someone whose position was higher than him. If Duanling Tian managed to obtain that position, Li En would be doomed. No way! I can't let this go on. Duanling Tian must die, Li En muttered to himself. After he regained his senses, his breathing quickened. His eyes flashed coldly like a poisonous snake that was about to strike. Li En was not really bothered about Duanling Tian, who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root despite the fact that he had a heaven-defying ability in comprehending divine abilities. However, Duanling Tian currently possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Coupled with his talent in comprehending divine abilities, Li En could not help but feel afraid. He was almost certain someone like Duanling Tian was going to bring him trouble when he grew stronger. However, he's currently in the first mine, it won't be easy for me to kill him. Moreover, his current strength is almost on par with an ordinary mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. The moment Li En thought of this, horror dawned on him. Apart from the first mine's elders, the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine only allowed enforcement elders and the criminals who were brought by enforcement elders to enter. It was impossible for Li En to enter the first mine, let alone killing someone inside. Duanling Tian, did you really think that I can't get to you just because you're hiding in the first mine? Li En left his residence with a cold smirk on his face. He traveled quickly to an unknown destination before he came to a halt. His destination was the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. To be more specific, he stopped right in front of a Primus house. Elder Lian. It's Elder Lian. Lian's appearance attracted the attention of many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Hongsu. After Lian stopped in front of the Primus house, he extended his divine consciousness and transmitted his voice to a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Who are you? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, who was originally cultivating in the Primus house, was abruptly awakened. It was only natural he had a grave expression on his face. His eyes were burning with rage, and he felt like slapping the person who woke him up from his cultivation. It's Lian. The voice transmission resonated again, causing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple to change his expression instantly. His expression was no longer grave. Instead, a forced smile that was uglier than a crying face appeared on his face. The rage in his eyes had also vanished. Creak. Under Lian's gaze, the door to the Primus house opened and a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple walked out. He bowed respectfully at Lian. Good day, Elder Lian. This Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance with a medium build. He would be difficult to pick out in a crowd of people. It's Senior Brother Hongsu. Why did Elder Lian come looking for Senior Brother Hongsu? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had not returned to their residences also saw the middle-aged man whom Lian called out. Upon seeing this middle-aged man, respect could be seen in their eyes. Hongsu was the great senior brother widely acknowledged by the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in these recent years. The reason he was widely acknowledged as great senior brother was due to his strength. He had long broken through to the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. Currently, Hongsu was also the only Mastery Quintessential Saint stage disciple in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, when they found it strange that Lian was looking for Hongsu, from what they know, both of them did not have any relationship at all. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were pondering over this, "Follow me," Lian said to Hongsu indifferently before he turned and left the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. His silhouette gradually disappeared before the eyes of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. As Lian's silhouette disappeared, Hongsu followed after him despite feeling skeptical. Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder after all. Before he participated in the Saint Land assessment that was just around the corner, he was still a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, so he did not dare to simply offend Lian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples finally looked away after Lian and Hongsu's figures disappeared. Although they were curious, none of them dared to follow them since they were afraid of Lian. Lian finally came to a halt outside of the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple where a secluded bamboo grove was located. "Elder Lian, is there a reason you came looking for me?" Lian asked with a puzzled expression. "Hongsu, I want you to head to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and kill someone," Lian said without beating around the bush as his eyes flashed coldly. Swoosh! The moment Hongsu heard his words, horror dawned on him. "Elder Lian, you want me to head to the first mine to kill Duanling Tian?" Although Hongsu spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation, he would still come out once in a while. For this reason, he knew about Duanling Tian. Due to this reason, when Lian told him to kill someone in the first mine, Hongsu instantly thought of Duanling Tian. "That's right." Lian nodded in response to Hongsu's question. "Elder Lian, I'm sorry, but I can't do that." Hongsu took a deep breath before he directly rejected Lian's request. Put aside the fact that he was not confident he was able to kill Duanling Tian, so what if he could kill Duanling Tian? Would he not be sentenced to death for violating the fire worship sect's rules? Lian did not seem surprised by Hongsu's rejection. He said nonchalantly, "Hongsu, I suggest you think about this. If I'm not mistaken, Hong Clan is in the Western Province, right?" When he finished speaking, he looked at Hongsu meaningfully. Horror dawned on Hongsu immediately. "Elder Lian, are you threatening me?" "You can regard it as a threat." Lian's tone was calm, as though he was speaking about some insignificant matter. "You better think about it carefully. Is your life more important? Or are the lives in Hong Clan more important?" Horror dawned on Hongsu again when he heard Lian's words. Although most people were selfish in this world where they revered the strong, to Hongsu, his clan was more important than his own life. It was all thanks to the support from his clan that he was able to come so far. If his clan did not nurture him with everything they had, he would not be able to accomplish everything at his age with his light green innate spiritual root. One could say that his achievements today was 30% of his own hard work and 70% of his clan's nurturing. Elder Lian Duanling Tian is very strong. He has even defeated Sunda, who has comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Although my cultivation base is at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, I might not be a match for him at all. Hongsu looked at Lian with bloodshot eyes and a grave expression. "Even if I'm stronger than him, I can't be much stronger than him." Wanting to kill him in a short time without giving the elders in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind to intervene is extremely difficult. It was obvious Hongsu had caved under Lian's threats. He had no choice but to compromise. His clan was much more important than his own life. He suspected Lian knew this, that was why he had used his clan to threaten him. Faced with Lian's threats, he had thought of resisting. He thought about looking for an enforcement elder to seek justice. However, he also knew that even if he managed to obtain justice for himself, Lian would only be lightly punished. After all, Lian had only threatened him, but he did not touch him at all. As for his clan and the lives of his relatives in the clan, they were unworthy in the eyes of the fire worship sect's high-ranking officials. After all, he had not grown so strong that the fire worship sect would pay attention to him. Even if Lian went to annihilate his clan, the fire worship sect would not do anything at all. In the eyes of the fire worship sect's high-ranking officials, Lian's personal dispute had nothing to do with the sect. I've already thought about the things you mentioned. Don't worry. It'll take some time for the Punishment Zone's elders to reach you if you make your move in the residence of the Four Symbol Sanctum's First Mind's Punishment Zone. Everything will be fine as long as you kill him before the Punishment Zone's elders arrive, Lian said indifferently as he answered Hong Su's questions. In the worst-case scenario, if you find that you're unable to kill him or you're no match for him, I've also made preparations for that. As soon as Lian finished speaking, he raised his right hand that was holding on to an exquisite pill bottle. With your strength, as long as you consume this pill, your strength will be raised almost to the Saint Celestial stage in a short period of time. Lian looked at the bottle in his hand as Hong Su's eyes followed his gaze. His expression changed slightly. Then, he shifted his gaze onto the pill bottle in his hand. After hearing Lian's words, Hong Su knew the pill would be able to raise his strength, even though it was only for a short period of time. The effect of such a pill was similar to the assist-type divine ability that could raise one's strength for a short time. However, the aftereffects were really bad compared to that of a divine ability. The aftereffects of the assist-type divine ability were mostly temporary and would disappear after a while. However, it was difficult for the aftereffects of the pill to go away. Even if it did, the conditions that needed to be met were very strict. Due to this reason, Hong Su was horrified when he heard Lian's words and saw the pill bottle. After a long while, Hong Su took a deep breath and moved his slightly stiff neck before raising his head to look at Lian with a fearful expression on his face. He asked, "Elder Lian, what pill is this?" "The Kismet rejoining pill," Lian answered nonchalantly. Swoosh. As soon as Lian finished speaking, Hong Su's eyes widened as he gasped. He had heard of these pills before. The Kismet rejoining pill, just like its name, was a pill that would join a person with his fate. It was also one of the few forbidden pills in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. People would be horrified when these pills were mentioned. Usually, only a quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Master who specialized in medicine refinement Dao could refine it. Not only that, but the medicinal efficacy was very strong as well. Rumor had it that a high-grade Kismet rejoining pill could even help a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse to raise his strength for a short time. The amount of strength it granted its user was not little as well. However, there were downsides to it as well. The aftereffects were horrendous. Best-case scenario, one would be severely injured and would be chronically ill for a lifetime. Worst-case scenario, one would lose their lives. This was why Hong Su was so horrified when he heard Lian said the pill was a Kismet rejoining pill. The Kismet rejoining pill was not an ordinary forbidden pill. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint, the Kismet rejoining pill was a very famous forbidden pill. Naturally, the price for it was extremely high as well. It did not cross Hong Su's mind that Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, would use such an expensive forbidden pill like the Kismet rejoining pill just to kill Duanling Tian. He was very clear that even if Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, he might not have another Kismet rejoining pill. The Kismet rejoining pill was just too valuable. Naturally, Hong Su was unaware that Lian had already regarded Duanling Tian as a threat to his life. Once Duanling Tian had grown stronger, if Lian wanted to live, it would be impossible for him to stay in the fire worship sect. At that time, the fire worship sect that had Duanling Tian would not allow Lian to remain in the sect. Duanling Tian was not just some commoner with a yellow innate spiritual root. He was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root and a heaven-defying ability to comprehend divine abilities. Once he had grown stronger, his position would definitely surpass Lian's position. For this reason, in order to get rid of this threat, Duanling Tian, Lian did not mind using the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, that he had treasured and kept for many years. Based on your expression, it seems like you've heard of the Kismet rejoining pills. In that case, there's no need for me to explain anything to you, Lian said coldly as he passed the pill bottle to Hong Su. Hong Su's hands froze when he saw Lian passing the pill bottle to him. A hint of terror appeared in his eyes when he looked at the pill bottle as though he was looking at some wild beast. Humph! Lian snorted, causing Hong Su's body to tremble. Hong Su reached out to take the pill bottle from Lian. Although the pill bottle was small, Hong Su felt as though he was carrying a heavy load. There's no need for me to teach you what to do next to be sent to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, right? Lian looked at Hong Su coldly. Without waiting for Hong Su to reply, he had flown away, leaving Hong Su, who had a sullen expression on his face, behind. He put the pill bottle away. Both his hands were fisted tightly as he stared at Li An's disappearing figure. A hint of dissatisfaction appeared in his eyes. He did not want to be ordered around by Lian. However, he had no choice at all. He could only do as he was told unless he forsook his family. Meanwhile, in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Inside a mining cave, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples stood far away from the area where Duanling Tian was mining since they were afraid of him. For that reason, he was mining first-grade saint stones with ease. If this goes on, I'll be able to collect a huge number of first-grade saint stones soon. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he put the saint stones into the extra-large wicker basket behind him and also into Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda as well. His movement was as smooth as water. Nobody would be able to catch on to what Duanling Tian did unless they stared at him intently. The first-grade saint stones might not be useful to Duanling Tian, who was in the fire worship sect, but it would be a great fortune once he left the sect. The Saint Stone was a common transaction currency in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Ha! Suddenly, Duanling Tian's sword was met with resistance. He instantly extended his divine consciousness to investigate. Soon after, he noticed a saint stone emanating rich heaven and earth spirit energy that was embedded in a huge first-grade saint stone. The richness of the heaven and earth spirit energy far exceeded the first-grade saint stones. A quasi-celestial grade saint stone. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened immediately as he became excited. However, his expression changed into one of calmness as he continued working as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. As he maintained his usual expression, Duanling Tian threw the huge celestial grade saint stones into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. His movement was stealthy and did not attract anyone's attention. It seems like I'm quite lucky. It's only the second day, but I've already found a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. Moreover, the quasi-celestial grade saint stones isn't small. Although his expression was calm, inside he was feeling a little overwhelmed. As far as he knew, it would take an average of 10 days for an ordinary Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple to find a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. The reserve in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine was a first-grade saint stone reserve after all. Although there were quasi-celestial grade saint stones, the number was few. However, this Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine is really petty. There's no reward even if we find a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. We still have complete our daily tasks. There's no difference if we mined first-grade saint stones or quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Duanling Tian grumbled inwardly. It was Duanling Tian's second day in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. For this reason, he had gotten much bolder. As he threw the first-grade saint stones that he mined into the wicker basket on his back, he also secretly threw many first-grade saint stones into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, increasing the first-grade saint stones in there. In terms of quantity, the first-grade saint stones that Duanling Tian sent into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda on the second day was about twice the quantity that he sent in on the first day. Soon after, Duanling Tian completed his daily task and returned to the only Primus house in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Right now, Duanling Tian had already been widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. When he walked out, many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples would address him as Senior Brother Ling Tian politely when they saw him. The strong ones were revered in this world. Duanling Tian's strength when fought Sunda had earned the respect of many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. I should be able to cut the quasi-celestial grade saint stones inside into 100 standard-sized quasi-celestial grade saint stones. After returning to the Primus house, Duanling Tian took out the quasi-celestial grade saint stones that was the size of a basketball before cutting it. Swish! 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 As his hands moved about, the quasi-celestial grade saint stone that was about the size of a basketball was split into 123 pieces of quasi-celestial grade saint stones. As expected of the quasi-celestial grade saint stone, what a rich heaven and earth spirit energy! Duanling Tian could clearly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy the quasi-celestial grade saint stones emitted. I still remember that I obtained 3 formation compasses when I was in the Moon Illumination sect that are offensive, defensive, and hallucinogenic. I wonder what kind of power they would demonstrate if they're activated using the quasi-celestial grade saint stones. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he took out the spatial ring he had hidden inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. This spatial ring was the one that he usually wore. The spatial ring that he handed over when he arrived at the punishment zone in the 4-symbol sanctum's first mine was an empty spatial ring. However, since he did not remove his ownership of the spatial ring, no one would discover that it was actually empty. When Duanling Tian learned he would have to hand over his spatial ring when he arrived at the 4-symbol sanctum's first mine, Duanling Tian had already secretly switched his spatial ring. At that time, even the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong, who came together with him, did not notice his little trick. With just a thought, he took out the 3 formation compasses that had been left untouched for many years. After that, he picked up the hallucinogenic formation and inserted 9 quasi-celestial grade saint stones into the indentations on the formation compass. After inserting the saint stones, Duanling Tian immediately activated the formation compass. Crack! However, as soon as Duanling Tian activated the formation compass, a crisp sound rang in the air. As it turned out, the formation compass he was holding in his hands had shattered. It's destroyed by the Saint Stone's energy? Duanling Tian was stunned. He did not expect the energy from the 9 quasi-celestial grade Saint Stones would be so tyrannical to the point that it would destroy the formation compass. Looks like this formation compass is not a high-grade one. To think it would be destroyed by the 9 quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Duanling Tian thought to himself. I wonder what's the limit of what it could endure. Soon after, Duanling Tian looked at the other 2 formation compasses. After trying for a while, he discovered the 2 formation compasses could only handle 2 first-grade saint stones at the most. The offensive formation compass was also destroyed when he experimented by putting in 3 first-grade saint stones. He only had the defensive formation compass left. However, the defensive formation compass activated by 2 first-grade saint stones was not useful to the current Duanling Tian. For this reason, he quickly put away the defensive formation compass. I can't believe I destroyed 2 formation compasses by just experimenting. Duanling Tian shook his head as he looked at the 2 broken formation compasses. However, he did not find it to be a pity since he did not think the formation compasses would be of any help to him even if they were not broken. I'll continue to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Initially, I thought it would take half a year inside the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for me to comprehend it. However, I'm confident I'll be able to successfully master it in 3 months at most. As soon as he thought about this, he no longer wasted any time and quickly entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Ever since he witnessed Sun De casting the Black Turtle's Barrier, his knowledge about the Black Turtle's Barrier had increased. Just 10 days inside the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, which was equivalent to a day outside, he had further comprehended the profundity of the Black Turtle's Barrier. According to Duanling Tian's estimation, based on his current progress, it would not take him more than 3 months to successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Duanling Tian was unaware that while he was comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier, another person in the Black Turtle Sanctum had committed a crime and was also sent to the punishment zone of the 4-symbol sanctum's first mine. The fact that this person had committed a crime had greatly shocked everyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although this person was only an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, since he was acknowledged by everyone as the great senior brother, every small action of his was enough to raise a commotion in the Black Turtle Sanctum. This person was none other than Hong Su, whom everyone regarded as the great senior brother in the Black Turtle Sanctum. When Hong Su arrived at the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, it was already past noon, so there was no need for him to go to the mines. He went to the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. His arrival had caught the attention of many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were returning with their wicker baskets on their backs. Senior Brother Hong Su? It really is Senior Brother Hong Su. Senior Brother Hong Su has also been banished to the first mine? Many people recognized Hong Su. Apart from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, other people from the other three sanctums recognized him as well. As the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum, Hong Su was also famous in the Four Symbols Sanctums. For this reason, many people recognized him. I wonder what crime did senior brother Hong Su commit? To think that he's also sent to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine too. No matter what crime he committed, there's no way he'll stay in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for long. He has already reached the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, so he won't have to serve his sentence once the Saint Land's assessment comes along. At that time, he'll enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Indeed, although they were surprised to see Hong Su here, most of the disciples felt that he would be able to leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine soon. Where's Duan Ling Tian staying? Hong Su asked a disciple who was standing nearby when he saw more and more Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples began to gather around. As soon as this Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple heard Hong Su question, he did not dare to dally and quickly pointed at the highest suspended island and said, "The Primus House." A majestic mansion stood on the suspended island. The mansion had a front and back courtyard. This was the only Primus house in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Whoosh! As soon as Hong Su received his answer, he soared into the sky and arrived in front of the Primus house. Senior brother Hong Su plans to snatch the Primus house? I don't think so. Didn't you hear him ask where senior brother Duan Ling Tian is staying? If he plans to snatch the Primus house, he would have directly headed to the Primus house. Is there a need for him to ask where senior brother Duan Ling Tian is staying? Today's senior brother Hong Su's first day in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Perhaps he has heard the news of Duan Ling Tian defeating senior brother Sunda. He might be unaware that senior brother Sunda used to live in the Primus house before Duan Ling Tian moved in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a question. Then, does this mean senior brother is looking for senior brother Duan Ling Tian? Could he have intentionally committed a crime to look for senior brother Duan Ling Tian in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine? That's possible. When the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were still discussing among themselves, Hong Su was already standing in front of the Primus house. He said loudly, "Duan Ling Tian, I, Hong Su, am taking your Primus house." Naturally, that was not his real intention. He only said this so the others would not feel suspicious. After all, the reason he had intentionally committed a crime to be sent to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine was to kill Duan Ling Tian. Apart from him, the only person who knew about this was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, who threatened him using his clan. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene finally obtained the answer to their question. It looks like senior brother Hong Su really plans to snatch the Primus house from senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Isn't that akin to snatching the food from the jaw of a tiger? Only a few Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples had a slight frown on their faces. They felt that something was not right. This was because Hong Su had asked where Duan Ling Tian was. He did not ask where the Primus house was. Although they felt that something was not right, it did not even occur to them that Hong Su had come to kill Duan Ling Tian. Hong Su? It seems like I've heard this name before. Duan Ling Tian, who was comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard Hong Su's voice. His eyes brightened as he said, "I remember now. Hong Su is the great senior brother of our Black Turtle Sanctum." As a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, although Duan Ling Tian had not seen Hong Su before, he had, naturally, heard of him. "I heard Hong Su's cultivation base is already at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. He's also currently the only Mastery Quintessential Saint stage powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Previously, Duanling Tian had heard things about great senior brother Hong Su of Black Turtle Sanctum. Therefore, he was no stranger to Hong Su. I wonder what he did to be sentenced to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. However, with his strength, he would definitely be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment in the near future and enter the Saint Land to be a disciple. Hong Su wouldn't stay in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for long. Duanling Tian knew this very well. However, if he wants to snatch the Primus house from me, we'll have to see if he has the capability or not. With that thought in mind, Duanling Tian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After leaving the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duanling Tian put the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away and walked out. He shot out like an arrow as soon as he opened the door. Who? Duanling Tian moved like a gust of wind before he stopped and stood opposite an aloof person outside the Primus house. He's Hong Su. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian sized up the middle-aged man standing before him seriously. The middle-aged man has an ordinary build. His appearance was ordinary as well. One would not be able to pick him out in a crowd. Duanling Tian. While Duanling Tian was sizing up Hong Su was also sizing up Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was the target of his trip here. Meanwhile, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elderly End's words to him before he came to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine rang in his ears again. Hong Su, I know you know in your heart that regardless of how things end up, you'll definitely end up dead. I'm warning you, if Duanling Tian is alive, I'll take it that you showed him mercy even if you die, and I'll vent my anger on the Hong clan. These words completely defeated Hong Su and snuffed out the last of his hope. Initially, he thought since he was going to die anyway, he would spare Duanling Tian at the last moment and let Duanling Tian kill him. In that case, he would not feel so guilty. Duanling Tian was innocent after all. Moreover, he really hated Lian. Naturally, he did not want things to go Lian's way. When he heard Lian's words, he completely dismissed this idea. Duanling Tian must die. Otherwise, his clan would be annihilated even if he died. Duanling Tian. I'm sorry. I have to kill you for the sake of my family. Don't worry. I'll join you soon after you die. If there's such a thing like reincarnation, I'm willing to serve you to compensate you. Hong Su thought to himself as he looked at Duanling Tian. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the reasons Hong Su was publicly acknowledged as Great Senior Brother, apart from his strength, was due to his kindness. He was known to be a nice person and had no dispute with anyone. What a pity that such a nice person was forced into a corner by Lian. A hint of sorrow could be seen in Hong Su's eyes. Duanling Tian managed to catch the sorrowful look in Hong Su's eyes. What's Hong Su sad about? It can't be that he couldn't bear to snatch the Primus house away from me, right? If that's the case, why did he come to challenge me? Duanling Tian thought this was the reason for Hong Su's sorrow-filled eyes. After all, not even in Duanling Tian's wildest dreams did he think that the Black Turtle Sanctum's great senior brother Hong Su, whom he had never met before, would want to kill him the first time they meet. Duanling Tian. Hong Su said bluntly, "Today, whether you give up on the Primus house or not, I still want to fight you. I wish to see the 3 high-grade divine abilities that you've mastered." Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Hong Su's words. It seemed like he was being overconfident. Did he think that Duanling Tian was going to give up the Primus house without putting up a fight? Senior brother Hong Su seems very confident. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were present also caught the underlying meaning in Hong Su's words. With 3 high-grade divine abilities, senior brother Duanling Tian won't be any weaker than a Mastery Quintessential Saint stage powerhouse. Based on senior brother Hong Su's words, it's clear that he's underestimating senior brother Duanling Tian. That's what I think as well. Do you think senior brother Duanling Tian is going to give up the Primus house? How's that possible? Based on senior brother Duanling Tian's character, he won't just give up the Primus house unless senior brother Hong Su defeats him. The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. None of them thought Duanling Tian would give up the Primus house without putting up a fight. Suddenly, one of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples appeared by the side of another Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple. He asked in shock, "Chengji, why are you here? What did you do?" The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple before him was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, they were fairly close. I'll speak to you about it later. The latter shook his head as his eyes were trained on Hong Su. For now, let's watch the show. We might be able to learn something from their fight. Upon hearing Qing Ji's words, the former nodded in agreement and shifted his attention to Hong Su. However, at this moment, Qing Ji narrowed his eyes as he sent Hong Su a voice transmission. Senior brother Hong Su, elderly, and sent me here. If you can kill Duan Ling Tian with your own strength, you're to pass me the Kismet rejoining pill after you kill him. Upon hearing the voice, Hong Su glanced at a four-symbol sanctum's disciple nearby from the corner of his eyes. Although he did not know this four-symbol sanctum's disciple, he was certain he was from the Black Turtle Sanctum. After hearing the voice transmission, Hong Su nodded discreetly despite the anger in his heart. Before he left for the four-symbol sanctum's first mine, Lian came to see him and spoke to him for a while. Hong Su, it's best if you can kill Duan Ling Tian with your own strength. After killing him, hand over the Kismet rejoining pill to a Black Turtle Sanctum disciple I will send to the first mine as well without attracting any attention. He'll be in touch with you when the time comes. At the same time, he'll be watching you closely to see if you're able to kill Duan Ling Tian with your own strength. If he sees that you take the Kismet rejoining pill even though you can do it with your own strength, don't blame me if something happens to your clan. Hong Su felt wronged and resentful when he recalled Li En's words. However, Hong Su was right. As he had previously guessed, a rare forbidden pill like the Kismet rejoining pill was extremely precious even for someone like Li En. For the sake of the pill, Li En even sent another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple to the four-symbol sanctum's first mine. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hong Su and asked coldly, Hong Su, don't you think you're underestimating me too much? Did you think I'll surrender without putting up a fight? I'm merely worried that I won't be able to enjoy this fight. Hong Su responded in an equally cold voice. Rest assured. I'll make sure you enjoy this fight to your heart's content. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the Sun Saint energy within Duan Ling Tian's body surged through his 99 saint veins and whirlpools began to form around him. The elementary devouring tactic. At the same time, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings were sucked into the whirlpools. All of the heaven and earth spirit energy entered Duan Ling Tian's body and raised his Sun Saint energy. After a few moments, the whirlpools disappeared. All this happened in just a blink of an eye. However, in that short amount of time, Duan Ling Tian had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Naturally, the effect was only temporary. Once he depleted his spiritual energy, the effect would disappear as well. At that time, his Sun Saint energy would return to normal. Such a useful assist-type divine ability. Hong Su widened his eyes when he sensed the changes in Duan Ling Tian's Saint energy. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian merely emitted the aura of a cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian's aura had changed to that of a cultivator at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Golden crow wings. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. As it flapped slightly, the surroundings' temperature seemed to have risen. Boom! 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 Loud explosions reverberated in the air as Duan Ling Tian flapped his golden crow's wings. He struck first and charged toward Hong Su. Since he was fighting Hong Su, a mastery quintessential saint stage cultivator from the Black Turtle Sanctum, he did not dare to act recklessly. That was why he decided to strike first. Hong Su, take this. In just a short time, Duan Ling Tian appeared near Hong Su. He pushed his hand down as saint energy surged out of it. As soon as he finished speaking, a palm print appeared and charged toward Hong Su. The palm print flew down like a gigantic mountain trying to squash Hong Su and trap him. How timely! Faced with Duan Ling Tian's attack, Hong Su cried out as he charged forward. Boom! Faced with Duan Ling Tian's attack, Hong Su did not avoid it, but faced it directly as he fisted his right hand. His saint energy surged out to meet Duan Ling Tian's attack. Bang! An earth-shattering noise sounded when Duan Ling Tian's palm attack collided with Hong Su's fist. The collision was violent. It caused air turbulence and deafening explosions. From the center of the collision, airwaves swept out, turning into a flurry of hurricane. The strong wind felt like a sharp knife, forcing some of four symbols' sanctums. Disciples with weaker cultivation base to take a few steps backward. Boom, 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 boom. It sounded as though the sky was falling. So, under everyone's watchful eyes, Hong Su stood unmoving like a statue. On the other hand, Duanling Tian, who made the first move, was defeated by the mighty attack. It took him a while to completely avoid the remnant force of Hong Su's attack. Hong Su was a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse after all. His fist contained the saint energy at the mastery quintessential saint stage that was powerful. On the other hand, even with the help of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, Duanling Tian's Sun Saint energy was merely comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Therefore, he was at a disadvantageous position in this fight. The strength of a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse is actually so terrifying. The four symbol sanctum's disciples were shocked when they saw Duanling Tian had fallen into a disadvantageous position. They did not expect Hong Su to be so strong. Although they were surprised by Hong Su's strength, they were still not certain Hong Su would emerge victorious in the fight with Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was someone who had mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities after all. One of the high-grade divine abilities he mastered was even an offensive divine ability. It was also the only divine ability he had not used. In regards to brute strength, I'm still inferior to him, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at Hong Su. However, he was not discouraged. This was because he had even more powerful attacks. After Hong Su sent Duanling Tian flying with a punch, Hong Su did not go after him. Instead, he said coldly, "Just use your high-grade offensive divine ability. Otherwise, you're no match for me." It was not that he did not want to pursue Duanling Tian, but Duanling Tian's high-grade movement divine ability was too fast. When Duanling Tian charged toward him using the high-grade movement divine ability, Hong Su discovered Duanling Tian's speed was comparable to someone at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. In fact, he might even be faster than most people at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Due to this reason, he did not chase after Duanling Tian. As long as he was able to wait until Duanling Tian's assist-type divine ability lost its effect, he would have a chance to kill Duanling Tian. It would extremely easy for him to kill him at that time. "As you wish," Duanling Tian said softly as soon as he heard Hong Su's words. He looked at Hong Su as he flapped his wings again and charged toward Hong Su at lightning speed. At this moment, Hong Su's expression turned solemn. His saint energy was faintly showing on the surface of his body in preparation for Duanling Tian's attack. Currently, Duanling Tian's strength was equivalent to an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator with the help of his assist-type divine ability. Hong Su did not dare to underestimate an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator attacking with a high-grade offensive divine ability. Boom! While Duanling Tian arrived near Hong Su, a loud explosion sounded. The noise came from him stomping his legs as he shot up even higher in the air. Golden crow wings. Otherworldly celestial. A high-grade movement divine ability coupled with a high-grade offensive divine ability. Duanling Tian seemed to have disappeared in the sky above in just a blink of an eye. Hong Su's expression turned even more solemn when he saw this. Is senior brother Duanling Tian going to use his high-grade offensive divine ability? At the same time, the eyes of the four symbols sanctum's disciples brightened immediately. All of them stared unblinkingly at the sky. "He's back," someone cried out suddenly. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian appeared from the clouds. However, Duanling Tian was not alone. There were 5 people altogether. It's just like the rumors said. Many of the four symbols sanctum disciples' eyes lit up. Previously, they had heard about Duanling Tian's high-grade offensive. When they saw 5 Duanling Tians, they finally realized Duanling Tian had cast his high-grade offensive divine ability. All the Duanling Tians who descended from the sky high above looked as elegant as a celestial as their robes fluttered. Although they looked elegant, the 100 inscriptions saint swords in all 5 pairs of hands emitted an extremely cold and piercing aura. At this moment, Duanling Tian seemed like a sword celestial. Moreover, there were 5 of him diving down to attack Hong Su at the same time. His attacks contained the otherworldly celestial and the profundity of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was an extremely powerful sword technique. 1. At some point, Hongsu had also taken out his Saint Saber. He began to tremble when he saw there were 5 Duan Ling Tians. He was trembling not because he was afraid but because he was inserting more and more Saint energy into his Saint Saber. The Saint Saber in Hongsu's hands was a 100 inscriptions Saint Saber. It was the Hong clan who spent a fortune to search for a powerful Saint inscription master to forge it specifically for him. It was very powerful. Hence, in his battle with Duan Ling Tian, put aside other factors, he was definitely not inferior when it came to Saint weapons. Saber King Ingress. Hongsu cried out as he faced the high-grade offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. Following that, the Saint energy on his body surged and then dispersed into the surroundings. It created a huge shadow that shrouded him. The gigantic shadow had a humanoid shape. One could vaguely see it had a strong build and exerted an extremely oppressive aura. It held a giant saber in its hand that exuded a piercing aura. It seemed as though the god of saber had arrived as air explosions sounded in the air. This was the medium-grade offensive divine ability that Hongsu master, the Saber King Ingress. It was a saber-type offensive divine ability. That divine ability would summon a Saber King that he could control. The attacks were stronger than his own attacks. Ghastly Shadow Thousand Strike. Hongsu cried out as he made his move. The 100 inscriptions Saint Saber moved and left a gust of wind in its wake. All of these happened in just a blink of an eye. Slash! Hongsu shouted under everyone's watchful eyes as he moved the 100 inscription Saint Saber in his hands. Simultaneously, the Saber King Ingress made a move as well. The Saber King's movement mimicked Hongsu's movements. The 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in Hongsu's hand slashed toward Duan Ling Tian, who was standing nearby. At the same time, the saber in the Saber King's hands also slashed toward Duan Ling Tian. Wang! 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 A cacophonous sound filled the air. One after another, powerful saber rays charged toward the 5 Duan Ling Tians who looked like celestials. There were hundreds and thousands of saber rays. It seemed as though they had turned into a web and intend to trap Duan Ling Tian inside. The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples were still in a daze when Duan Ling Tian cried out, "Break!" In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of those 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, the 100 inscriptions Saint Swords of all 5 Duan Ling Tians, who seemed like a sword celestial, suddenly lit up. From a distance, they looked like 5 blazing suns, dazzling and blinding. The saber web brought darkness with it. However, as the 5 blazing suns rose, it chased away the darkness. Bang! 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 Another series of deafening explosions rang in the air of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, but they still stared unblinkingly at the scene unfolding before their eyes. Even those with weaker cultivation base gritted their teeth and held on just to watch the fight. Nobody wanted to miss this. Under everyone's stares, the saber web was destroyed in the wake of Duan Ling Tian's 500 inscriptions Saint Swords. Suddenly, all 5 Duan Ling Tians merged into one along with the 100 inscriptions Saint Swords. Currently, Duan Ling Tian stood with his sword like an invincible sword celestial. Wherever his sword pointed, it would bring about destruction. Wah! After the saber web was completely destroyed, the Saber King Ingress had also disappeared. Hongsu suffered a huge backlash, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood and his face to turn pale. Senior brother Hongsu lost? It seems to be the case. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is just too strong. This high-grade offensive divine ability looks invincible. Even if senior brother Duan Ling Tian's strength isn't at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, he seemed quite close to it. There aren't many mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouses who would be a match for him, let alone defeat him. Admiration filled the eyes of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Apart from being impressed by Duan Ling Tian's strength, his strength had also gained their respect. "Hongsu, you lost," Duan Ling Tian said calmly as he looked at Hongsu. However, inwardly, Duan Ling Tian was not really calm. "I didn't think the power of the otherworldly celestial would improve so much." Hongsu's strike wasn't weak at all. and yet, I was able to destroy it. Hong Su's prior attack contained an extraordinary saber martial technique and saber divine ability. Duanling Tian could clearly see and sense it. It was only natural Duanling Tian thought that it was Hong Su's strongest attack. Even his strongest attack was destroyed by him. What else could Hong Su use to fight him? While most of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, including Duanling Tian, thought Hong Su would back down, Hong Su retrieved a pill bottle from his robes under everyone's watchful eyes. Pa! The pill bottle was crushed open as soon as Hong Su tightened his grip. In the next moment, a blood-red pill with a black aura that emitted a chilling aura appeared before everyone's eyes. In just a move, Hong Su consumed the pill. When he swallowed the pill, the noise was audible to everyone present. That's not a healing medicinal pill. Duanling Tian's expression changed as his eyes widened. He would be able to tell if it was a healing medicinal pill, but the pill Hong Su had consumed was definitely not a healing medicinal pill. It emitted an extremely dangerous vibe. Boom! The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were still confused when Hong Su's Saint energy surged again. However, his current Saint energy seemed to be on a different level compared to before. His current Saint energy made everyone, including Duanling Tian, feel as though he was invincible. Meanwhile, Hong Su's eyes turned red. The lingering Saint energy around his body was laced with a black aura that sent chills running up the other's spines. Forbidden pill. It was unknown who had cried out, but the person's words instantly caused an uproar. Senior brother Hong Su actually consumed a forbidden pill? Isn't it just a Primus house? Is it necessary to take things so far? Although the effects of a forbidden pill are similar to the effects of an assist-type divine ability, the aftereffects are worse than the aftereffects of an assist-type divine ability. Can't be compared at all since its aftereffects are harmful. Has senior brother Hong Su gone crazy? Is it necessary to consume a forbidden pill just for the sake of a Primus house? Even if he defeats Duanling Tian by consuming the forbidden pill, Duanling Tian could still snatch the Primus house when the aftereffects set in. I really don't know what's going through his mind. After Hong Su consumed the pill, the changes began to show on his body. It caused an uproar among the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. Based on their words, it was obvious they were baffled by Hong Su's actions. Forbidden pill? When Duanling Tian heard the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' words, a hint of wariness appeared in Duanling Tian's eyes. Naturally, he had heard of forbidden pills. He knew that it was an extremely terrifying pill that could boost one's strength to a terrifying stage in a short amount of time. Naturally, the aftereffects were terrifying as well. After Hong Su consumes the forbidden pill, his saint energy seemed to have moved past the peak of the quintessential saint stage. What's the forbidden pill that he took? Based on Duanling Tian's knowledge, the more a forbidden pill could improve one's cultivation base, the more valuable it was. A forbidden pill that could raise one's cultivation base from the mastery quintessential saint stage to the peak quintessential saint stage would be a rarity in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Eh? He wants to kill me? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian finally realized that Hong Su intended to kill him. Hong Su was emitting a killing intent from his body. It was as though he would not rest until Duanling Tian was dead. In the next moment, Hong Su made his move. So, as Duanling Tian watched Hong Su was charging toward him at an outrageously fast speed. He was giving off an extremely dangerous vibe. Golden Crow's wings. Duanling Tian instantly mobilized the Sun Saint energy and transformed it into the Golden Crow's wings. As he flapped his wings, he shot away at an extremely fast speed. He was trying to widen the gap between him and Hong Su. However, even after he used the Golden Crow's wings to fly as fast and as far away as he could, he discovered Hong Su, who was emitting killing intent, was even faster than he had imagined. In fact, he was even a little faster than Duanling Tian. As time passed, the gap between Hong Su and Duanling Tian began to shorten. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were present had naturally noticed that as well. God! What's senior brother Hong Su doing? Is he trying to kill senior brother Duanling Tian? Such a terrifying killing intent. When did senior brother Duanling Tian offend senior brother Hong Su to the point that senior brother Hong Su would go so far as to consume a forbidden pill just to kill him? That's why senior brother Hong Su had asked where senior brother Duan Ling Tian was and not where the Primus house was. As it turns out, we've misunderstood his intention. What he wanted was not the Primus house but senior brother Ling Tian's life. Didn't I say so? It's impossible senior brother Hong Su would consume a forbidden pill just for the sake of a Primus house. As it turns out, he wants to kill senior brother Duan Ling Tian. The four symbols sanctum's disciples present finally realized Hong Su was trying to kill Duan Ling Tian. Several disciples left in a hurry to notify the elders in the first mine's punishment zone, since there were no elders stationed in the residence of the four symbols sanctum's disciples in the punishment zone. Duan Ling Tian, you can stop running. Your strongest point is your speed. If you compare your attack to your speed, your attack is much weaker. I can finally catch up to you now. Do you think you can block my offensive divine ability? Hong Su said coldly as the distance between him and Duan Ling Tian grew closer and closer. My current strength is very close to the Saint Celestial stage. It can be considered as invincible among those below the Saint Celestial stage. Unless your cultivation base is at the Saint Celestial stage, you will die today, Hong Su said indifferently. Hong Su, you consumed a forbidden pill just to kill me? Duan Ling Tian asked in his deep voice. He was extremely shocked. Although he knew the increase in Hong Su's strength was significant after he consumed the forbidden pill, he did not think it was anywhere close to being at the Saint Celestial stage. That was the reason why Hong Su's speed was faster than him even after he had cast the Golden Crow's wings. What forbidden pill did senior brother Hong Su consume? The effects are outrageous. He's merely a mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. And yet, his strength has increased to such a terrifying stage. The forbidden pill he consumed couldn't be an ordinary forbidden pill. You're right. An ordinary forbidden pill wouldn't have such an outrageous effect. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, the four symbols sanctum's disciples were in shock and disbelief. Senior brother Hong Su shouldn't be able to possess a valuable forbidden pill such as that. Right? That's true. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, such a forbidden pill is scarce. Generally, only quasi-celestial grade saint refinement master who are proficient in medicinal refinement can refine a pill like that. I heard senior brother Hong Su comes from a third-rate clan. It's impossible for him to possess such a pill. While most of the four symbols sanctum's disciples were shocked, they did not forget to gossip among themselves. Since things have escalated to this stage, I'll just admit it. You're right. I consumed the forbidden pill just to kill you. Duan Ling Tian. Hong Su growled. If I'm not mistaken, this is my first time meeting you. There's no enmity between us, why do you want to kill me? Duan Ling Tian asked again. I'll explain it to you when you're on your way to hell. Hong Su growled. Sha. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically at this moment. It was obvious Hong Su was planning to die along with him. How much did Hong Su hate him to the extent that he would give up his life just to kill him? Upon hearing Hong Su's words, the four symbols sanctum's disciples were shocked again. They all understood the underlying meaning in Hong Su's words. Goodness! Did senior brother Duan Ling Tian kill senior brother Hong Su's father or his wife? Senior brother Hong Su would die just to kill senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Yes, only this kind of enmity will drive someone insane. Many four symbols sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Saber King Ingress. Hong Su cried out suddenly when he was still quite a distance away from Duan Ling Tian. He had cast his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Saber King Ingress, again. Instantly, a Saber King as large as a mountain appeared. The size of the Saber King was twice the size of the one from earlier. Moreover, the aura from the Saber King and the saber in his hand was a lot more terrifying as well. It seemed like the two were on completely different levels. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed dramatically when he saw this. He knew that not only was Hong Su faster than him, but his attack could completely destroy his strongest attack. Even if he had mastered the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he might not necessarily be a match for Hong Su. Ghastly Shadow Thousand Strike. Hong Su cried out again as the 100 Saint inscription Saint Saber in Hong Su's shone as bright as the moon as it slashed down at Duan Ling Tian. Simultaneously, the Saber King made its move as well. He mimicked Hong Su and swung his saber at Duan Ling Tian. The sky seemed to change color in the wake of the saber. Even the sun did not seem as bright. Oh no! Duan Ling Tian, who was being targeted, could only watch as the saber ray that seemed capable of cutting through anything formed a web. He felt suffocated as though there was a huge rock on his chest. It was excruciatingly painful. The saber web moved toward Duan Ling Tian thunderously. One could imagine if Duan Ling Tian was shrouded by the saber web, he would definitely die. It's impossible for me to block Hong Su's strike with my current strength. It seems that I have no choice but to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Faced with the immensely powerful saber web, Duan Ling Tian mobilized the Sun Saint energy in his body and activated the dragon energy hidden in his body. As the dragon energy passed Duan Ling Tian's body, there would be an earth-shattering change to his appearance. Both his hands and legs had transformed into that of a dragon's claws. Glistening scales also appeared all over his body. Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned colder as he held on to the 100 inscriptions Saint's sword after he stretched his dragon's claws and felt the explosive power in his body. He turned to face the saber web that was charging toward him at an incredibly fast speed. This was the only thing he could do at this moment. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed did not increase significantly. Most of the improvements were on his defense and physical strength. His physical strength worked well with his Sun Saint energy, enabling him to cast more powerful attacks. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian no longer bothered to hide that he could transform into 9-clawed dragon warrior since there was no way for him to hide it anymore. Faced with Hong Su, whose strength had improved greatly due to the forbidden pill, he only had two options left. He could either transform into 9-clawed dragon warrior or he could use the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword. He had to make a choice quickly. Otherwise, he would die. With his current Sun Saint energy, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage if he used the Jasper celestial sword, let alone Hong Su, whose strength was merely close to the Saint Celestial stage. However, in his opinion, exposing the Jasper celestial sword would lead to more trouble. It was better for him to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If he took the Jasper celestial sword out, even the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect would covet it. That was why he decided to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Ling Tian's defense and brute strength had improved a level. If Hong Su had come 7 or 8 days later, I wouldn't even have to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to defeat him, Duan Ling Tian thought as he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. This was because at that time he would be able to master the Black Turtle's barrier, since 7 or 8 days outside were equivalent to 80 or 90 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He was confident he would be able to master the Black Turtle's barrier in that amount of time. It was unfortunate that Hong Su came so quickly to the punishment zone of the 4-symbol sanctum's first mine. That's after Duan Ling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. He took his sword and slashed at Hong Su's saber web. The 4-symbol sanctum's disciples present widened their eyes in horror as they stared at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was a completely different man in their eyes. He had transformed from a human to a humanoid dragon. He is transformed into a dragon warrior. Among the 4-symbol sanctum's disciples present, there were some who had seen and experienced enough to know what happened to Duan Ling Tian. Dragon warrior? According to the rumors, dragon warriors are humans who are gifted the gift of dragonization by a divine dragon with more than 7 claws. These divine dragons can only bestow dragonization once in their lives. It didn't even cross my mind that senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a dragon warrior. I wonder which 7-clawed divine dragon from the dragon clan gave him the gift of dragonization. The 4-symbol sanctum's disciples continued to discuss among themselves in shock. All of their attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian's body that they neglected to notice the 9 claws that he possessed. They would have been even more shocked if they had noticed this, since a 9-clawed dragon warrior was like a mythical creature to them. Otherworldly celestial. After Duan Ling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he split himself into 5 as he advanced toward the saber web. All 4 of his clones were so alike. Even the 100 inscriptions saint swords in their hands were identical. The otherworldly celestial was a sword-type high-grade offensive divine ability. It did not require much to cast it. With the golden crow's wings, Duanling Tian, who had split into 5, collided with the saber web at an extremely fast speed. Previously, Duanling Tian seemed like 5 celestials when he cast the otherworldly celestial. However, after transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he looked like 5 devils from hell with his humanoid dragon appearance. Show! 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 The sound of swords whistled in the air as all 500 inscriptions saint swords collided with the saber web. At this moment, not only did Duanling Tian use the Sun Saint energy unreservedly to cast the elementary devouring tactic, but he even used all the brute force that a 9-clawed dragon's body granted him. The saber webs formed from hundreds and thousands of saber rays were being destroyed in the wake of the 5 solidified sword rays. Duanling Tian's strength after transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was also very close to the Saint Celestial stage. He was certainly not afraid when faced with the hundreds and thousands of saber rays from Hong Su's Saber King Ingress. Wang! 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 However, there were too many saber rays that formed the saber web. Although Duanling Tian managed to destroy some of it, they still landed on Duanling Tian. After a few moments, all 4 of Duanling Tian's clones could no longer endure the damage and disappeared. Roar! At the same time, Duanling Tian let out an animalistic roar. So, a sharp and strong dragon tail appeared behind him on his back. He whipped it around, effectively destroying some of the saber rays. Even then, there was still quite a number of saber rays that landed on Duanling Tian. Chong! 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 The sound of metal colliding reverberated in the air as saber rays landed on Duanling Tian. His scales helped him to deflect the saber rays. However, it still left marks on his dragon scales. If it was any deeper, it would have sliced through his dragon scales. Hong Su! Duanling Tian cried out after he cleared his throat. He managed to destroy Hong Su's saber web after all. At the same time, the golden crow's wings began to flap rapidly. In the next moment, boom! 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 The sound of explosions rang in the air. Duanling Tian, in his dragon humanoid form, coupled with his golden crow's wings, charged at Hong Su at lightning speed. Hong Su's face turned pale immediately. This was because he had exerted all his strength in the earlier attack after he consumed the Kismet rejoining pill. Initially, Hong Su thought Duanling Tian would definitely die under the onslaught of such a powerful attack. Although Duanling Tian had surprised him by transforming into a dragon warrior, he did not think Duanling Tian would be able to resist the attack from his divine ability, the Saber King Ingress, and the ghastly Shadow Thousand Strike Saber technique. Naturally, he only had these thoughts, similar to the other 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, because he thought Duanling Tian was merely a 7-clawed dragon warrior. If Duanling Tian was merely a 7-clawed dragon warrior, then naturally it was impossible for him to fight Hong Su directly, let alone destroying his attack. How could a 7-clawed dragon warrior be so strong? Hong Su thought to himself as he instinctively looked at Duanling Tian's dragon claws. The sight of his dragon claws nearly scared him to death. 9 claws? He could clearly see 9 sharp claws on each of what used to be Duanling Tian's hands and legs. A 9-clawed divine dragon was a legendary existence even in the dragon clan. They were known as 9-clawed ancestral dragons or 9-clawed winged dragons. This Duanling Tian, he's actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Hong Xiu's face was deathly pale. He no longer moved when faced with Duanling Tian, who was charging at him at an extremely fast speed. This was due to the aftereffects of the forbidden pill he had consumed. The effects of the Kismet rejoining pill had disappeared. Currently, it was impossible for him to make an attack like he did earlier. Due to this reason, he had lost all motivation to fight Duanling Tian. That 9 claws. At the same time, after seeing Duanling Tian destroying Hong Su's saber web that consisted of hundreds and thousands of saber rays before charging toward Hong Su at an extremely fast speed, a number of 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples finally noticed the number of claws Duanling Tian possessed. He's a 9-clawed divine dragon's claws? A 9-clawed dragon warrior. Goodness. Senior brother Duanling Tian, he's actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Incredible! Incredible! The four symbols sanctum's disciples gradually regained their senses before they were shocked again. However, their eyes never left Duan Ling Tian. How's that possible? The expression of the person sent by Black Turtle Sanctum's Great Silver Flame Elder Lien to monitor Hong Su had changed drastically as his eyes widened in disbelief. A nine-clawed dragon warrior. A nine-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary figure to most of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, including Hong Su. Many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples felt as though they were dreaming. They could hardly believe they had witnessed a legendary figure with their own eyes. They even pinched themselves to make sure they were not dreaming. It was real. Duan Ling Tian was really a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Who would have thought senior brother Duan Ling Tian is a nine-clawed dragon warrior? Senior brother Hong Su is not a match for senior brother Duan Ling Tian, who is transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior even after his strength has increased almost to the Saint Celestial stage after he had taken the forbidden pill. Yes, senior brother Hong Su's attack earlier is the strongest he could muster after taking the forbidden pill. The effects of the forbidden pill must have worn off by now. It's impossible for senior brother Hong Su to cast such an attack again. Senior brother Hong Su's going to lose. Lose? Do you think it is possible senior brother Hong Su is just going to lose? Tried to kill senior brother Duan Ling Tian just a moment ago. Even if senior brother Duan Ling Tian kills him, it'll be regarded as self-defense. It won't be considered as violating the rules of the fire worship sect. Do you think senior brother Duan Ling Tian will let him off the hook? The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves in shock when they saw Duan Ling Tian had transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Soon after, they all concluded that Duan Ling Tian would kill Hong Su. Duan Ling Tian flapped his golden crow's wings and charged toward Hong Su at his fastest speed. He was not worried Hong Su would escape because he knew the effects of the forbidden pill would not last long. When the effects of the forbidden pill wore off, he would be like a sitting duck. Duan Ling Tian thought Hong Su would try and escape when he saw Duan Ling Tian charging at him. However, he discovered Hong Su seemed to have no intention of running away. He stood in his spot motionlessly as though he was a statue. What does he intend to do? Hong Su's strange behavior made Duan Ling Tian feel uneasy, causing him to stop a distance away to study Hong Su. Although he wanted to kill Hong Su's strange behavior caused him to feel wary. Duan Ling Tian. A voice transmission rang clearly in Duan Ling Tian's ears. He could tell it was Hong Su. Duan Ling Tian frowned immediately. What was Hong Su trying to do? Was he going to beg for mercy? Duan Ling Tian. I know there's nothing you want more than to kill me now. It's only natural since I came to kill you today. Hong Su said, I'm transmitting my voice to you because of my family, not for anything else. I know now that I'm no match for you even after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, since you're a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, the effects of your assist-type divine ability is a lot longer than the Kismet rejoining pill. It's impossible for me to kill you. The frown on Duan Ling Tian's face eased a little when he heard this. It seemed like Hong Su was aware of his own capability. The Kismet rejoining pill is a renowned forbidden pill in the upper province of Dao Marshal Saint Land. The Kismet rejoining pill I consumed is just a low-grade Kismet rejoining pill. A high-grade Kismet rejoining pill can even boost the strength of a Saint Celestial stage cultivator for a short period of time. A Kismet rejoining pill is a very precious pill as only a quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Master who's focused on medicine refinement is able to refine a precious pill such as the Kismet rejoining pill, Hong Su continued to say. Duan Ling Tian, who had no knowledge of the Kismet rejoining pill, finally gained some understanding about it. When he heard Hong Su's explanation, he could not help but ask, a pill that only a quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Master can refine? I'm telling you all these things because I hope you'll do me a favor. I hope that after I die, you'll inform my family to move away as quickly as possible. Hong Su's voice transmission continued to ring in Duan Ling Tian's ears. I will tell you a secret to repay your kindness. I came here to kill you because our Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lien threatened me with my family. The forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, I consumed was also given by him. Hong Su gritted his teeth when he mentioned Lien's name. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim when he heard Hong Su's words. He did not doubt his words because he remembered the hint of helplessness in Hong Su's eyes when he first arrived. Duan Ling Tian was confused at that time, but now he finally understood the look in Hong Su's eyes then. Hong Su had no other choice with Lian threatening him. Duan Ling Tian's intention of killing Hong Su began to gradually fade. He became calmer as well. It seemed like Lian was the mastermind behind this. You can find an enforcement elder to report Lian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Su and said using voice transmission, if you feel that the enforcement elders are useless, you can report him in the Saint Land's enforcement hall after you've passed the Saint Land assessment and become a Saint Land disciple. It is useless. Hong Su replied using voice transmission with a forced smile on his face. Even if I succeed in reporting him, Lian will only be lightly punished. He'll definitely seek revenge after the punishment. He probably won't dare to seek revenge from me due to the rules in the sect, but he'll definitely kill my family. If it's not for my family, I wouldn't have done as he told me to, since he wouldn't dare to recklessly attack me in the fire worship sect. Hong Su paused for a moment before he said in an agonized voice, Lian told me before I came here that regardless of the reason, if I fail to kill you, he won't spare my family. I beg you, Duan Ling Tian, please try and inform my family to leave as soon as possible to avoid Lian. I'm willing to do anything in my next life to repay your kindness if you're willing to help me. Hong Su quickly hit his forehead with his palm to commit suicide as soon as he ended his voice transmission. Boom! All the four symbols sanctum's disciples, including Duan Ling Tian, only regained their senses when Hong Su's body fell to the ground. Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Su's body with a complex look in his eyes before he reverted to his human form. The four symbols sanctum's disciples were shocked by what they saw. Senior brother Hong Su committed suicide? It seems like he's worried Duan Ling Tian would torture him. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to commit suicide. It is better to commit suicide since death is unavoidable. Although the four symbols sanctum's disciples were surprised by Hong Su's suicide, they understood his decision. Hong Su is really useless. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple that was sent by Lian to monitor Hong Su frowned after he saw Hong Su had committed suicide. However, when his eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian's figure in the distance, an expression of fear appeared on his face. I need to inform Elder Lian that Duan Ling Tian is a nine-clawed dragon warrior as soon as possible. He knew what it meant to be a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Soon after, 4 bronze flame elders in the punishment zone of the four symbol sanctum's first mine arrived. The bronze flame elders were from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum, respectively. They were very anxious when they heard this news and had rushed here immediately. They did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to survive. Under normal circumstances, Hong Su might not be able to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, it would not be difficult for him to kill Duan Ling Tian after consuming the forbidden pill. They were worried Duan Ling Tian would die. Although they were not certain about Duan Ling Tian's background, based on the way the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall protected him, they felt his background had to be extraordinary. Otherwise, how did Duan Ling Tian gain the protection of the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall with a mere yellow innate spiritual root? They were very worried that the Saint Land's Enforcement Hall would blame them for Duan Ling Tian's death, therefore they came as fast as they could. However, they were shocked when they arrived at the scene. This was because they did not expect this. Hong Su is dead? A Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder found Hong Su's body, and his expression changed dramatically. He turned around to look before his gaze finally fell on Duan Ling Tian. He's Duan Ling Tian? At the same time, the bronze flame elders from the other 3 sanctums also looked at Duan Ling Tian. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and surprise. Hong Su. Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to the appearance of the elders of the punishment zone of the 4 symbol sanctum's first mine. His attention was solely on Hong Su. To be more precise, Hong Su's dead body. As Duan Ling Tian looked at Hong Su, his voice kept resonating in his mind as well. He could feel the rage and dissatisfaction Hong Su had felt when he spoke about Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. He could feel his grievance and helplessness when he mentioned how Lian had threatened him. Hong Su's emotions had affected Duan Ling Tian as well. Hong Su was originally the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. His potential was limitless, and he was going to the Saint Land soon to become a disciple there. However, just because Lian wanted to use him to deal with Duan Ling Tian, he had forced Hong Su to a dead end instead. Duan Ling Tian's emotions were a little complex when he looked at Hong Su's body. "Don't worry. I'll help you inform your clan." Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and promised Hong Su inwardly. Naturally, he could not leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind now, but he had to inform Hong Su's clan as soon as possible. For this reason, he could only ask somebody for help. He already had someone in mind. Duan Ling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Faced with Hong Su, whose strength was raised close to the Saint's celestial stage after he consumed the forbidden pill, Duan Ling Tian had easily blocked his attack? Hong Su chose to kill himself faced with the pressure from Duan Ling Tian? While Duan Ling Tian was staring at Hong Su's body in a daze, the elders from the punishment zone learned about what had transpired from the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. Their hearts were in turmoil after learning about everything that had happened. Hong Su did not hesitate to consume the forbidden pill to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, in the end, he still could not kill Duan Ling Tian. This was because it did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian was able to transform into the legendary 9-clawed dragon warrior. If that was not the case, he would have completed his objective of coming here. The eyes of the elders from the punishment zone changed completely when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. This person before their eyes could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Even in the Dragon Clan, someone like that would be placed on the pedestal. Naturally, the Dragon Clan they thought of referred to the one in the upper province, not the lower province. Could this be the reason the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protected him? Many thoughts appeared in the elders of the punishment zone's mind. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses and looked at the elders from the punishment zone before he greeted them. "Good day, elders." Usually, they would have been dissatisfied if Duan Ling Tian had greeted them so casually. They would feel as though he did not respect them and treat them dismissively. However, now that they had found out Duan Ling Tian could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, their behavior was not the same. The 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary being. Its position was extraordinary in the Dragon Clan as well. Duan Ling Tian did not forget the favor Hong Su had asked of him. After greeting the elders, he quickly said, "Elders, I would like to meet Elder Peng Hua." Peng Hua was an elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum whom he had met when he first arrived in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine with the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong. He did not know anyone else in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He thought of Peng Hua now that he wanted to contact Guoxiong. Among the 4 elders from the punishment zone, the Bronze Flame Elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum stepped in and said, "You want to look for Elder Peng Hua? I'll bring you to him." Duan Ling Tian had also long noticed the exclusive uniform of a Bronze Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum that he was wearing. He nodded when he heard his response. "Elders, I'll leave the matters here to you then." The Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder said to the other 3 elders as he flew out and led Duan Ling Tian away. Only the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples and the 3 elders from the punishment zone were left on the scene. All of them only looked away once Duan Ling Tian's figure had disappeared from their sight. It was easy for the 3 elders from the punishment zone to deal with this matter. Hong Su had intended to kill Duan Ling Tian and spared no efforts in doing so. He even consumed a forbidden pill. Although he was not successful in doing so, his crime was not small. It was clear Duan Ling Tian was not in the wrong even if he had killed him, let alone the fact that Hong Su had committed suicide. After the 3 elders from the punishment zone cleared Hong Su's body away, they left immediately. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene who had fallen silent due to elders' presence finally broke into a commotion as soon as the elders left. They discussed and whispered among themselves. From the beginning until the end, their discussion revolved around Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, under the lead of the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, Duan Ling Tian finally met the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder Peng Hua, whom he encountered when he arrived at the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. "Duan Ling Tian?" Peng Hua greeted him with a smile when he saw him. He did not act arrogantly at all. Elder Peng Hua, there's a reason I came here today. Can you please invite Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Guoxiong here now? There's a favor I have to ask from him. Duanling Tian said without beating around the bush as he looked at Peng Hua. No problem. Peng Hua immediately agreed to Duanling Tian's request. He seemed to realize the matter was urgent, and he quickly left for the Black Turtle Sanctum. Soon after, he returned with Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder Guoxiong in tow. Duanling Tian, is there a reason you're looking for me? Guoxiong asked in confusion as he looked at Duanling Tian. If it was an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who sent someone to look for Guoxiong, he would have dismissed it. No matter what, he was still the Black Turtle Sanctum's Enforcement Elder. How could he let someone order him around? However, when he heard the person looking for him was Duanling Tian, he came immediately without any hesitation. This was due to Duanling Tian's innate spiritual root and his boundless potential. As long as he did not die, his achievements would not be inferior to Guoxiong in the future. Someone like that was worthy of his respect. Elder Guoxiong. When Duanling Tian saw Guoxiong, he did not beat around the bush and recounted what happened with Hong Su through voice transmission. As Guoxiong listened to Duanling Tian, his expression turned grimmer and grimmer. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple had actually been forced by Li En to such an extent in broad daylight. This matter infuriated Guoxiong as well. Don't worry, I'll seek justice for him, Guoxiong said in a deep voice. Elder Guoxiong, seeking justice for him is not the most important matter now. I hope you can inform Hong Su's family about this and ask them to leave as soon as possible. If we're too late, I'm afraid Lian would vent his anger on them. Duanling Tian said to Guoxiong solemnly, Elder Guoxiong, please help me with this matter. I'll owe you a favor. Duanling Tian did not hesitate to owe Guoxiong a favor over this matter. This shocked Guoxiong as well. Based on your earlier words, this is your first encounter with Hong Su, right? Although he had asked this favor from you, is there a need for you to be so concerned over it? Please help me, Elder Guoxiong, Duanling Tian said solemnly. Was there a need for him to be so concerned? Maybe. Even Duanling Tian did not know why he was so concerned about Hong Su's matter. Perhaps he pitied Hong Su. Or it could be that he subconsciously feel guilty since it was because of him that Lian had driven Hong Su to a dead end. Don't worry. I know Hong Su's clan. After I leave here, I'll look for 2 friends and head to Hong Su's clan to ask them to relocate. Guoxiong promised solemnly when he saw how serious Duanling Tian was. Perhaps he could use Hong Su's death to lodge a complaint against the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder Lian. However, even if the truth was found out by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, Lian would only be punished lightly, since he did not physically kill Lian. As for Hong Su's clan, even if Lian annihilated his clan, it did not count as violating the rules in Fire Worship Sect. Thank you, Elder Guoxiong. I, Duanling Tian, will remember this favor of yours. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Guoxiong bade Duanling Tian farewell and left. Duanling Tian felt more assured after he heard Guoxiong's promise. He instantly returned to the residence of the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples and entered the Primus house as the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples looked at him respectfully. He continued to comprehend the number 1 offensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the Fire Worship Sect. At the same time, news of Duanling Tian being a 9-clawed dragon warrior and how invincible he was to the extent that he forced his opponent, Hong Su, to commit suicide, had spread to all 4 sanctums and created a commotion. Duanling Tian's a 9-clawed dragon warrior? My goodness! Why would a 9-clawed dragon warrior come to our Fire Worship Sect instead of enjoying all the benefits he would receive in the Dragon Clan? After finding out that Duanling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, the members from the 4 sanctums were stunned. As far as they knew, the position a 7-clawed dragon warrior had in the Dragon Clan was equivalent to a 6-clawed divine dragon, while the position an 8-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to a 7-clawed divine dragon. The position a 9-clawed dragon warrior had in the Dragon Clan, on the other hand, was equivalent to an 8-clawed divine dragon. The current Dragon Clan did not even have one 8-clawed divine dragon. To a certain extent, a dragon warrior could be considered as an advocate for the divine dragon that gave him the gift of dragonization. For example, a 7-clawed dragon warrior was the advocate for a 7-clawed divine dragon. An 8-clawed dragon warrior was the advocate for an 8-clawed divine dragon, and a 9-clawed dragon warrior was the advocate for a 9-clawed divine dragon. To think that Duan Tian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It seems like a 9-clawed divine dragon existed in our Dao martial land before. That's right. A 9-clawed divine dragon is a legendary and mythical creature to us. Prior to this, we weren't even sure if a 9-clawed divine dragon existed in the Dao martial saint land. However, since Duan Tian's able to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it's more than enough to prove that a 9-clawed divine dragon had once existed in the Dao martial saint land. Duan Tian must have obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon. That must be how he gained the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I'm really envious of Duan Tian's encounter. The news of Duan Tian being a 9-clawed dragon warrior had spread to every nook and cranny in the fire worship sect's 4 symbols sanctums. The news was too shocking. After all, this meant that a 9-clawed divine dragon once existed in the Dao martial saint land before. That was how Duan Tian was able to obtain the legacy left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon and gain the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Apart from this, they could not come up with another plausible reason. Senior brother Hong Su is forced to commit suicide by Duan Tian? Meanwhile, it was not peaceful in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Many people could not accept it when they learned Hong Su had been forced to commit suicide when faced with the pressure from Duan Tian. These people were the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had regarded the Black Turtle Sanctum's great senior brother Hong Su as their idol. Hermf. What do you even mean by senior brother Duan Tian forced senior brother Hong Su to commit suicide? If senior brother Hong Su did not intend to kill senior brother Duan Tian, would senior Hong Su commit suicide due to the pressure from senior brother Duan Tian? What a joke! Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who knew the details of what had transpired stood on Duan Tian's side and defended him. That's right. Hong Su even resorted to consuming a forbidden pill just to kill senior brother Duan Tian. TSK. What an elaborate plan. What a pity he's not a match for senior brother Duan Tian, even after consuming the forbidden pill. Compared to those who stood up for Hong Su, there were undoubtedly more Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples that stood on Duan Tian's side. As the saying went, in war, those who win become the ruler while the losers become bandits. Coupled with the fact that Duan Tian was not in the wrong, it was only natural there were more people supporting him compared to the people supporting Hong Su. Hermf! To think that I regarded Hong Su as the great senior brother before this. I can't believe he's so ruthless that he intended to kill a fellow disciple that he didn't even think twice before he consumed a forbidden pill. I was blind before this. Me too. I regarded Hong Su as my idol previously. Now that I think about it, I feel disgusted. How could I regard someone like that as my idol? Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who originally respected Hong Su a lot changed their minds about him one by one. Hong Su's actions had hurt them. Naturally, there was a minority of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who found the incident of Hong Su attempting to kill Duan Tian strange. If I'm not mistaken, both of them are strangers. Why would senior brother Hong Su try to kill Duan Tian? Moreover, he did not even hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. How big is the enmity between them? If they had enmity, senior brother Hong Su would have long made his move on Duan Tian. Why would he wait until Duan Tian's banished to the 4 symbols sanctum's first mind before he made his move? Indeed. I also feel there's something strange about this matter. Does any of you remember that 2 days ago, Elder Lian came to the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples and looked for senior brother Hong Su? You mean, Elder Lian is the one who instructed whose senior brother Hong Su to kill Duan Tian? SHH. Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were smarter and immediately guessed the incident of Xiang going to the 4 symbols sanctum to kill Duan Tian had something to do with their Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame Elder Lian. After all, the dispute between Lian and Duan Tian was not a secret in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the 4 symbols sanctums. Although they were aware of this, they did not dare to recklessly spread this news. If news of this spread out and they were caught by Lian, they would be skinned alive if they were not killed. They were not Duanling Tian and did not dare to offend Lian. When the Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar over Duanling Tian and Hong Su's matter, a travel-weary Lian finally returned. As soon as he returned, before he even had time to rest, he learned about what happened in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. The person who told him about this was the person he sent to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Useless trash. After finding out Hong Su had committed suicide and Duanling Tian was safe, Lian was so enraged that he began to curse loudly. Bang! An explosion sounded as the new stone table in the front courtyard of Lian's mansion was destroyed by him again with a slap. The useless trash he was cursing was none other than Hong Su. Initially, he thought with the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill that he had given to Hong Su would be able to raise his strength close to the Saint Celestial stage, and it would be easy for him to kill Duanling Tian. Who knew God would play such a joke on him? Even after Hong Su had consumed the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, he was no match for Duanling Tian. This was because Duanling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. At the 11th hour, at the brink of life and death, Duanling Tian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior that allowed him to withstand Hong Su's strongest attack after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill. Once his attack missed, it also meant he no longer had a chance to kill Duanling Tian. And that Duanling Tian. To think he's actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. What did he do to deserve obtaining the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon? Damn it! Damn it! The moment Lian thought about how Duanling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his expression turned grave. I must get rid of Duanling Tian. I must get rid of him before he grows even stronger, Lian said through clenched teeth after he took a deep breath. The martial Tao and the divine abilities that Duanling Tian possessed were enough to make him feel wary. Now that he learned that Duanling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he became even warier of Duanling Tian. If the dispute between him and Duanling Tian was a minor one, taking into account Duanling Tian's identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he might have put his pride aside and take the initiative to make peace with Duanling Tian. After all, he was uncertain if Duanling Tian had any connections with the Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan currently only had a few 7-clawed divine dragons at the garrison and was only slightly more powerful than the ordinary first-rate forces, the heritage of the Dragon Clan was enough to make him feel wary. Although all of the 3 great sects were much stronger than the Dragon Clan, they did not dare to simply look for trouble with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan was an ancient and mysterious clan. This clan had a long heritage in the Tao Martial Saint Land and even surpassed the 3 great sects too. Who would believe it if somebody said that such an ancient and mysterious clan did not have any trump cards? However, Lian knew very well that he and Duanling Tian had long reached a point where neither one would rest until one of them died. There was no room to turn back at this point. What he wanted to do now was to kill Duanling Tian before Duanling Tian grew stronger. Otherwise, once Duanling Tian grew into his potential, Lian would definitely die. Before Hong Su killed himself, he exchanged a look with Duanling Tian for a moment. I'm sure that in that time, he must have spoken to Duanling Tian using voice transmission and told him about many things. Although Lian was not present during the battle between Duanling Tian and Hong Su, he learned about everything from the spy he sent to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Even the minor details were not left out. Humph! Hong Su has betrayed me. Not only that, but if I'm not mistaken, he must have begged Duanling Tian to help ask the Hong clan to relocate. How unfortunate! Did he think I'll leave the Hong clan alone after he killed Duanling Tian? I, Lian, am not such a fool to the point that I don't even know what it means to eliminate a problem by destroying its roots. Lian snorted coldly as he narrowed his eyes. A sneer appeared on his face. 2 days ago, when Hong Su entered the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, he had already made a trip to the Hong clan and annihilated all of them. The Hong clan was situated in the western region and was not far from the fire worship sect. With his speed, it only took him about half a day to reach the Hong clan. Similarly, it didn't take him more than half a day to annihilate the Hong clan. In fact, he had just returned from the Hong clan. Hongsu must not have expected that even if Duan Ling Tian manages to find someone to warn the Hong clan to relocate, what awaited them is only a pile of ruins. Lian muttered to himself as the smile on his face turned colder. However, I must pass on the news about Duan Ling Tian being a nine-clawed dragon warrior and that he had seemingly obtained the legacy of a nine-clawed divine dragon to the Northern Plethora sect and Yangchong. Lian's train of thoughts changed its course. He could not help but analyze the situation as he muttered under his breath, I'm certain after the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into the upper province and the lower province, there was no nine-clawed divine dragon. In other words, Duan Ling Tian must not have obtained the nine-clawed divine dragon's legacy from the upper province. He must have obtained it from the lower province. It's possible Duan Ling Tian may be from the lower province. The moment he thought of this, he took out an empty jade token and recorded his speculations on it before he sent someone to send it to the first-rate force, the Northern Plethora sect, and to hand it over to their fifth elder, Yangchong. In the jade token, he had also given a suggestion to Yangchong. If the search for Duan Ling Tian's background yielded no results in the upper province, he could search the lower province. It would never cross Duan Ling Tian's mind, not even in his wildest dreams, that Lian was so smart. He could come to a conclusion that he might be from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land just based on the fact that he was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. 2 days later, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, met with the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong again. However, Guoxiong had a grave expression on his face. Elder Guoxiong? Upon seeing Guoxiong, an ominous premonition rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. When I arrived, the Hong clan is already in ruins. The entire Hong clan has been annihilated, Guoxiong said in a deep voice. Actually, I've already suspected this to be the case even before I arrived at the Hong clan. As far as I know, Lian is a meticulous and ruthless person. It's possible he didn't plan to let go of the Hong clan the moment he planned to use Hong Su to deal with you. There's no way he would have let the Hong clan go even if Hong Su managed to kill you. He's probably worried the Hong clan would seek revenge from him in the future. After all, there isn't a wall in the world that doesn't have a crack. The Hong clan would eventually suspect Lian has something to do with Hong Su's death. As it turns out, Lian has made his move first and annihilated the Hong clan before I even arrived at the Hong clan. How cruel! Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. He became deeply aware of how ruthless Lian was. A sense of danger rose in his heart immediately. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, Hong Su, I've immediately carried out the favor you'd asked of me. Unfortunately, Lian has beaten me to it and made his move on your clan first. However, rest assured, I'll definitely send Lian to meet you soon. A hint of coldness could be seen in his eyes when he thought about this. He would kill Lian sooner or later. Suddenly, as though he had just recalled something, Guoxiong said to Duan Ling Tian, I plan to head to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall today and file a complaint against Lian for threatening Hong Su and sending him to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine to kill you. However, you'll have to prepare yourself. The Saint Land Enforcement Hall will probably only give Lian a light punishment and the matter will not spread out all. Can we spread this news ourselves? Duan Ling Tian recalled the incident last time. Due to the reason news had leaked out about Wei He, Lian's great direct disciple, he was sentenced to death. Don't be reckless. Guoxiong instantly rebuked him as soon as he finished speaking. He said with a sullen expression, This matter is completely different from before. Previously, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had acted that way to protect their sanctity. After all, Wei He had provoked the sanctity of the Saint Land Enforcement Hall. This matter, on the other hand, is not like that. Even if news spread out, it's impossible for the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to execute Lian. After all, Lian is a Silver Flame Elder, and he didn't personally make a move to kill you. The most important thing is, nothing happened to you. Guoxiong's haze became complex when he looked at Duan Ling Tian as he said, Well, maybe the Saint Land Enforcement Hall might consider sentencing Lian to death if you involve the Dragon Clan. Previously, Guoxiong did not know that Duan Ling Tian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. He only learned about this when he returned. With Duan Ling Tian's identity as a nine-clawed dragon warrior, his position would not be low in the Dragon Clan. It would be equivalent to the position of an 8-clawed divine dragon. The Dragon Clan? Upon hearing Guoxiong's words, Duanling Tian could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head. Elder Guoxiong, I have no relationship with the Dragon Clan at all. Not only that, but up until now, I don't even know where the Dragon Clan is located. It's impossible for me to ask the Dragon Clan to intervene in this matter. Looks like the speculations are right. You obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon outside. Guoxiong sighed emotionally. Duanling Tian did not say anything. In Guoxiong's opinion, Duanling Tian's silence meant that he agreed with him. If I'm not mistaken, you must have obtained the 9-clawed divine dragon's legacy from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, right? As far as I know, after the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into two, there's no 9-clawed divine dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land before ever since. Guoxiong speculated. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into the lower province and the upper province, no 9-clawed divine dragon had ever appeared since? Upon hearing Guoxiong's words, Duanling Tian seemed to have recalled something as a horrified expression appeared on his face. Why didn't I think of this before? The reason Duanling Tian's expression turned horrified was due to Guoxiong's words. He was not surprised when other people speculated that he had obtained a 9-clawed divine dragon's legacy. However, what did Guoxiong just say? Guoxiong actually managed to guess he obtained the dragonization technique from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duanling Tian knew what this meant. If Guoxiong could come to this conclusion, Lian naturally could come to this conclusion as well. Moreover, this applied to Yangchong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect as well. Damn it! Why didn't I think that transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior would expose the fact that I came from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? I'd have used the Jasper Celestial Sword rather than transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duanling Tian thoroughly regretted his decision at this moment. He knew that he had invited trouble for his family and his friends by doing so. He has given a clue about his own background to Lian and Yangchong. Duanling Tian, are you? Guoxiong was puzzled when he saw Duanling Tian's expression had suddenly turned grave. It's all right. I am all right. Duanling Tian shook his head before flashing an apologetical smile at Guoxiong. Elder Guoxiong, thank you for everything that you've done for me. I, Duanling Tian, will remember this favor. It's nothing. Guoxiong shook his head with a smile before he said solemnly, Duanling Tian, with your strength, you'll be able to participate in the Saint Land's assessment and become a Saint Land disciple. However, when you become a Saint Land disciple, you must be even more careful. Right now, you've already revealed your identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Lian will probably not rest until you're dead. He won't fear you. Instead, he'll spare no efforts in killing you. As long as you're alive, he'll feel threatened by you. For this reason, he won't show you any mercy. I understand. Duanling Tian nodded. Naturally, he knew this, but he was not bothered by it. He was not worried about his own safety, but his family's safety. Elder Guoxiong, I'd like to ask another favor from you. Duanling Tian took a deep breath as though he had just made up his mind. Then, he prepared a voice transmission jade token and asked Guoxiong to hand it over to Zhu Luqi. The content of the jade token asked Zhu Luqi to make a trip back to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and ask his family to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as possible and look for somewhere safe and undiscoverable. He would come and get them in the future when he had dealt with the danger. Apart from that, Duanling Tian also asked Guoxiong to help send Zhu Luqi to the interprovince transportation formation secretly without letting Lian know about it. You're from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Although Guoxiong found it a little surprising, he did not find it so strange. After all, he had already suspected that Duanling Tian must have obtained the legacy to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior in the lower province, since a 9-clawed divine dragon's legacy would usually only exist in the lower province. As for Duanling Tian's favor of asking him to send somebody to the interprovince transportation formation, he could also guess the reason for it. You're worried Lian and Yangchong, the 5th elder of Northern Plethora sect, will go to the lower province to investigate and harm your family? Yes. Duanling Tian trusted Guoxiong. At the very least, there was no dispute between him and Guoxiong. Not only that, Guoxiong usually stood against Lian as well, so there was no reason for him to betray Duan Lingtian. Please help me with this, Elder Guoxiong. Once this matter is done, combined with the favor that I owe you before this, I'll owe you a really big favor. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. He put an emphasis on the words big favor. Even Guoxiong had no idea why, but when he heard Duan Lingtian said the words big favor, he was overwhelmed with emotions. Perhaps he could see how boundless Duan Lingtian's future was and the significance of the big favor that Duan Lingtian promised him. This matter is not a big deal to me. I'll send him off immediately. After Guoxiong accepted the voice transmission jade token from Duan Lingtian, he left the fire worship sect's first mine and headed to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. Duan Lingtian stared at Guoxiong when he left. It was only until Guoxiong's silhouette had disappeared that he sighed in relief. With Palace Master Zhu's warning, I'm sure Father will know what to do. It's fortunate Elder Guoxiong reminded me earlier with his words. Otherwise, I would have been unaware of the danger. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. This danger might lead to deaths if things did not go well. In fact, Duan Lingtian wanted to personally return to the lower province. However, when he recalled how he was still serving his sentence in the Four-Symbol Sanctum's first mine and would not be able to leave, he dismissed the idea immediately. Not only that, but even if he successfully comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the Fire Worship sect a few days later, he would still be targeted after he entered the Saint Land. One could say that it would be impossible for him to leave the Fire Worship sect and head to the lower province without alerting Lian. I'll just continue comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier. In another 5 to 6 days at most, I'll definitely be able to comprehend it successfully. At that time, I'll be able to leave this Four-Symbol Sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he returned to the Primus house and entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The 5 to 6 days that Duan Lingtian meant referred to the time in the outside world. That meant that it would be 50 to 60 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. In other words, Duan Lingtian was confident he could successfully comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the Fire Worship sect in 2 months. 6 days went by in just a blink of an eye. Today, Duan Lingtian finally emerged from the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and appeared in the Primus house in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. After putting the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda away, Duan Lingtian pushed the door open and walked out to the front courtyard. He raised his head to the sky as he took a deep breath. God will not disappoint a man who does his best. I finally successfully comprehended it. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a powerful saint energy instantly surged out from his body through the 99 saint veins in his body. As it spread out, it also formed a gigantic silhouette of a turtle around his body. The sun saint energy could be seen faintly glimmering on the black turtle's silhouette. Duan Lingtian was well protected in the gigantic black turtle silhouette. There were no openings at all. This was obviously the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. It was also the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship sect. Currently, I finally managed to comprehend all 4 high-grade offensive, defensive, assist type, and movement divine abilities. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian withdrew the Black Turtle's silhouette. A satisfied smile could be seen on his face. Since I've successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier, I don't have to go to the mines today since I'll be able to leave. Duan Lingtian's eyes were bright as he soared into the air and flew away from the residence of the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. During the past few days, despite comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier every day, he still had to mine for Saint Stones and complete the daily task given by the punishment zone to disciples serving their sentence in the first mine. Naturally, while he was completing the task, he had also thrown many first-grade Saint Stones into the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda as well. He had managed to obtain another quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone. Although it was not as big as the one he found previously, he still put it away in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Where should I go next? After leaving the residence of the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples of the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine, Duanling Tian did not know where should he go to show that he had comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, to be exempted from his punishment. In the end, he went to the registration area for the new disciples in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. It was quite a coincidence since the elder on duty was the same one he met when he first arrived. When the punishment zone's elder, who was wearing the exclusive uniform of a Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame elder, saw Duanling Tian making his way over, his eyes brightened immediately even though he was puzzled. Duanling Tian, are you looking for me? A few days ago, he had also heard the news of Duanling Tian being a nine-clawed dragon warrior, and how his strength was almost on par with the Saint Celestial stage powerhouse after he transformed into one. For this reason, he was even more polite to Duanling Tian compared to before. Elder, I'd like to ask if I want to be exempted from serving my sentence. Who should I look for? Duanling Tian asked without beating around the bush. An exemption? Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder was momentarily stunned before he smiled wryly. Duanling Tian, I know you're strong, but in order to be completely exempted from your punishment, you have to pass the Saint Land assessment successfully before you can become a Saint Land disciple. When it's time to participate in the assessment, you can apply for temporary leave from the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder explained patiently. Elder, as far as I know, I can also obtain an exemption if I manage to successfully comprehend the divine ability from a sanctum, right? I remember this was the case for senior brother Sun De. Duanling Tian asked again. Swoosh. The moment he finished speaking, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder could not help but widen his eyes. He gasped as a hint of confusion filled his eyes. Why you have successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. At the same time, Sun Saint energy surged out from his body and transformed into the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle that shrouded him. It really is the Black Turtle's barrier. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder gasped again when he saw the Black Turtle's silhouette. In less than a month, 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples actually successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum one after another. Did they not say that the treasured divine ability from the Black Turtle Sanctum was the hardest to comprehend? Was somebody pulling his leg? Since Duanling Tian had already comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was obvious what had to be done next. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder from the registration area contacted another Punishment Zone's elder to bring Duanling Tian to an elder from the Punishment Zone who was in charge of exempting disciples from their punishments. As long as Duanling Tian showed that he had comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, to that Silver Flame Elder, he would be instantly exempted from his punishment. He would be able to leave the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land to be a disciple there. Whoosh! Under the Silver Flame Elder's gaze, Duanling Tian cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier again, as the gigantic silhouette of a black turtle appeared and protected him. Even the elder could not help but gasp when he saw this. Duanling Tian, you really live up to your fame. I heard you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities previously. Now you mastered another high-grade divine ability, the Silver Flame Elder said with an envious expression on his face. He had only mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. The person standing before him had mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. Not only that, but they were 4 different types of high-grade divine abilities. Offensive divine ability, defensive divine ability, movement divine ability, assist type divine ability. These 4 divine abilities caused him to feel envious. This is the exemption letter. From now on, you no longer have to serve your sentence in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. The Silver Flame Elder handed the exemption letter of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine to Duanling Tian. With this exemption letter, Duanling Tian would not be stopped when he left the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Otherwise, He would be stopped by the patrolling elders of the four symbol sanctum's first mine before he could even go far. Duan Ling Tian, you've already successfully mastered the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum, so you can directly head to the Saint Land. As long as you cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, to the Saint Land's patrolling elder, he'll bring you to the Saint Land to register as a Saint Land disciple. If you have any unfinished business in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it's better for you to return to the Sanctum first. Once you become a Saint Land disciple, it would be difficult for you to return to the four symbols sanctums again, the Silver Flame Elder said before Duan Ling Tian left. Duan Ling Tian did not have any unfinished business in the Black Turtle Sanctum, so he directly made his way to the Saint Land after he left the four symbols sanctum's first mine. Soon after, he was stopped by a Saint Land's patrolling elder. After Duan Ling Tian cast the Black Turtle's Barrier, the Saint Land's patrolling elder brought him to the Saint Land. This was his first time coming to the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land, so he looked around curiously. The Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land was a desert with mountains and lakes, but not a shade of green could be seen. In this desert, apart from the mountains and lakes, everything appeared to be red. It looked like flowers from afar. Naturally, they were not really flowers. To human beings, without these, it would be difficult for them to survive. Fire. The red flowers that filled the ancient and mysterious desert were actually fire that human beings had to depend on to survive. The flames gave the desert a mysterious vibe. Numerous vast altars could be seen everywhere in this desert. In the middle of the altars, there were large braziers held up by brackets. Dazzling fire rose up high, causing a heat wave that made people sweat. However, it seemed like the people were not troubled nor irritated by it. Instead, they kneeled on the ground and bowed to the braziers. To be more precise, they were bowing to the fire. Upon closer inspection, one could see the reverence in their eyes as they looked at the fire. It was as though the fire was a religion and they were the devoted followers. In fact, this was the truth. These people were natives to the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land. They were ordinary people who provided for themselves and lived a life of seclusion here. They believed in the fire, and they were the most devoted followers of the fire. In their eyes, fire was everything. The world existed because of fire. Could it be that the sects came from this? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the people worshipping the fire. As he followed the Saint Land's patrolling elder, Duan Ling Tian saw many active volcanoes as well in the desert. The volcanoes were constantly spewing lava. Every time they spewed lava, it caused the sky to turn red for a moment, turning the surroundings bright. Due to the volcanoes, there's no night in the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land. Perhaps night would fall once the volcanoes become inactive. The Saint Land's patrolling elder explained. That volcano, soon after, a huge volcano entered Duan Ling Tian's sight. Like a moon that was surrounded by stars, this volcano was surrounded by other smaller active volcanoes. Due to the reason it did not spew lava, the visual impact was very strong since it was surrounded by volcanoes that were spewing lava. This volcano is also an active volcano. However, the frequency of it erupting is not high. It would only erupt once a month, the Saint Land's patrolling elder explained as though he could read Duan Ling Tian's mind. Upon hearing the Saint Land's patrolling elder's words, Duan Ling Tian nodded and continued to shift his gaze upward. In the sky, above the gigantic volcano, numerous islands were floating in the air. Buildings were thinly scattered on these islands. Numerous suspended islands surrounded a gigantic floating island like stars surrounding a moon. This gigantic floating island was the main island. That gigantic floating island is the main island of our Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land. It's also the place where you'll be staying, the Saint Land patrolling elder told Duan Ling Tian. As for those islands surrounding the main island, they're the residences of our Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land's Bronze Flame elders and true disciples. Each of the Bronze Flame elders and true disciples has their own floating islands. True disciples? Duan Ling Tian knew about the Bronze Flame elders, but this was his first time hearing about true disciples. He turned to look at the Saint Land's patrolling elder with a confused expression and asked, "Elder, what are true disciples?" The Saint Land's patrolling elder responded to Duan Ling Tian's question, "True disciples are the most outstanding disciples in our Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land. They're also the future pillars of the sect. There are two ways to become a true disciple. One has to possess an indigo innate spiritual root or higher with a cultivation base above the divine saint stage. Second, by having a cultivation base at the saint celestial stage disciple. Monstrous geniuses who possessed indigo innate spiritual root or higher, cultivation base at the saint celestial stage. Upon hearing the Saint Land's patrolling elder's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed instantly. He finally understood what the two words true disciple meant. True disciples represented the future of the fire worship sect. If that was the case, then it made sense that they had their own floating islands around the main island. Suddenly, as though he was reminded of something, Duan Ling Tian asked, Elder, could it be that Silver Flame Elders, Golden Flame Elders, Guardians, the Vice Sect Leaders, and the Sect Leader are residing in the main island? His eyes were trained on the gigantic island above him. Of course not. The Saint Land's patrolling elder shook his head and said, in our fire worship sect, whoever has a position as a Silver Flame Elder or higher would be given a residence on the otherworldly island. Otherworldly island? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Follow me. After the Saint Land's patrolling elder motioned to Duan Ling Tian, he rose up into the air. Duan Ling Tian followed him closely. He discovered the Saint Land's patrolling elder was bringing him higher and higher. They continued to fly upward even after they passed the main island. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian had a better look at the main island. In terms of size, the gigantic main island was not any smaller than the Black Turtle Sanctum. There were mountains and lakes on it and many lush green plants. There were also many buildings on it. The buildings were built and organized in an orderly manner. From afar, it looked pleasant to the eyes. Don't tell me the otherworldly island is above the clouds in the sky? Duan Ling Tian speculated inwardly when he saw the Saint Land's patrolling elder passing through the clouds and flew even higher. He realized he had guessed correctly when the Saint Land's patrolling elder passed through the clouds, and he saw the scenery behind the clouds. These are the otherworldly islands? After passing through the clouds, Duan Ling Tian looked at the numerous floating islands in the distance. These floating islands situated above the clouds above the fire worship sect's Saint Land's main island were separated into 4 levels. There was only one floating island on the highest level. The level below had 5 floating islands. Further down, there were 10 floating islands. At the bottom, there were 50 floating islands. That's right. These are the otherworldly islands. The Saint Land's patrolling elder nodded. Look at that highest otherworldly island. That's the cultivation place of the sect leader of the fire worship sect. Currently, Lord Sect Leader is in closed-door cultivation. The Saint Land's patrolling elder had a respectful expression on his face when he spoke about the sect leader. The sect leader of the fire worship sect? When Duan Ling Tian heard his words, he narrowed his eyes immediately as a cold glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, due to the sect leader being in closed-door cultivation, his wife and daughter were merely being held in the Saint Land Enforcement Hall and were not punished yet. However, once the sect leader of the fire worship sect came out of closed-door cultivation, the sect leader will be punished. Their punishment would probably be death. If it was possible, he wished the sect leader of the fire worship sect would not come out of closed-door cultivation forever. However, Duan Ling Tian knew this was impossible. The 5 otherworldly islands below are the cultivation places of our fire worship sect's 2 vice sect leaders and 3 guardians. The Saint Land's patrolling elder added. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also regained his senses. He had heard of the 2 vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect before. As for the 3 guardians, their names were famous. Rumor had it that the 3 guardians were all old powerhouses from the fire worship sect. Their positions in the fire worship sect were equivalent to the 4 great Kamapas of the Black Kshetra sect that was equally as famous as the fire worship sect. Xiezong. Duan Ling Tian could not help but recall Elder Xiezong from the Black Kshetra sect when he thought about the 4 great Kamapas from the Black Kshetra sect. He had snatched his Devil Seal tablet and killed Elder Ku in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province previously. As far as he knew, Xiezong was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 great Kamapas in the Black Kshetra sect. He had already regarded Xiezong as his mortal enemy since then. However, Xiezong was too strong. He could only put aside their enmity for the time being. When he had gotten stronger, he would definitely look for Xiezong and kill him to avenge Elder Ku and snatch the Devil Seal tablet back. Xiezong, just you wait. I'll be coming for you soon. At that time, I'll show you that the person you regarded as an ant previously is able to kill you. Duan Tian thought to himself as his eyes shone coldly. Meanwhile, the Saint Land's patrolling elder who was still talking caused Duan Tian to regain his senses. Then 10 other worldly islands below are the cultivation places of the 10 golden flame elders of our fire worship sect. However, most of the time, the otherworldly islands are usually vacant because the 10 golden flame elders are either sent to the 4 symbol sanctums to be in charge there, or to the various major minds at the 4 symbol sanctums. You came from the 4 symbol sanctums, so I'm sure you know how important the 4 symbol sanctums and the major minds in the 4 symbol sanctums are to our fire worship sect, right? The Saint Land's patrolling elder continued to add. Duan Tian nodded. Naturally, he knew about this. In the fire worship sect, not only did the 4 symbol sanctums provided the fire worship sect with new talents, but it was also the gate to the fire worship sect. If somebody came to attack the fire worship sect, the 4 symbol sanctums would be the first to bear the brunt. With 4 golden flame elders guarding such an important place, one would feel more at ease. As for the major minds in the 4 symbols sanctums, they were the second gate of the 4 symbols sanctums. If the 4 symbols sanctums fell, they would stand in and block the second wave of attack. Coupled with the fact that the major minds had first-grade Saint Stone ores, the major minds in the 4 symbol sanctums were also guarded by the remaining 6 golden flame elders of the fire worship sect. This way why it was so difficult to meet a golden flame elder in the fire worship sect's Saint Land. Usually, these 10 golden flame elders would stay in the 4 symbols sanctums and the major minds in the 4 symbols sanctums. Those in charge in the fire worship sect were the silver flame elders and the bronze flame elders. These group of silver and bronze flame elders in the Saint Land was managed by the 2 vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect. In the fire worship sect, the 2 vice sect leaders were the strongest after the sect leader and the guardians. Not only that, they were even stronger than the 10 golden flame elders. For this reason, the fire worship sect's Saint Land that was guarded by them was also the 3rd line of defense of the fire worship sect. If a powerful enemy attacked, the 3 lines of defense would be more than enough to stall for time until the 3 strongest guardians and sect leader make their appearance. Fire worship sect, as expected from one of the 3 strongest forces in the Dao martial Saint Land. Duan Tian mused inwardly. As for the remaining 50 otherworldly islands, I'm sure you can guess those are the residences for the Silver Flame Elders. The Saint Land's patrolling elder said. Duan Tian nodded. It was not difficult to guess after all. You can look at the otherworldly islands from afar. However, if you approach it, let alone you, even I would be severely punished. A hint of fear could be seen the Saint Land's patrolling elder's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. The Saint Land's patrolling elder was merely a bronze flame elder in the fire worship sect's Saint Land. He was still not qualified enough to cultivate in the otherworldly island. Let's go. I'll bring you to register yourself. The registration area of our fire worship sect's Saint Land is at the main island. The Saint Land's patrolling elder motioned to Duan Tian once again. As soon as he finished speaking, he descended to the main island that was located far below. Duan Tian naturally followed him as well. When he got closer to the main island, he saw many people on the island. These people were wearing the exclusive uniform of a Saint Land disciple. The chest part of the uniform was embroidered with a fiery red flame. It was a signet. This was something the exclusive uniforms for the elders and disciples from each of the 4 symbols sanctum did not have. The exclusive uniforms of the Saint Land's Silver Flame Elders in the punishment zone of the 4 symbols sanctum's first mine and the Saint Land's patrolling elder also have the signet. I guess it's the symbol of the Saint Land. It was not difficult to guess this as well. Currently, Duan Tian was still in the exclusive uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. When he appeared together with the Saint Land's patrolling elder, it naturally attracted the attention of many Saint Land disciples. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? Some of the Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to Duan Tian's uniform. Just some time ago, there was a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple after comprehending the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum. It has only been less than half a month, and there's another Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple coming here. A Saint Land disciple said in surprise. Although they were far away, Duan Ling Tian still heard him. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew the Saint Land disciple was talking about Sunda when he was talking about the other Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. More than 10 days ago, Sunda had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Not only did he obtain a full exemption from his punishment at the Four-Symbol Sanctum's first mine, but he was also allowed to enter the Saint Land and become a disciple. Moreover, Sunda was partly responsible for Duan Ling Tian appearing here today. After all, if Sunda did not cast the Black Turtle's Barrier in front of him, he would not have been able to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier so quickly. Don't tell me this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple has also successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum? After all, there's still some time to go before the Saint Land's assessment takes place. The Four-Symbol Sanctum's disciple who comes to the Saint Land now would either have comprehended the treasured divine ability of their sanctum or is a monstrous genius with a high innate talent and has received the recommendation from their sanctum leader. Another Saint Land disciple chimed in. However, this Saint Land disciple's words caused many people to scoff at his words. Did you say he has also comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier? I think you're thinking too much. That's right. The Black Turtle's Barrier is not just the treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum. It's the #1 defensive divine ability in our fire worship sect. The difficulty level in comprehending it is definitely higher than most high-grade divine abilities in our fire worship sect. It's not easy to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier. In my opinion, I think this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple must have obtained the recommendation from the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum for having a high innate talent. I think so too. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, it could be seen they believed Duan Ling Tian had been recommended by the sanctum leader of Black Turtle Sanctum. Faced with such misunderstanding, Duan Ling Tian only smiled nonchalantly. He was not bothered by it at all. The Saint Land's patrolling elder beside him, on the other hand, shook his head after hearing the words of the Saint Land disciples while they were traveling. This was because he knew very well this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple next to him was not recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Instead, he had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum. That was why he was bringing him to register himself. This was one of his responsibilities as a Saint Land's patrolling elder. So many people. When Duan Ling Tian passed by a public square stretched out as far as the eyes can see, he saw many people were gathered there. With a glance, he could see there were at least thousands of people there. The thousands of people might not be a huge number compared to the people in the Four Sanctums. However, what was this place? Usually, a fire worship sect's disciple who could enter the Saint Land was either a genius with monstrously high innate talent or was highly talented with divine abilities that he managed to comprehend the treasured divine ability from his sanctum before his cultivation base had even reached the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, or one who possessed a cultivation base at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage and above and had passed the Saint Land assessment. Due to these reasons, Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he saw so many people in the Saint Land's public square. The thousands of people here in the Saint Land's public square might not all necessarily be Saint Land disciples of the fire worship sect's Saint Land. Even then, there are at least several thousands of them who were Saint Land disciples. What kind of strength did the fire worship sect possess to have several thousands of people at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage and above? This is the central square of our fire worship sect's Saint Land's main island. This is also the busiest place. Over here, apart from the palaces that have their own duties to attend to, this is the place where many Saint Land disciples discuss the martial arts. Many disciples who encounter obstacles in their cultivation would come here. Who knows, they might be hit with a sudden inspiration and obtain a chance to break through. The Saint Land's patrolling elder said about the place below them. This was the central square of the Saint Island. Duan Ling Tian once again glanced at the thousands of people on the central square as he asked, "Elder, how many Saint Land disciples are there in the Saint Land?" "Why?" "You're taken aback by the sight of the thousands of people at the central square. The Saint Lan's patrolling elder asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Ling Tian did not deny it. There are already thousands of Saint Lan disciples at the central square alone. There should be at least 300 to 500 of Saint Lan disciples in the Saint Land. Right? When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he waited for the Saint Lan's patrolling elder to reply. We don't have as many as 300 to 500 disciples. Upon hearing his words, the Saint Lan's patrolling elder shook his head. I've just told you that many come here when they encounter obstacles in their cultivation. They came here in hopes of being inspired. It might not necessarily be an obstacle in the cultivation base. It could be their martial tactics or divine abilities as well. I'm sure you know in our fire worship sect Saint Land, 99% of the Saint Land disciples are at the mastery quintessential saint stage and above. Among these people, there are also some who are at the mastery quintessential saint stage. However, most of them are definitely at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Among the Saint Land disciples at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, most of their cultivation base has been stuck at the peak of the quintessential saint stage for several hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Not being able to break through to the saint celestial stage means they can't become a true disciple or even a bronze flame elder. The Saint Land's patrolling elder explained patiently. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He understood this. After all, not every Saint Land disciple at the peak of the quintessential saint stage could break through to the saint celestial stage. One would have to rely on one's innate talent and opportunity to break through to the saint celestial stage. It mostly depended on one's innate talent. Usually, it was almost impossible for those with green innate spiritual root or lower to break through to the saint celestial stage unless they came across some fortuitous encounter. Even a person who possessed a green innate spiritual root would not find it easy to break through to the saint celestial stage. Only those who possessed blue innate spiritual roots or above could break through to the saint celestial stage without encountering a huge obstacle. Naturally, they would still encounter small obstacles. For example, Duan Ling Tian, who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. His cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Due to the reason that his cultivation speed was too fast, he would not be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage for the time being no matter how hard he cultivated because his cultivation base at the peak of the quintessential saint stage had yet to stabilize. This was considered a small obstacle. Actually, the thousands of Saint Land disciples gathered here in the central square account for more than half of the Saint Land disciples. There are about 2,000 over Saint Land disciples in the fire worship sect's Saint Land. When the Saint Land's patrolling elder spoke again, Duan Ling Tian realized he had guessed wrongly. However, even if he had guessed wrongly, the number of Saint Land disciples in the fire worship sect's Saint Land was still astonishing. This meant that there were over 2,000 people at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above in the fire worship sect, and most of them were at the peak of the quintessential saint stage at least. As expected from the three most powerful sects in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, their legacy and strength are not something first-rate forces can compare to, let alone those forces below first-rate forces, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Put everything else aside. Based on the news he learned from the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guixiong, the Hong clan, Hong Su's clan, was one of the third-rate forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It had been easily annihilated by Li En, who was just a silver flame elder. Li En was strong and could be considered as one of the strongest among the many silver flame elders in the fire worship sect. This was enough to show the difference in strength between a sect like the fire worship sect and a third-rate force. A slightly stronger silver flame elder in the fire worship sect could already annihilate a third-rate force in the upper province with his own strength. Doesn't this mean that a slightly stronger golden flame elder alone in the fire worship sect can also easily annihilate a second-rate force in the upper province? If the vice sect leaders and the three great guardians are sent out, wouldn't it be easy for them to annihilate a first-rate force then? The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he could not help but gasp. At the same time, he became deeply aware of how strong the fire worship sect was. Put aside the fire worship sect's group of Saint Land disciples, just the high-ranking officials of the fire worship sect alone were strong enough to travel and change the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As for the palaces that have their own duties to carry out, You can come here and learn about them after you've registered as a Saint Lan disciple, the Saint Lan's patrolling elder told Duan Tian again before bringing him to the registry for new disciples in the fire worship sect Saint Lan. They did not make any stops on the way over. When they had almost arrived at the registry for the new disciples in the fire worship sect Saint Lan, the Saint Lan's patrolling elder suddenly looked at Duan Tian and asked, "What is your name?" Ever since Duan Tian came to the Saint Land and cast the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from the Black Turtle Sanctum, the patrolling elder realized he still did not know the name of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who came from the four symbols sanctums. Duan Tian. Duan Tian smiled in response to the Saint Land's patrolling elder's question. He had a good impression of this patrolling elder who had been patiently explaining the fire worship sect's Saint Land to him. Duan Tian? However, as soon as Duan Tian revealed his name, the Saint Land's patrolling elder suddenly came to a halt. His eyes were as wide as saucers as he stared at Duan Tian in shock. "Why, you're Duan Tian?" That Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple Duan Tian, who could transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, and who's bold enough to offend the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, and the fifth Elder of the Northern Plethora sect, as soon as he arrived at the Fire Worship sect. "You've heard of me before, Elder?" Duan Tian was surprised as well when he saw how surprised Saint Lan's patrolling elder was. His name had even spread to the Fire Worship sect's Saint Land? "Of course, I've heard of you." The Saint Lan's patrolling elder nodded his head before smiling wryly. "Instead of saying you're famous in the four symbol sanctums, other than those who are in closed-door cultivation and those who are not bothered with the affairs of the world, I think there are not many people who haven't heard of you. I didn't expect the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, that I'm escorting would be Duan Tian. Based on what I know, you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. The 3 divine abilities you mastered are of the offensive, defensive, and assist-type kind. Currently, you've mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability that's also the #1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship sect. You've mastered all 4 types of divine abilities. Put everything else aside, your comprehension of divine abilities can only be compared to Lord Sect Leader and the 3 Guardians in the Fire Worship sect. Even the 2 Vice Sect Leaders of our Fire Worship sect can't compare to you in this regard. When the Saint Lan's patrolling elder finished speaking, there was a hint of envy and jealousy in his eyes. Compared to Duan Tian, he felt as though he had lived his life in vain. As a Saint Lan's bronze flame elder, he had only mastered 1 high-grade divine ability. It was a world of a difference compared to Duan Tian. It's fortunate that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. It's still a mystery whether he can break through to the quintessential saint stage or not. Otherwise, he would really anger a person to death, the Saint Lan's patrolling elder thought to himself. When he recalled how Duan Tian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, he instantly felt a lot better. Although he was a Saint Lan's bronze flame elder, he had a green innate spiritual root. It was much better than Duan Tian in this regard. However, the Saint Lan's patrolling elder would never expect that Duan Tian no longer possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue one instead. It was a grade higher than green innate spiritual roots that were above yellow innate spiritual roots. There were not more than 10 people in the Fire Worship sect who possessed blue spiritual roots. Moreover, if nothing bad happened to those with blue innate spiritual roots, they would at least become a silver flame elder in the sect. They might even stand a chance of becoming a golden flame elder. "You flatter me, elder. I'm merely lucky." When Duan Tian saw the jealousy and envy in the Saint Lan's patrolling elder's eyes, he only smiled calmly. Duan Tian's modest attitude earned the respect of the Saint Lan's patrolling elder. At the same time, he could not help but sigh inwardly. Duan Tian's extremely talented at comprehending divine abilities, but his conduct is really good. Unfortunately, although God made him extremely talented in comprehending divine ability, he did not give him a monstrously high innate talent. Otherwise, he would be an extremely favored prodigy in the Fire Worship sect. In the Fire Worship sect, only those young monstrous genius disciples who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots were qualified to be called prodigies. Naturally, the title prodigy could be used in different ways nowadays. Those who stood out in a crowd, those who possessed heaven-defying talent, and those who were strong were all prodigies as well. In the past, when the Dao Martial Saint Land was still one, during an era only one person was qualified to be called a prodigy in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land. That prodigy was none other than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He had taken the world by storm, baffling everyone. After the Saint Land's patrolling elder motion to Duanling Tian, he descended first. Let's go. The registry for new disciples for the Saint Land is just in front. Duanling Tian, naturally, followed after him. The registry for new Saint Land disciples was a side palace that was very inconspicuous. If Duanling Tian was asked to look for it himself, he might not be able to find it at all. Elder Xiaozhen, aren't you patrolling today? Why did you suddenly come here? When Duanling Tian followed the Saint Land's patrolling elder into the side palace, a voice that was full of vigor rang from inside. A middle-aged man behind the counter in the side palace greeted the Saint Land's patrolling elder. The middle-aged man's clothes were identical to the Saint Land's patrolling elder. He was also a Saint Land's bronze flame elder. Elder Xiaozhen? Duanling Tian finally learned the name of the Saint Land's patrolling elder who brought him all the way here. Elder Dingzhong, as the saying goes, no one comes to the Hall of Trinity without a reason. The reason I came this time is to bring somebody to you. Now that I've brought him to you, it's time for me to go back to my patrolling duty, Xiaozhen, the Saint Land's patrolling elder, replied. After he finished speaking, he bade farewell to the middle-aged man before he looked at Duanling Tian with a smile and said, I'll take my leave first. Elder Dingzhong will handle the rest of the matter for you. Thank you, Elder Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen flew away as Duanling Tian thanked him. At the same time, the middle-aged man behind the counter, the Saint Land's bronze flame elder Dingzhong, who was in charge of the registration of new Saint Land disciples, studied Duanling Tian intently. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? When Dingzhong saw the exclusive uniform Duanling Tian was wearing, he raised an eyebrow before he smiled. In his opinion, since this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was brought here by their Saint Land's patrolling elder before the Saint Land's assessment, he must have received a recommendation from the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Someone like that must have a monstrously high innate talent. He must be a martial Dao genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root or above at least. Even if such a person had not grown into their full potential, it was more than enough for him to treat them with respect and even flatter them. If someone like that did not die an untimely death, he would at least be a silver flame elder in the future. He might even stand a chance in becoming a golden flame elder. As the saying went, you can ignore me today, but you'll be unworthy to forge a connection with me tomorrow. For this reason, Dingzhong also wanted to forge a good relationship with this genius disciple who came from the Black Turtle Sanctum before he grew into his full potential. Dingzhong said to Duanling Tian politely and enthusiastically, Little brother, can you please pass me the recommendation letter that Sanctum Leader Wu gave you? I'll help you register. The surname of the Sanctum Leader of Black Turtle Sanctum was Wu. Duanling Tian knew about this as well. Duanling Tian, who was originally confused by Dingzhong's enthusiasm, finally realized Dingzhong had misunderstood him after hearing his words. He must have thought Duanling Tian was recommended by the Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum to enter the Saint Land. Due to this reason, Dingzhong was so enthusiastic. Elder Dingzhong, I think there's a misunderstanding. I don't have any recommendation letter. Duanling Tian replied. You don't have a recommendation letter? Duanling Tian's words stunned Dingzhong. Even the two young men standing nearby were baffled. Dingzhong quickly regained his senses and said, Little brother, please don't joke. The fact that you managed to make your way here before the Saint Land's assessment means you're qualified to become a Saint Land disciple. If you're not recommended by the Sanctum Leader Wu, don't tell me you've successfully comprehended make the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability. The Black Turtle's barrier. When he finished speaking, he laughed since he thought it was absurd. The other two young men nodded their heads as well, thinking it was absurd. When Duanling Tian saw this, he did not say anything. He instantly cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in response to Dingzhong's words. Swoosh! At this moment, the Sun Saint energy surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body without warning before it transformed into a gigantic silhouette of a black turtle that shrouded him. When Ding Zhong and the other two saw this, their expressions froze immediately. At this moment, thousands of wild horses seemed to be galloping across his heart. How is this possible? Before the Saint Land's assessment took place, 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had come here one after another in less than 2 weeks. Moreover, both of them had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Since when did the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, become so easy to comprehend? Was it still their fire worship sex number 1 defensive divine ability? Ding Zhong was dumbfounded. The other 2 young men were dumbfounded as well. Elder Ding Zhong, can you help me register? It was only until Duan Ling Tian had spoken that Ding Zhong regained his senses. Sure. Of course. A smile appeared on Ding Zhong's face again. A person who could successfully comprehend their fire worship sex number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, was also worthy of his respect. Such a person would definitely achieve more than him if his martial Dao innate talent was not bad. What is your name, little brother? Before Ding Zhong helped Duan Ling Tian to register, he asked a routine question. Although it was just a routine question, the warm smile on Ding Zhong's face put Duan Ling Tian at ease. Duan Ling Tian. However, the smile on Ding Zhong's face froze again when he heard Duan Ling Tian's reply. Ding Zhong was not unfamiliar with the name Duan Ling Tian. Although this name had spread in the fire worship sect recently, due to the reason the person only had a yellow innate spiritual root, he did not regard the person very highly. Moreover, he had even told more than one person that Duan Ling Tian was only a commoner who had gotten lucky. A commoner was still a commoner. Although he was lucky, he would not be able to rise up. So what if he was talented at comprehending divine abilities? It was destined that he would be unable to achieve a lot without having a high innate talent. So what if he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Even if a commoner who only had the yellow spiritual root was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, the dragon members in the dragon clan would never treat him like an 8-clawed divine dragon either. Other than being a symbol of status, the 8-clawed divine dragon of the dragon clan was a symbol of strength as well. On top of that, the reason the 8-clawed divine dragon had such a lofty position in the dragon clan was mainly because of their martial Dao innate talent and their strength. In Ding Zhong's opinion, Duan Ling Tian had none of these. The strong ones were revered in the dragon clan. It was impossible for the dragon clan to acknowledge someone weak. So you're Duan Ling Tian. Ding Zhong's expression changed immediately. The smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced with a cold expression. Although he had heard about the strength Duan Ling Tian had displayed a few days ago that was close to the Saint Celestial stage, he still did not regard him highly. In his opinion, that was basically Duan Ling Tian's limit. After all, Duan Ling Tian only had a yellow innate spiritual root, and his limit was the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Even if he progressed further, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through to the quintessential saint stage. When he died, his strength would probably only be at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Such a person was not worthy for him to fawn over. Ha! Duan Ling Tian was puzzled when he saw the change in Ding Zhong's expression. Soon after, he was hit by a pang of realization. He only shrugged as a helpless smile appeared on his face. However, he did not say anything. Duan Ling Tian was not a fool. He could roughly guess the reason why Ding Zhong had treated him nicely before. He must have thought Duan Ling Tian had a bright future ahead of him and was trying to use this chance to flatter him. Ding Zhong's change of expression must be due to the reveal of his name. He must have thought it pointless to flatter him anymore. There were 2 reasons for this. First, like most people in the fire worship sect, Ding Zhong thought he possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Second, Ding Zhong did not think that he could fight against Lian. He felt that Duan Ling Tian would die in this battle between him and Lian. No matter what the reason was, it had told him one common truth. In Ding Zhong's opinion, he was no longer worthy. That was why Ding Zhong's attitude toward him had taken a dive so dramatically. How superficial. Although Duan Ling Tian had seen many scenes like that in his life, he still could not help but shake his head and sigh emotionally when he saw this. Naturally, he was not bothered by it. It was not important if Ding Zhong treated him nicely or not as long as he settled the registration for him and did not try to harm him. Fortunately, despite being a snob, Ding Zhong did not make things difficult for Duanling Tian during the registration process. After he finished registering Duanling Tian, he turned to look at the young man on his left side and said, "Go bring a few of the uniforms for Saint Lan disciples for him." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at another young man and said, "Prepare the identity token and the crystal card to store the contribution points for him." Yes, the two young men were Ding Zhong's helpers in the registrar for new Saint Lan disciples. Naturally, they would do as they were told. Perhaps, it was due to Ding Zhong's influence. When their gaze swept across Duanling Tian, a hint of contempt could be seen in their eyes. Duanling Tian merely ignored them. Everyone was entitled to their own opinion, so he chose to overlook it. It was fine as long as they did not look for trouble with him. "The Saint Lan disciple has an identity token?" Duanling Tian's eyes flashed. When he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he was only given uniforms exclusive for Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples and not an identity token. It seems like preferential treatment was given to Saint Lan disciples. As for the crystal card storing the contribution points, it must be the same with Moon Illumination Sect's crystal card that stored merit points. The contribution points inside will most likely allow me to exchange for valuable items in the Fire Worship Sect's Saint Land. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure this out. Very soon, the two young men prepared a few sets of Saint Lan disciples' uniforms, an identity token, and a crystal card for Duanling Tian. "Thank you." Faced with Ding Zhong and the two young men's cold expressions, Duanling Tian nodded his head at them politely before he turned around to leave. After he left, he discovered that he did not know where the residence of the Saint Lan disciples was located. Duanling Tian wanted to turn around and return to the registry. However, when he recalled the unapproachable vibes from the three people, he dismissed the idea. "It's fine. I won't look for them. I'll just look for someone else and ask around." Duanling Tian left as soon as he thought about this. "Elder Ding Zhong, isn't it a little inappropriate that we didn't send him to the residence of the Saint Lan disciples? It's his first time coming to the Saint Land after all." One of the young men asked as he looked at Ding Zhong after Duanling Tian had left. "Why? Do you plan to fawn over him?" Ding Zhong smiled contemptuously as he said, "Even if Duanling Tian is immensely talented in comprehending divine abilities, he won't have any great achievements in the future, since he only has a yellow innate spiritual root." Meanwhile, Duanling Tian finally found a Saint Lan disciple and asked him for directions to the residence of Saint Lan disciples. "Thank you, senior brother." After getting the answers he wanted, Duanling Tian was, naturally, happy. He thanked the Saint Lan disciple whom he had stopped. The Saint Lan disciple before him was a burly middle-aged man. He had a simple and good-natured appearance. In other words, he looked like an honest man. Faced with Duanling Tian's gratitude, he quickly waved his hand. "We're both disciples from the same sect. There's no need to be so polite." Based on his words, one could tell he was a decent person. "Junior brother," the burly middle-aged man called out to Duanling Tian when he saw he was about to leave. "Yes." Duanling Tian looked at the burly middle-aged in confusion. "Why don't I bring you there?" the burly middle-aged man asked. "It's all right." Duanling Tian knew it was not convenient for the other party. He could see this from the direction the man was heading to, so he rejected his good intention. "Are you sure?" the burly middle-aged man asked hesitantly. "It's fine." Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Then, he turned around and headed in the direction the burly middle-aged man had pointed out to him earlier. At the same time, a young man who was passing by approached the burly middle-aged man and asked curiously, "Guanxiu, do you know that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple?" Based on the young man's clothing, he was also a Saint Lan disciple. "No." Guanxiu, the burly middle-aged man, shook his head and smiled innocently. "He must be a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land. He didn't know the direction to our Saint Lan disciple's residence, so he came to ask me for directions." "Must be? He's definitely a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land," the young man said with certainty. Not only that, but he most likely has been recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. The Saint Land's assessment for the four symbols sanctum's disciples will only be held after some time. The fact that he arrived early means he's got a high innate talent. Otherwise, he won't be recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Personally recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum? He's so amazing. Guanxiu was a little slow. Although he noticed Duanling Tian was wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's uniform, he did not think too much about it. I really got to hand it to you. It was such a good opportunity, but you just passed it up like that. If it were me, I'd definitely try to get close to a genius like that. However, you didn't even bring him there when he asked you for directions. If you manage to forge some sort of friendship with him, you might be able to benefit from him for your whole life. The young man said exasperatedly to Guanxiu as he looked at him. Can we still be considered friends if I'm so calculative? It was clear that Guanxiu did not agree with the young man's words. Guanxiu, go chase after him. There's still a chance for you. The young man glanced at the silhouette in the distance before he reminded Guanxiu. No. Guanxiu was stubborn. I won't make friends with someone based on such reasons. We can't be considered friends if I approach him with such intentions. He left as soon as he finished speaking. What a fool. Seeing how ungrateful Guanxiu was, the young man cursed exasperatedly. After about 15 minutes, Duanling Tian finally arrived at the Saint Land Disciples' residence. The Saint Land Disciples' residence was not separated into various grades and levels. For this reason, there was no fight. The Saint Land Disciples' residence was situated inside a vast valley. The Saint Land Disciples' houses, on the other hand, were numerous little courtyards situated around the valley. There were plants in the little courtyards along with a stone table and a few stone stools. Behind the little courtyard was a standalone stone house. The door of the stone house was a stone door. With just one glance, one could tell that the soundproof ability of the houses was very good. Not only was the Saint Land Disciples' residence not separated into various grades and levels, but there was a total of 3,000 little courtyards provided for the Saint Land Disciples as well. The 3,000 little courtyards were situated inside the vast valley and were arranged like terrace houses in every corner. However, due to how vast the valley was, it did not seem overcrowded even though there were 3,000 little courtyards. Currently, there were only over 2,000 Saint Land Disciples in the fire worship sect. Even if all the Saint Land Disciples stayed here, there would still be many vacant houses left. The cultivation environment here is similar to the Primus house I stayed in back in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Wait a minute. Although there are also 10 spirit gathering formations here, the richness of the heaven and earth spirit energy here is even better than the Primus house. After Duanling Tian found a house, he entered it. This must be because this area is close to a quasi-celestial grade mine. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to figure this out. I hope I'll be able to comprehend the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in a go this time. After shutting the door, Duanling Tian took out the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before immersing himself in comprehending the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, Duanling Tian's cultivation base had reached a bottleneck. It was impossible for him to break through to the early quintessential saint stage for the time being. Moreover, he had mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. The only thing he lacked now is an ability that could help him during a crucial moment. For this reason, he decided to focus on comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, the Sovereign Heart Sword only needed one more push before it would successfully enter the 3rd stage. The person earlier seems to be wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's uniform? Duanling Tian did not know when he came to the Saint Land Disciples' residence and was looking for a courtyard to stay in. He had attracted the attention of a few Saint Land Disciples. Naturally, these Saint Land Disciples were unaware of his identity. After a day, shocking news spread in the fire worship sect's Saint Land. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duanling Tian, had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, and was exempted from his punishment at the punishment zone of the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine. He had come to the Saint Land and had officially become a Saint Land disciple. This news raised a huge commotion in the Saint Land immediately. Duan Ling Tian, the nine-clawed dragon warrior, that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder Lian and Yang Chong, the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect the moment he arrived at the Fire Worship sect? That rebel. Rumor has it that although he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, due to the reason he's a nine-clawed dragon warrior and the fact that he has comprehended 3 high-grade divine abilities, his combat ability is close to a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage. Currently, he has even successfully comprehended our Fire Worship sect's number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Doesn't this mean his strength is comparable to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage? Impossible. The Black Turtle's Barrier is only a defensive divine ability and only grants him a defensive ability. It wouldn't grant him any extra strength at all. If anything, only his defense is comparable to that of a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. In terms of offense, he's definitely inferior to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. I heard that his cultivation base has already entered the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Unfortunately, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. It's hard to say if he'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage. Even if he could, with his martial Dao innate talent, it'll be hard for him to achieve anything great. The central square and the Saint Land Disciples' residence were filled with people discussing the same thing. Looks like the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, who resides at that little courtyard, must be Duan Ling Tian. Many Saint Land disciples shifted their gazes to the little courtyard Duan Ling Tian was staying in. These Saint Land disciples were those who personally witnessed Duan Ling Tian coming and entering the Saint Land disciples' residence yesterday. 1 spread to 10 and 10 spread to 100. Soon after, most of the Saint Land disciples knew where Duan Ling Tian stayed. Junior brother Ling Tian has also comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier? Sunda had just come out of his house today. He was about to head to the reward palace in the central square to see what tasks he could complete to earn contribution points. During this time, he heard many people whispering among themselves at the Saint Land disciples' residence. This was how learned that Duan Ling Tian had also come to the Saint Land and had become a Saint Land disciple as well. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's situation was a lot like him as well. I can't believe it. It hasn't even been 2 weeks, but junior brother Ling Tian and I came to the Saint Land one after another and became Saint Land disciples. Moreover, we're able to come here because we've both comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier successfully. I think currently the Black Turtle Sanctum must be in an uproar over this news, right? Sunda muttered to himself. Sunda was none other than the person whose Primus house was snatched by Duan Ling Tian in the punishment zone of the 4-symbol sanctum's first mine. Due to the pressure from Duan Ling Tian, he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, during the critical moment. For this reason, he was exempted from his punishment. As soon as he left the 4-symbol sanctum's first mine, he came to the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. It was just as Sunda had guessed. The Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar. In fact, the word uproar might not even be sufficient to describe it. Due to the news from the 4-symbol sanctum's first mine and the Fire Worship sect's Saint Land, the Black Turtle Sanctum was in a complete uproar. Duan Ling Tian has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, and was exempted from serving his sentence in the 4-symbol sanctum's first mine. He has entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. My goodness! Is this true? It hasn't been even 2 weeks, and yet our Black Turtle Sanctum already has 2 disciples who have successfully comprehended the most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Apart from being our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier is the number 1 defensive divine ability in the Fire Worship sect. It's widely acknowledged as the most difficult divine ability to comprehend among the divine abilities in all 4 sanctums. However, a divine ability with such a high level of difficulty was comprehended by 2 people in just less than 2 weeks. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian is monstrously talented. Indeed, if only he didn't have a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if he only possesses a green innate spiritual root, his future would be boundless. Currently, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for him to further raise his strength. That's right. The limit that his innate spiritual root imposed on him is just too huge. Originally, I was wondering why would he come to the fire worship sect when he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior. His position would be equivalent to an 8-clawed divine dragon if he goes to the dragon clan. Now that I think about it, it has to be because he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. How can the arrogant dragon clan regard him as an 8-clawed divine dragon and treat him with respect with such an innate spiritual root? I think so too. I think he came to our fire worship sect because he was ostracized by the dragon clan and could no longer stay there. Everyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum was constantly discussing this. Their topic revolved around Duan Tian. News of Duan Tian comprehending the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, and entering the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple had also spread to the 4 symbol sanctums. It also caused a great commotion in the 4 symbol sanctums. Bang! A loud bang resonated inside a vast mansion at the east of the Black Turtle Sanctum. An old man shattered a stone table that was just recently bought into dust again. This old man was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lian. How's this possible? He has actually comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier and left the 4 symbol sanctum's first mind to enter the Saint Land. As Lian muttered to himself, he had a sullen expression on his face. It did not occur to him that Duan Tian, whom he wished to kill, would successfully comprehend their Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, just like Sunda. Not only that, but he had also entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple. When he received this news, he felt a sense of crisis. In the eyes of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, Duan Tian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Although he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior and had mastered 4 different types of high-grade divine abilities, his achievements in the future were limited. However, he knew that Duan Tian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, not a yellow one. He found out about this through the hard way. He, his great direct disciple, was sentenced to death by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall because of this. After a long while, Lian lifted his face that had a grave expression on as his cold eyes looked in the direction of the fire worship sect's Saint Land. He muttered to himself, it's not a bad thing that he went to the Saint Land. In that case, Yang Wen and my 2 other direct disciples can make a move against him. Yang Wen, whom Lian mentioned, was the elder biological brother of Yang Wu, whom Duan Tian killed when he first arrived at the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum. Yang Wen was also the eldest son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yang Wen entered the Saint Land many years ago to become a Saint Land disciple. Right now, his cultivation base had even entered the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, he had become a true disciple. After learning that his younger brother was killed, Yang Wu was furious. He could not wait to go to the Black Turtle Sanctum to kill Duan Tian. Although he was afraid of the fire worship sect's rule and could not kill Duan Tian, he wanted to torture Duan Tian and teach him a lesson. However, the fire worship sect had a rule stating that Saint Land disciples were not allowed to enter the 4 symbols sanctums privately without permission from a Golden Flame Elder. Otherwise, they would be regarded as violating the sect's rule and would be severely punished. Currently, Yang Wen must have learned about the Duan Tian arriving at the Saint Land. Right? Lian's eyes brightened. In the fire worship sect's Saint Land, there were 2 types of Saint Land disciples. First, there were the elite disciples. Whichever 4 symbol sanctums disciples who managed to enter the Saint Land from the 4 symbol sanctums to become a Saint Land disciple were considered an elite disciple. Most of the Saint Land disciples in the Saint Land were elite disciples. Second was the true disciples. Unlike the elite disciples, the number of true disciples in the fire worship sect's Saint Land was not high. There were only about 170 of them. 99% of these true disciples were powerhouses who had already entered the Saint Celestial stage. The remaining ones were those geniuses who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. With just a blue innate spiritual root, it was enough to allow one to enter the Saint Celestial stage and become a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse if there was no accident, let alone someone who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. In the current fire worship sect, there were not more than 10 people who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Some of them were from the older generations in the fire worship sect. Just take the sect leader of fire worship sect for example. He possessed the indigo innate spiritual root. Similarly, 2 of the 3 great guardians of the fire worship sect and 1 of the 2 vice sect leaders possessed indigo innate spiritual roots as well. The remaining guardian and vice sect leader, on the other hand, possessed blue innate spiritual roots. However, their innate spiritual roots were dark blue. It was very close to an indigo innate spiritual roots. For this reason, geniuses who possessed indigo innate spiritual roots were given special treatment and could directly become true disciples without having to reach the saint celestial stage due to their bright future. However, there was a rule stating that their cultivation base had to be at the divine saint stage at least. It was as easy as eating and sleeping for these geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots to break through to the divine saint stage. In the fire worship sect Saint Land, all of the elite disciples lived in the vast valley that had been intentionally set up for them. There was a total of 3,000 small courtyards for them to live in. Moreover, the cultivation environment there was even better than the Primus houses in the 4 symbol sanctums. As for the true disciples, they did not stay on the main island. They lived on the independent floating islands surrounding the main island. They all occupied an island that had a mansion. There was also a large open space in front of the mansion for them to practice their martial tactics and divine abilities. Krika! A faint sound resonated from one of the independent floating islands. A young man pushed open the door of one of the rooms in the mansion on the island. The young man was tall and had a huge build. There was an expression of indifference on his face. If Duanling Tian saw this young man, he would be able to see that he resembled Yang Wu, whom he had killed by about 50% to 60%. This young man was none other than Yang Wu's elder brother, Yang Wen. Just a little bit more. I'm certain I can successfully comprehend it during my next closed-door cultivation. Yang Wen muttered to himself as he walked out of the room. As the fire worship sect Saint Land true disciple, apart from possessing a cultivation base at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, Yang Wen had even mastered a high-grade movement divine ability. During these few years, apart from cultivating, he's also devoted his time to comprehend a high-grade offensive divine ability. It was during his recent closed-door cultivation that he finally saw a glimpse of success while he was comprehending the high-grade offensive divine ability. Unfortunately, Little Wu is no longer here to see me master a second high-grade divine ability. The moment Yang Wen thought of this, his expression turned grave when he recalled Yang Wu, his younger brother, who regarded him as his idol. Although 90% of the fire worship sect's 4 symbol sanctums knew the reason of Yang Wu's death and felt that he had sought death, as Yang Wu's biological brother, he did not think so. In his eyes, his brother could do no wrong. Even if his brother had acted outrageously, as an elder brother, he would support him until the end regardless if he was right or wrong. Due to this reason, when he learned Yang Wu had been killed, he had regarded Duanling Tian as his mortal enemy. He would not rest until he killed Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian has entered the Saint Land? When Yang Wen left his floating island to go the central square in the main island, he heard the discussion of a few Saint Land disciples who were passing by. Based on their discussion, he learned that his enemy, the one who killed his younger brother, had already entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. He has actually comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. When Yang Wen found out how Duanling Tian had entered the Saint Land, a hint of jealousy flashed across his eyes. Yang Wen was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum of the 4 Symbols Sanctum. He had tried comprehending the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, but he yielded no results even after so many years. In the end, he could only give up and comprehend a high-grade movement ability that he had mastered. Currently, he was in the process of comprehending another high-grade divine ability. Even if I can't kill or cripple you openly, I still want you to have a taste of what it's like to wish you're dead. Yang Wen's eyes flashed coldly as he left the central square at an extremely fast speed as he made his way toward the residence of Saint Land disciples. He moved menacingly. Anyone could tell he was harboring ill intent. He was not Lien. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame Elder, naturally, it was not convenient for him to make a move on a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, let alone torturing the disciple until he wished he was dead. It would affect his reputation since people would say he was bullying the weak. If news of it spread out, the fire worship sect would be humiliated. This could cause many geniuses who plan to join their sect to change their minds and join the other two great sects instead. If that happened, it would be a great loss for the fire worship sect. Due to this reason, Lian feared the fire worship sect's high-ranking officials would expel him from the fire worship sect out of rage. However, all this did not apply to Yangwen. He was not a fire worship sect's elder. He was only a disciple of the fire worship sect, just like Duanling Tian. Even if news of him torturing Duanling Tian spread out because he was avenging his brother, it would not affect the fire worship sect's reputation at all. Moreover, as long as he did not kill or cripple Duanling Tian, he would not be violating the fire worship sect's rules at all. This was a loophole in the fire worship sect's rules. It had always been there, and it seemed as though it had been intentionally left there. Due to this loophole in the rules, there were some people in the sect who were tortured to the point they wished they were dead. These people who were tortured until they wished that they were better off dead would usually work even harder after that. Some of them managed to seek revenge. Those who did not manage to seek revenge discovered they had progressed further because of it. One could say this loophole in the fire worship sect's rules had inspired many of the fire worship sect's disciples. Naturally, in the fire worship sect, there were very few people who would go to the extent of torturing someone until they wished they were dead unless there was great enmity involved and the other person did not accept the death duel. Its senior brother Yangwen. When Yangwen appeared at the Saint Land disciples' residence in that vast valley, it attracted many people's attention. Yangwen used to be a Saint Land disciple who lived here as well. However, after he had broken through to the Saint Celestial stage and became a true disciple, he had, naturally, left this place. However, many Saint Land disciples remembered him and could recognize him in just a glance. Whoosh! Yangwen moved very quickly and arrived at the side of the valley. There were 5 Saint Land disciples gathered there. They were originally talking but became distracted by Yangwen's presence. They felt a little awkward with Yangwen there. Senior brother Yangwen. Senior brother Yangwen. Where's Duanling Tian staying? Yangwen glanced at the 5 Saint Land disciples. A hint of arrogance could be seen in his eyes as he looked at 5 of them. When the 5 Saint Land disciples heard his words, they realized they were not his target. They instantly sighed in relief before simultaneously pointing to a direction. Yangwen looked at the direction where the 5 Saint Land disciples were pointing at. Soon, his gaze was trained on a small courtyard, and he immediately flew out. However, when he reached outside the small courtyard, he did not force his way in. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the air and shut his eyes to attain mental composure. He cultivated as he waited quietly. It was not that he did not want to force his way in. However, if he did, the consequences were not something he could afford to bear. First of all, every stone house behind the small courtyard that the Saint Land disciples lived in had a very strong soundproof effect. Not only that, but a formation stopping divine consciousness from entering was also laid inside. Apart from opening the door, the only other method to alert the person inside was to destroy the formation stopping divine consciousness from entering or to destroy the stone house. However, if he did this, there was a huge possibility that the person inside would go crazy due to chi deviation. According to the fire worship sect's rules, whoever disrupted the cultivation of a fellow disciple and caused the person to go insane would be sentenced to death regardless of his innate talent and position. Naturally, Yangwen wished Duanling Tian would go insane, but he was unwilling to pay for it with his own life. Otherwise, he would not have just planned to torture Duanling Tian until he wished he was dead. He felt Duanling Tian's life was not as valuable as his own life, therefore he would not sacrifice his own life just to kill Duanling Tian. Although Yangwen could not kill Duanling Tian now, it did not mean he could not kill Duanling Tian in the future. He could not kill Duanling Tian now because he was afraid of the fire worship sect's rules. In the future, if he had an opportunity, he would definitely kill Duanling Tian to avenge his younger brother, Yang Wu. What's senior brother Yangwen doing? It looks like he's waiting for Duanling Tian to come out. Yangwen had attracted the attention of many Saint Land disciples. They figured out Yangwen had come here because of the new disciple, Duanling Tian. They could tell he was not here to have a heartfelt talk with Duanling Tian. This could be seen from his menacing attitude. They were certain he came with ill intent. Does Duan Ling Tian and senior brother Yang Wen has enmity with each other? I've never heard of this before. Me too. Not only that, prior to this, one of them is in the Saint Land and the other one was in the Four Symbol Sanctums. I don't think they've met, right? What's going on? Many Saint Land disciples were puzzled. No way. Don't tell me all of you don't know about the enmity between senior brother Yang Wen and Duan Ling Tian. A Saint Land disciple asked in shock. It seemed like he was surprised they did not know about what happened. Why? Do you know something? The group of Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to the Saint Land disciple. Do you still remember when Duan Ling Tian arrived at the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum, and how the enmity between him and the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, began? The Saint Land disciple asked in response, keeping the others in suspense. Of course. As soon as he finished speaking, another Saint Land disciples nodded and chimed in. It's because Duan Ling Tian killed the son of Li An's best friend. The other Saint Land disciples nodded. They had also heard of this before. Due to this reason, they admired Duan Ling Tian a lot, since not everyone was bold enough to publicly offend a fire worship sect's Silver Flame Elder the moment they arrived at the sect. Since all of you know about this, then, do you know who's Li An's best friend? The previous Saint Land disciple asked again. Who? Stop with the guessing game. Just tell us who he is. That's right. If you continue to keep us guessing, do you believe we'll beat you up? Many Saint Land disciples were furious when the Saint Land disciple kept them guessing. They stared at him furiously as though they would beat him up if he continued to keep them guessing. Although some Saint Land disciple maintained their composure, the looks they gave this Saint Land disciple were not kind anymore. At this moment, another Saint Land disciple who had been thinking suddenly cried out, "It's Yang Chong!" It was clear he had only just remembered this. Yang Chong? Oh, yes, I remember now. It's Yang Chong. I remember as well. That person whom Duan Ling Tian killed that day was Yang Wu, the son of the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect. The moment the Saint Land disciple spoke, another two Saint Land disciples chimed in as well. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wen has connections with Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? At the same time, the Saint Land disciples present on the scene began to guess. Meanwhile, most of the Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to the Saint Land disciple who liked to keep them guessing. All of them were eagerly waiting for his answer. He no longer dared to keep them guessing after seeing how furious they were. He answered without beating around the bush. Senior brother Yang Wen is none other than the eldest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yang Wu, whom Duan Ling Tian killed, was senior brother Yang Wen's brother. Clamor. The instant the Saint Land disciple's words left his mouth, the entire scene fell silent for a moment before a commotion broke out. Senior brother Yang Wen is the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect? My goodness. Is this real? I've not heard of it before. Me neither. After learning that their fire worship sect's true disciple, Yang Wen, was the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, many Saint Land disciples present on the scene were shocked. Prior to this, they did not know Yang Wen was the son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Senior brother Yang Wen really hid this well. To think he's the son of the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect. Before this, I've only heard that senior brother Yang Wen is a very haughty person. Now I finally understand. To think he did not rely on his father and forged a name for himself with his own strength. After the Saint Land disciples found out about Yang Wen's identity, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. In that case, it makes sense why senior brother Yang Wen came for Duan Ling Tian with ill intention. Since Duan Ling Tian killed his younger brother, it would be impossible for him to let the matter go. That's right. Perhaps, senior brother Yang Wen won't be bold enough to kill or cripple Duan Ling Tian due to the sect's rules. However, he can still torture Duan Ling Tian. This is an unspoken rule in the sect after all. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian is doomed? Of course. Although he's strong and invincible among those below the Saint Celestial stage, his strength is nothing compared to senior brother Yang Wen, who's at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. That's right. There's a huge gap between the Saint Celestial stage and the quintessential Saint stage. They're like thousands of miles apart. Duan Ling Tian's strength can't be compared to senior brother Yang Wen's strength at all. Looks like Duan Ling Tian would have his skin stripped off him, even if he's not killed or crippled. After finding out about Yang Wen's identity, the group of Saint Lan disciples was no longer surprised by Yang Wen's fury toward Duan Ling Tian. Instead, they began to pity Duan Ling Tian. Although they had heard that Duan Ling Tian's strength was very close to the Saint Celestial stage, being close to it was very different from being at the Saint Celestial stage after all. For this reason, in their opinion, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be a match for Yang Wen. He was destined to be tortured by Yang Wen. Due to the reason that the soundproof effect of the stone houses in the Saint Lan disciples' residence was very good, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, was unaware of what was happening outside. He did not know a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse was waiting for him to go out. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was standing as straight as a javelin in the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He did not move at all, just like a statue. Nobody knew what he was doing. Time passed by quietly. A day went by. 2 days went by. Duan Ling Tian only moved after a month had passed. With a raise of his hand, a plain and unadorned 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. It was the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. With just one glance, the Jasper Celestial Sword appeared like an ordinary sword. Swish! However, when Duan Ling Tian wielded it, it emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy the universe. Translucent sword chi gleamed around the Jasper Celestial Sword. The pressure it emitted was heavy as well. Heartfelt sword, sword shadowed heart, sword warding heart, sword heart illumination, and heart sword amalgamation. Duan Ling Tian muttered with his eyes closed. Nobody knew who he was talking to. He continued to mutter the names of the 5 major stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword repeatedly. It was as though he did not know how being tired felt like as he continued to mutter to himself for a long time. Time flew by. Another month went by. Duan Ling Tian, who remained motionless after he took the Jasper Celestial Sword out a month ago, finally moved again. A month ago, he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword and held it horizontally. Swish! This time, he wielded the sword vertically before he became motionless again. In just a blink of an eye, another month went by. However, this time, Duan Ling Tian still did not move. He stood there, gripping his sword. He looked like a statue of a sword cultivator. What a powerful sword chi! Elder Hua's figure suddenly appeared in the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was hovering in the air as he gripped his sword. Although Duan Ling Tian looked ordinary holding onto his sword, Elder Hua could clearly sense the extremely powerful sword chi emanating from his body. Not only that, but it was extremely dense, as though it could slice through anything. If one paid close attention, one could see that the air around Duan Ling Tian seemed to be rippling outward as though it was affected by an invisible energy. He's almost there. I hope he succeeds. If he succeeds, his achievement in the Sovereign Heart Sword would be able to reach the summit of the offensive martial tactics in this mundane realm. Not only that, but it would be even more powerful than most of the top-tier offensive martial tactics in this mundane realm. Elder Hua muttered to himself before disappearing into thin air. The air continued to ripple even after Elder Hua left. By the 10th day, the air around Duan Ling Tian rippled visibly, and they spread even further out. It was as though a terrifying force was cutting the air. Sword warding heart. Oh, I see. I understand now. Duan Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were so bright. Meanwhile, the air around him no longer rippled, since it was no longer affected by the piercing energy. In the next instant, Duan Ling Tian let go of his grip on the sword. At the same time, the Jasper Celestial Sword transformed into a sword ray and swept across the sky. Its speed sped up, and in the end, it disappeared into the air as though it had merged with the air. Swish! 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 After the Jasper Celestial Sword disappeared, the sounds of sword swishing did not stop. It continued to echo in the 4th level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After about 15 minutes, it finally ended. At the instant the sound stopped, the Jasper celestial sword suddenly appeared back in Duanling Tian's hand. Exactly 100 days. When Duanling Tian put the Jasper celestial sword away, he fell momentarily silent before his eyes suddenly brightened as he recalled the time it took him to comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword's third stage, the sword-warding heart. He was not in closed-door cultivation after all. For this reason, he still paid attention to the time flow. 100 days in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda means 10 days have passed outside. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he took a crystal card out. He had obtained this at the registry for new disciples in the Saint Land. I wonder what I can exchange with the contribution points in this crystal card. I'll just head to the central square to have a look and see if there's anything I need. I might as well find some ways to earn more contribution points. When he infused his Sun Saint energy into the crystal card, it showed that he had 100 contribution points. These 100 contribution points were given to all 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples who entered the Saint Land to become Saint Land disciples. It was a welcome gift by the fire worship sect's Saint Land to every new Saint Land disciple. Duanling Tian kept everything before he pushed his door open. Rumble. The stone door opened, causing a dull sound to ring in the air. When the stone door was pushed open, the true disciple, Yang Wen, who was sitting cross-legged in the air in the small courtyard in front of the stone house, opened his eyes that were as bright as stars. Killing intent surged out of his body immediately. Duanling Tian's coming out. Many people heard the commotion and turned their attention to the little courtyard Duanling Tian was staying in. Most of the Saint Land disciples had a hint of pity in their eyes as they looked at Duanling Tian. In their opinion, since Duanling Tian had come out, it meant he was doomed. After all, that true disciple, Yang Wen, had been waiting for 10 days. Based on Yang Wen's posture, it was impossible that he would let Duanling Tian go. Yang Wen might not dare to kill or cripple Duanling Tian due to his fear of the fire worship sect's rule, but he was able to torture Duanling Tian until he wished he was dead. Although Yang Wen did not say what he was going to do to Duanling Tian, based on the killing intent he emitted, everybody present on the scene could deeply feel his hatred toward Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had killed his younger brother after all. The enmity would not be small. Ha! Before the stone door was fully open, Duanling Tian already sensed the terrifying killing intent from outside. He immediately put his guard up. Apart from that, he did not rush to open the door. Instead, he slowly opened it. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian could clearly hear the discussion from outside. Senior brother Yang Wen is a true disciple, and his cultivation base is at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. It's easy for him to deal with Duanling Tian. That's right. Duanling Tian is destined to be doomed. It's useless even if he has sensed the commotion and refuses to come out, since senior brother Yang Wen is already certain that he's not in closed-door cultivation. Even if senior brother Yang Wen destroys the stone house, he doesn't have to worry about Duanling Tian becoming crazy due to chi deviation. So what if his strength is almost close to the Saint Celestial stage? So what if he has successfully comprehended our fire worship sect's #1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? So what if he mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities? He's still as useless as a clay chicken in front of a true Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. If he wants to blame someone, he can only blame himself for killing Yang Wu, senior brother Yang Wen's younger brother. Otherwise, why would senior brother Yang Wen make things difficult for him in the first place? Duanling Tian learned a lot about what was happening outside. He discovered that the killing intent came from a true disciple called Yang Wen. I've long heard that Yang Chong, the 5th elder of Northern Plethora sect, has 2 sons. The youngest son, Yang Wu, was killed by me, and the eldest son is a Saint Land disciple in the fire worship sect's Saint Land. However, I can't believe that Yang Chong's eldest son, Yang Wen, is actually a true disciple whose cultivation base has already entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian was surprised by this. Naturally, that was all to it. Duanling Tian's expression was as calm as usual. He did not show any signs of terror at all. The fact that Yang Wen came, even if he daren't kill or cripple me due to the sect's rules, he must plan to torture me until I wish I'm dead. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes flashed coldly. The fire worship sect's rules don't prohibit disciples from torturing or humiliating another fellow disciple. Perhaps this is the fire worship sect's way of encouraging its disciples to strive to be stronger. Rumble. As the dull sound of the stone door being pushed resonated again, Duan Tian sped up his movement. Soon after, the stone door was completely open. Under everybody's gaze, including Yang Wen's, a tall and handsome young man appeared before their eyes. His calmness made a huge impression on them. Although his uniform was similar to the rest of the Saint Lan disciples, it did not conceal his extraordinary disposition. It caused the others to feel slightly ashamed of their ungainly appearance. As soon as that young man walked out of the stone house and into the courtyard, Yang Wen instantly stood up in the air and glared at the young man before he asked in an interrogative manner, "You're Duan Tian?" Yang Wen's gaze was extremely piercing. If looks could kill, Duan Tian would have died a few times over. When Yang Wen glared at Duan Tian and spoke to him rudely, Duan Tian did not answer his question. Instead, he asked in return, "Yang Wen?" The son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of Northern Plethora sect. When Yang Wen saw how calm this young man was despite knowing who he was, he knew for certain the young man before him was Duan Tian. This was his first time seeing a Saint Lan disciple being so arrogant in front of a true disciple. "No wonder you dare to oppose Elder Lian. You're indeed arrogant." After confirming Duan Tian's identity, the killing intent Yang Wen emitted intensified. The piercing gaze landed on Duan Tian as though it was trying to cut him into 1,000 pieces. "Do you think I'm like Elder Lian? Do you think I'll find it inconvenient to make a move on you because of my identity?" The moment Yang Wen finished speaking, he did not even wait for Duan Tian's reply before he began to make a move against Duan Tian. Meanwhile, the Saint Lan disciples who were looking felt their hearts beat faster as they stared at the scene unfolding before them with utmost concentration. In their opinion, Duan Tian was doomed. "Yang Wen, you can't wait to kill me, right? In that case, I'll give you a chance to kill me without violating the fire worship sect's rule," Duan Tian said. However, as soon as Yang Wen heard Duan Tian's words, Yang Wen, who was about to make his move, came to a halt. The Saint Lan disciples were baffled and filled with disbelief. Yang Wen asked, "What do you mean?" He could not help but frown. "What else can I mean?" Faced with the frowning Yang Wen, Duan Tian smiled nonchalantly as he said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, there must be a place in the fire worship sect's Saint Land that allows disciples to sign a death duel and fight to death, right? I'll give you this chance. Please lead the way." Duan Tian's expression remained unchanged when he finished speaking. In comparison to the frowning Yang Wen, Duan Tian's calm demeanor made him a victor in terms of bearing. "Please lead the way." The moment Duan Tian finished speaking, Yang Wen's expression changed drastically. Various expressions flitted across his face. Then, he stared at Duan Tian intently and did not say anything. Nobody knew what he was thinking at this moment. Clamor. At the same time, the Saint Lan disciples who heard Duan Tian's words finally regained his senses and burst into a commotion. "My goodness!" Based on Duan Tian's words, he wants to have a death duel with senior brother Yang Wen. One of the Saint Lan disciples cried out. "A death duel? With senior brother Yang Wen? Where did he get his courage from?" Many Saint Lan disciples widened their eyes in disbelief. He has only recently become a Saint Lan disciple. Although he's strong, he can only flaunt his strength in front of those whose cultivation base is below the Saint Celestial stage. It's absolutely impossible for him to be compared to a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. Another Saint Lan disciple chimed in confidently. "If that's the case, why is he acting like that? Look at how calm he is. He doesn't look like someone who's seeking death." Many Saint Lan disciples found things a little peculiar. "Didn't any one of you notice?" Since Duan Tian came out, his expression did not change at all. From the beginning until the end, he has remained calm. It's as though he wouldn't even blink if a mountain collapses before his eyes. This is either confidence or a bluff, one of the Saint Lan disciples guessed. "Confidence? Don't tell me you think he's able to kill senior brother Yang Wen then." At once, this Saint Lan disciple's statement caused the others to look at him disdainfully. "Humph! He must be deliberately trying to make things look mysterious," many Saint Lan disciples said with certainty. They did not think Duanling Tian was a match to the true disciple, Yang Wen, whose cultivation base had already entered the Saint Celestial stage. Duanling Tian was acting this way because he was deliberately trying to make things look mysterious in hopes that Yang Wen would retreat. A Saint Lan disciple who saw Yang Wen's hesitation said, "Hey, look at that!" When Duanling Tian suggested a death duel, senior brother Yang Wen seems to have hesitated a little. Don't tell me he really thinks he's not as strong as Duanling Tian. You're right. One by one, the Saint Lan disciples shifted their gaze to Yang Wen and noticed his hesitation as well. Duanling Tian's really smart. He just called senior brother Yang Wen's bluff, and it's enough to scare senior brother Yang Wen. Don't tell me senior brother Yang Wen really doesn't dare to accept the death duel that Duanling Tian suggested. The Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Yang Wen. Based on their words, one could hear them mock Yang Wen and insinuating he was a coward. Calling my bluff? Naturally, Yang Wen had also thought of this. However, he did not dare to simply agree to Duanling Tian's suggestion. He did not dare to take this risk. If he lost, then he would die. It seems like you don't dare to accept this death duel, Duanling Tian said nonchalantly as he looked at Yang Wen. So much for being a true disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, he soared up into the sky and was about to leave. So much for being a true disciple. Duanling Tian's words that were filled with disdain had enraged Yang Wen, causing his expression to turn grave. He snorted coldly. Duanling Tian, I agree with your suggestion. Do you really think that I, Yang Wen, will be fooled by you? How ridiculous. Yang Wen quickly made up his mind. If he did not agree to Duanling Tian's suggestion, it would mean that he was afraid of Duanling Tian, who had killed his younger brother. If Duanling Tian was really stronger than him, it would be better for him to turn down Duanling Tian's challenge. However, Duanling Tian was weaker than him, and he was just calling his bluff. It would be very embarrassing if he refused his challenge. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's disdainful words after weighing the pros and cons, Yang Wen finally agreed to his suggestion. Based on what he could see, Duanling Tian was just calling his bluff. You agree? Duanling Tian was momentarily stunned when he heard his words. A hint of surprise could be seen on his face. Due to the surprised expression on his face, a round of discussion began again among the Saint Lan disciples. Did you see it? Duanling Tian's expression changed. It's as though he didn't expect senior brother Yang Wen would agree to his suggestion. Based on this, I'm certain he's only trying to look mysterious. Fortunately, senior brother Yang Wen agreed to his suggestion. Otherwise, he would only bring shame to himself and the other true disciples. That's right, a true disciple that's afraid to accept a death duel from an elite disciple. If news of this spread out, he would really bring shame to himself and the other true disciples. Fortunately, senior brother Yang Wen finally agreed to Duanling Tian's suggestion at the crucial moment. Duanling Tian has failed to call senior Yang Wen's bluff. The group of Saint Lan disciples felt that Yang Wen had made the right decision. In their opinion, Duanling Tian was just calling Yang Wen's bluff. He was probably trying to scare Yang Wen into retreating by suggesting a death duel. Since Yang Wen had agreed to it, his plans had naturally failed. At this moment, would Duanling Tian still dare to insist on having a death duel? The fact that senior brother Yang Wen agreed to Duanling Tian's suggestion means he has already investigated Duanling Tian. Look at the change in Duanling Tian's expression. I'm certain he won't dare to continue with the death duel. If he continues, he'll definitely die. At this moment, on the brink of life and death, I'm sure he would rather be tortured by senior brother Yang Wen rather than die. His little trick has failed. The group of Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves. They all felt Duanling Tian would go against his words now that Yang Wen had agreed to it. Duanling Tian, I've agreed to your suggestions. Don't tell me you're going to go back on your words? Perhaps you'd rather I torture you instead of going to the Palace of Death to sign the death pact and carry out the death duel. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Wen's face when he saw the surprised expression on Duanling Tian's face. His words were filled with disdain. At this moment, Yang Wen recalled his earlier hesitation. He was glad he agreed to Duanling Tian's suggestion. Otherwise, he would be the one who was humiliated. Faced with Yang Wen and the Saint Land disciples' mocking gaze, Duan Tian regained his composure. He said indifferently, "Lead the way. Lead the way." When Duan Tian said these 3 words, the entire place fell silent. The group of Saint Land disciples looked at Duan Tian with a dumbfounded expression. It did not cross their minds that Duan Tian would agree to it. Was he not afraid he would not be able to back out later? Yang Wen was stunned as well. He did not expect Duan Tian would agree to it as well. Yang Wen's determination faltered again as various expressions flitted across his face. "Why? You don't dare to do it? Didn't you readily agree to it earlier?" Duan Tian mocked Yang Wen with a smile when he saw the changing expressions on Yang Wen's face. As soon as Duan Tian finished speaking, Yang Wen's face turned green before it paled. He clenched his teeth angrily before he said, "Duan Tian, I'd like to see if you'll still be so arrogant when we sign the death pact." As soon as Yang Wen finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Tian's reply as his body turned into a blur as he charged toward the central square. "Follow me to the Palace of Death if you dare to sign the death pact. We'll have a death duel then. If you dare not, I'll let you feel what it feels like to be better off dead." As he charged out, his voice resonated from afar. It was filled with a terrifyingly cold aura. It seemed to cause the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. After Yang Wen traveled a distance away, he slowed down before he turned around to look at Duan Tian disdainfully. It was as though he wanted to make sure Duan Tian really did follow him. The Palace of Death was situated in the middle of the central square in the fire worship sect's Saint Island. The Saint Island was also another name for the fire worship sect's Saint Land's main island. In the fire worship sect's Saint Land disciples with enmity could go to the Palace of Death and sign a death pact that would be witnessed by the Palace of Death's elder. Not only that, but they could also fight a life-or-death battle in the death arena. Currently, Yang Wen was making his way to the Palace of Death in the Saint Island's central square. Naturally, that was only if Duan Tian followed him there. It seems like Senior Brother is aware of Duan Tian's trick and is no longer fooled by him. As the saying goes, once bitten twice shy. If Senior Brother Yang Wen still doesn't know, then him being a true disciple and a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse is just a waste. That's right. A true disciple who's afraid of a death duel with an elite disciple? If news spread out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Most of the Saint Land disciples gave Yang Wen a thumbs up when they saw his compelling manner. At the same time, these Saint Land disciples shifted their gaze to Duan Tian again. Their eyes contained a hint of mockery. They wanted to see if Duan Tian dared to follow Yang Wen to the Palace of Death at the Saint Island Central Square. Once they went to the Palace of Death and signed the death pact, none of them would be able to retreat. Junior Brother Tian, don't go. Senior Brother Tian, don't go. Just as Duan Tian was about to follow Yang Wen, 2 voices rang in his ears. At once, Duan Tian noticed the 2 Saint Land disciples who were standing at 2 different places. It was them who transmitted their voices to him, trying to stop him from following Yang Wen to the Palace of Death on the Saint Island's Central Square. One of them was none other than Sunda, whose Primus house was snatched by Duan Tian in the punishment zone of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Just like Duan Tian, Sunda was from the Black Turtle Sanctum from the 4 Symbols Sanctums. The reason Sunda was able to leave the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine and came to the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple was due to him successfully comprehending the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The reason he succeeded in comprehending the Black Turtle's Barrier was due to the pressure from Duan Tian that day. Due to this reason, he felt thankful toward Duan Tian. When he saw Duan Tian was about to jump into the fire pit, he quickly transmitted his voice to Duan Tian. Junior Brother Tian, the shepherd would rather lose the wool than the sheep. As long as you live, you'll eventually get a chance to seek revenge. There's no need to follow Yang Chong to the Palace of Death just because of a moment of anger. If you really go to the Palace of Death and sign the death pact, it would be too late even if you want to change your mind. Sunda tried his best to persuade Duan Tian. The meaning of Sunda's words was simple. As long as he stayed alive, he would be able to seek revenge in the future. It was not worth it for him to seek death. Thank you for your concern, Senior Brother Sunda. I know what I'm doing. Duanling Tian reassured Sun De before he looked at the other person who tried to stop him. He had only seen the other person once. Due to this reason, he was shocked when he saw the person who tried to stop him. This person was the Saint Land disciple whom he encountered 10 days ago. At that time, he had just left the registry for new Saint Land disciples and did not know where the residence of the Saint Land's disciples was. For this reason, he had stopped this person to ask for directions. Apart from that time, he had no other interactions with this person. It did not cross his mind this person would stop him at this moment. Senior brother. Why did you call me senior brother? Duanling Tian asked with a wry smile through his voice transmission. He remembered he had addressed the other person as senior brother the last time they met. Moreover, the other person also addressed him as junior brother. The Saint Land disciple who stopped Duanling Tian was none other than Guanxiu, who gave Duanling Tian directions 10 days ago. He said in a slightly fearful voice, Junior brother Ling Tian, Guanxiu, didn't know your identity that day. I'm sorry for being ignorant. Duanling Tian was far stronger than him after all. It was fine if he did not know Duanling Tian's identity. However, after learning about Duanling Tian's identity, he did not dare to refer to himself as senior brother anymore. Duanling Tian could not help but smile wryly when he heard the other party's words. However, he did not continue to argue about this with Guanxiu since he knew this was a world where the strong ones were revered. Guanxiu was sincere when he addressed him as senior brother. If Duanling Tian had insisted on addressing Guanxiu as senior brother, it would pressure Guanxiu as well. Junior brother Ling Tian, although you're strong, I'm afraid it's still lacking compared to a true disciple. Any one of the true disciples is already at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Senior brother Yang Wen, in particular, has already reached the first form of the Saint Celestial stage a few years ago. Guanxiu continued to advise him through voice transmission with a solemn expression. Duanling Tian felt a sense of warmth enveloped his heart when faced with Guanxiu's good intention. After all, he had only met him once prior to this. The fact that he was kind enough to worry about him was very rare. Don't worry, Duanling Tian replied Guanxiu through voice transmission and gave him a reassuring look. Then, under Guanxiu and Sun De's helpless stare, he flew toward the true disciple, Yang Wen, who had flown quite a distance away. Ha! Yang Wen's expression turned solemn immediately when he saw Duanling Tian was really brave enough to follow him. He actually dares to follow me? Looks like he won't give up before they sign the death duel. He's really giving it his all. However, even if his strength is far from comparable to senior brother Yang Wen, by doing this, he's still able to pressure senior brother Yang Wen. That's right. Look at Yang Wen's expression. It has already turned grave. As the Saint Land disciples shifted their attention to Yang Wen, his solemn expression finally disappeared. He glanced at Duanling Tian contemptuously and said, Duanling Tian, I really wonder if you'll still be so courageous when we arrive at the Palace of Death and have to sign the Death Pact. I hope you'll obediently sign the Death Pact. Otherwise, I'll definitely rip off your nails one by one and let you have a taste of death. His tone turned colder and colder as he spoke. Although his words were not intended for the Saint Land disciples, it still sent chills up their spines. Rip off my nails one by one? Killing intent flashed in the depths of Duanling Tian's eyes when he heard Yang Wen's ruthless words. However, his expression was so calm that it was terrifying. Humph. I'd like to see how long you'll be able to maintain your composure. Yang Wen flew out immediately in humiliation when he saw Duanling Tian still remained calm even after hearing his ruthless words. He snorted coldly as he sped up and made his way toward the Saint Island's central square. Duanling Tian followed after him at a speed that was neither slow nor fast. From the beginning until the end, he did not have any intention of shying away from this battle. Sun De, Guanxiu, and the Saint Land disciples followed after them as well. When they reached the sky above the Saint Island's central square, the crowd attracted the other Saint Land disciples in the central square. What's going on? Why are there suddenly so many people? Huh? The person flying in the lead seems to be senior brother Yang Wen. It's indeed senior brother Yang Wen. It seems like the group of people is following senior brother Yang Wen. Something doesn't seem right with senior brother Yang Wen's expression. What's going on? There were only over 170 true disciples in the fire worship sect Saint Land. That was the reason many Saint Land disciples recognized Yang Wen. Although Yang Wen's strength was considered to be at the bottom among all the true disciples, it was still easy for them to recognize him since there were so few true disciples. Is senior brother Yang Wen heading to the Palace of Death? My goodness! What's going on? Is senior brother Yang Wen going to have a death duel with another true disciple? When the Saint Land disciples realized Yang Wen, who was in the lead, was heading to the Palace of Death at the side of the central square, over 1,000 Saint Land disciples broke out in an uproar, causing the central square to turn noisy. When Yang Wen descended outside the Palace of Death, over 1,000 Saint Land disciples finally learned about what had transpired from the other Saint Land disciples who had been there since the beginning and followed Yang Wen here. Senior brother Yang Wen is the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. The young man behind senior brother Yang Wen is Duanling Tian, who recently became famous in the fire worship sect. The nine-clawed dragon warrior? The martial cultivator genius who mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. It was Duanling Tian who suggested having a death duel with senior brother Yang Wen. The Saint Land disciples who were in the central square broke out in a bigger commotion after they learned about what had transpired. An ordinary elite disciple issuing a death duel to a true disciple. In the history of the fire worship sect, such an absurd thing had never happened before. After all, a true disciple represented the strength of a powerhouse at the Saint Celestial stage or above. An ordinary elite disciple could not compare to a true disciple. More and more Saint Land disciples, like the ones from before, felt that Duanling Tian was only calling Yang Wen's bluff in hopes of scaring him. I think Duanling Tian's going to be afraid once he enters the Palace of Death and has to sign the Death Pact. Duanling Tian's not a simple person. He's actually using a psychological tactic. I'm guessing he'll refuse to sign the Death Pact once senior brother Yang Wen signs the Death Pact. Based on the situation so far, that'll most likely happen. If senior brother Yang Wen hesitates to sign the death duel and refuses to sign it, Duanling Tian would win this psychological battle. Duanling Tian naturally heard the discussions of the Saint Land disciples. Psychological tactic? Duanling Tian was not the only one who heard the discussion. Yang Wen had naturally heard it as well. Yang Wen hesitated immediately. In fact, he was not mentally prepared for it up until now. Although he had led Duanling Tian here, he only did it to scare him. After all, he was only 90% certain he could kill Duanling Tian. He was not 100% certain because he was not sure if Duanling Tian really had the capability or he was merely calling his bluff. He had felt this way because of his younger brother's, Yang Wu's, death. He knew how Yang Wu had died. Yang Wu had taken the initiative and issued a death duel to Duanling Tian. This had left an impression in Yang Wu's heart. By right, he knew that it was impossible that Duanling Tian was a match for him. However, due to his brother's death, he was not certain he should engage in a death duel with Duanling Tian. He did not wish to follow in his brother's footsteps. Don't tell me Duanling Tian plans to change his mind after I sign and put my handprint on the death pact? Yang Wen's expression darkened the moment he thought of this. However, with the thousands of Saint Land of disciples following behind him, he knew the situation was irreversible. As the saying went, once an arrow is shot out, it would not be able to turn around. Palace of Death? Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was following closely behind Yang Wen, shifted his gaze to a huge and majestic palace before his eyes. The words Palace of Death were written elaborately on the plaque that was hung on the main entrance of the palace. Why did senior brother Yang Wen stop? Go in. He has already reached the main entrance. Why did he stop? Could it be that senior brother Yang Wen is scared? Come on. He's a true disciple. Don't tell me he's afraid of an ordinary disciple who's obviously calling his bluff. Yang Wen, who was in the lead, stopped moving for a long time as soon as he arrived before the Palace of Death. Due to this reason, the Saint Land disciples who were following him began to get a little impatient as they grumbled among themselves. TSK. So much for being a true disciple. If you're afraid, then leave now instead of staying here and embarrassing yourself. He's really an embarrassment to all true disciples today. No matter where or when, there were many people who liked to watch a show. Many Saint Land disciples were afraid of Yang Wen. but they hid themselves as they mocked Yang Wen. "Shut up," Yang Wen said in a raised voice. He felt humiliated. His voice was so loud that it overpowered everyone's voices. Everyone outside of the Palace of Death instantly fell silent. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Yang Wen turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian coldly before he said in a deep voice, "Duan Lingtian, I hope you won't back out after I sign and put my handprint on the death pact. If you change your mind on top of pulling out your nails one by one, I'll flay the skin off your face." As soon as he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Lingtian to reply as he turned around and went into the Palace of Death. The instant Duan Lingtian heard Yang Wen's words, his expression changed immediately. His calm expression was gone. Flay the skin off his face? Yang Wen's cruelty had infuriated Duan Lingtian. He could no longer maintain his composure. Duan Lingtian followed suit as well when he saw Yang Wen had already entered the Palace of Death. "They've finally entered. Let's go. Let's go and have a look. It has been a long time since the Death Arena was opened. This time, I must put all my contribution points to good use and make a gamble even if the odds of betting on senior brother Yang Wen is not high. Isn't it too early for you to say such things? Right now, there's no saying if Duan Lingtian's going to sign the death pact or not." The group of Saint Lan disciples following them was still loudly discussing among themselves. However, they fell silent when they reached the entrance of the Palace of Death. They were not allowed to enter the Palace of Death unless the death pact had been signed and the death arena was opened. Yang Wen, who was in the lead, entered the Palace of Death first, followed by Duan Lingtian. After they entered the Palace of Death, Duan Lingtian saw an arena in the distance. The arena was huge. Apart from where Duan Lingtian was standing, the remaining areas were all seats for spectators in forms of steps. At this moment, it was completely vacant. One could faintly see dried blood stains on the arena. It was obvious it was from previous death duels. "This is the death arena?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The death arena was the venue the Palace of Death provided for fire worship sect Saint Lan disciples who had signed the death pact. Once they stepped into the arena, one of them was destined to die. "Both of you want to sign a death pact?" A voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen's ears when both of them were staring at the arena. The hoarse voice seemed as though it came from far away, but in just a blink of an eye, it sounded right by their ears. Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen instantly regained their senses and saw an old man had appeared next to them. The old man was skinny and had an ordinary appearance. He was wearing the exclusive uniform of a Silver Flame Elder. The custodian of the Palace of Death? During Duan Lingtian's journey here, he had learned a little about the Palace of Death from the many Saint Lan disciples. He knew there were 1 Silver Flame Elder and 3 Bronze Flame Elders in the Palace of Death. The only Silver Flame Elder was also the custodian of the Palace of Death. The custodian of the Palace of Death was called Niezue, a first Silver Flame Elder that was widely acknowledged in the Fire Worship sect. Iflien was the first Silver Flame Elder in the Four Symbol Sanctum's Black Turtle Sanctum. Then Niezue was the first Silver Flame Elder in the Fire Worship sect. This is the custodian of the Palace of Death? The powerhouse who's ranked in the top 100 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Duan Lingtian was surprised when he saw this inconspicuous-looking old man. During Duan Lingtian's journey here, the Saint Lan disciples did not forget to mention the custodian of the Palace of Death. For this reason, apart from knowing he's the custodian of the Palace of Death, he also knew he was a powerhouse ranked at the 78th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. Rumor had it that only 2 people among all the Silver Flame Elders in the Fire Worship sect were ranked in the top 100 of the Supreme Saint ranking. Niezue was ranked at the 78th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, while the other Silver Flame Elder was ranked at the 99th place on the Supreme Saint ranking, was far inferior compared to Niezue. "I'm true disciple Yang Wen. Good day, Elder Niezue." Yang Wen greeted the old man and bowed respectfully while Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts about Niezue. Although Yang Wen was arrogant, he still bowed before Elder Niezue. "I'm Duan Lingtian. Good day, Elder Niezue." Duan Lingtian greeted the old man as well as soon as Yang Wen's voice caused him to regain his senses. Duan Lingtian noticed the old man was studying him and Yang Wen calmly. Although he was just looking at them, it pressured them immensely on a spiritual level. "Did both of you come here to sign the death pact to engage in a death duel?" The old man finally asked them. He was the custodian of the Palace of Death after all. Naturally, he knew Saint Land disciples would not come looking for him unless they planned to engage in a death duel. If Duanling Tian said yes now but changed his mind later, even though the custodian of the Death Palace would not force him if he changed his mind, he would still teach Duanling Tian a lesson. This was because that kind of conduct was equivalent to making a mockery out of the custodian of the Palace of Death and tarnishing its sanctity. It was not wrong for the custodian of the Palace of Death to teach Duanling Tian a lesson. The Saint Land Enforcement Hall would not take any actions as long as Duanling Tian did not die and was not crippled. Yes. Duanling Tian replied without any hesitation. When he saw Yang Wen did not reply but had turned to look at him instead, he could guess what Yang Wen was thinking. Duanling Tian's reply caused Yang Wen's expression to turn slightly grave, before it was replaced with an expression of delight. It was obvious the delight came from what he perceived would be Duanling Tian's misfortune, since he did not think Duanling Tian would dare to sign the death pact. "Follow me," Niazue said as he walked to the side. Duanling Tian and Yang Wen obediently followed after him. Soon after, under Niazue's instructions, one of the 3 bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death took a death pact and a writing brush and a bowl of special ink out. "Who's going to sign first?" Niazue asked indifferently as he looked at Duanling Tian and Yang Wen. Duanling Tian and Yang Wen looked at each other and answered almost simultaneously, "Him!" "Hermf!" Niazue snorted coldly when he saw how both of them seemed to be stalling for time. Then, he looked at Yang Wen and said indifferently, "When I asked if both of you are here to sign the death pact, you didn't reply. For this reason, you'll be the first to sign the death pact." Yang Wen did not expect he would land himself in such a situation just because he did not reply earlier. He instantly recalled his younger brother's, Yang Wu's, death. A hint of dread rose in his heart. For this reason, he looked at Niazue and asked, "Elder Niazue, can you let him sign the death pact first? As long as he signs the death pact, I'll definitely sign the death pact as well." "Yang Wen, you're a true disciple. Don't tell me you're actually scared of an ordinary elite disciple like me." Duanling Tian mocked Yang Wen as he laughed. On the other hand, Niazue's expression turned solemn immediately when he heard Yang Wen's words. Naturally, Duanling Tian would not sign the death pact first. What if Yang Wen changed his mind? He had come here today to kill Yang Wen after all. This was not only because Yang Wen wanted to kill him. It was in parts because of Yang Wen's father, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, had threatened him with the safety of his family and friends. To Duanling Tian, when Yang Chong had threatened him using his family, he had regarded him as his mortal enemy. He would not rest until one of them was dead. Since Yang Chong wanted to attack Duanling Tian's family, he was going to kill Yang Chong's son. He had already killed his youngest son. He was going to kill his eldest son as well. "Yang Chong, I'd really like to see the expression on your face when you find out I've killed your eldest son as well," Duanling Tian thought to himself. When Yang Wen heard Duanling Tian's words, his expression turned extremely grave as he glared at Duanling Tian. "Yang Wen, you're the son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect?" Niazue asked nonchalantly as he looked at Yang Wen. "Yes." Yang Wen answered politely and looked away from Duanling Tian. "No matter what, your father's a powerhouse ranked at the 146th place on the Supreme Saint ranking. As his son, and as our fire worship sect's true disciple, since you've already stepped into the Palace of Death, don't tell me you're afraid of signing the death pact first? If that's the case, then get the hell out of here now." Niazue rebuked Yang Wen as an expression of anger appeared on his face. His voice was harsh when he spoke. At the same time, the domineering aura that emitted from Niazue's body shrouded Yang Wen, pressuring him until he paled. Duanling Tian clicked his tongue as though he was watching a show. "I wonder if Yang Chong, the 5th elder of Northern Plethora sect, will throw up 3 liters of blood in anger when he finds out that his eldest son gave up the chance to avenge his youngest son?" As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Yang Wen narrowed his eyes immediately. On the other hand, Niazue looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You're Duanling Tian?" Despite being in the saint land of the fire worship sect, Niezue had also heard of the news where Yang Wu, the youngest son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, was killed by a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple called Duanling Tian. Moreover, he had also heard of various news regarding Duanling Tian after that. He even knew that Duanling Tian had come to their fire worship sect's saint land to be a disciple in advance for being able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. However, despite hearing news about Duanling Tian, he had not seen him before. Therefore, he did not recognize him when he saw him today. Yes. Duanling Tian quickly responded to Niezue as he quickly erased the mocking expression on his face that was directed at Yang Wen. At the moment when Niezue was about to say something to Duanling Tian, Yang Wen suddenly said, "I'll sign." Then Yang Wen stepped out. His eyes were bloodshot as he took the writing brush from the Palace of Death's bronze flame elder before signing his name on the death pact with a few strokes of the brush. Slap! A light sound echoed in the air. Yang Wen had used his right hand to imprint his handprint with the special ink on the death pact. After signing the death pact, Yang Wen turned to look at Duanling Tian as he said coldly, "Duanling Tian, if you don't dare to sign the death pact, it means you're making a fool out of Elder Niezue and tarnishing the sanctity of the Palace of Death," Yang Wen said. His words clearly put Duanling Tian at odds with the Palace of Death. As soon as he finished speaking, apart from Niezue, the custodian of the Palace of Death, who remained calm, the other three bronze flame elders were looking at Duanling Tian with an unfriendly expression. Upon hearing Yang Wen's words, Duanling Tian shrugged lazily and said, "You don't have to worry about this." The moment Duanling Tian finished speaking, under Yang Wen's gaze that was filled with disbelief, Duanling Tian signed his name and left his handprint on the death pact. The death pact is done. As soon as Duanling Tian signed the death pact, the bronze flame elder from the Palace of Death cried out, "Yang Wen and Duanling Tian will enter the death arena and engage in a death duel in an hour." In an hour? Duanling Tian was stunned and baffled. He did not understand why they had to wait an hour before engaging in a death duel. Was there a need to wait this long? In the next hour, our Palace of Death will become the banker and set up a place to bet for the death duel between you and Yang Wen. If you're confident, you can bet all your contribution points on yourself. Naturally, if you die, you'll still lose all your contributions points. Niezue said indifferently as though he could read Duanling Tian's mind. For this reason, usually those who enter the death arena will bet all of their contribution points on themselves. Duanling Tian finally understood. He did not expect a serious place like the Palace of Death had such a tradition. The Palace of Death won't earn any contribution points from this. We're merely acting as the middle person. We'll calculate the odds based on the situation. Naturally, the elders from the Palace of Death are allowed to place a bet as well if they want to, Niezue continued to add. This means other Saint Land disciples are allowed to bet? Elder Niezue? Duanling Tian asked in surprise. Of course. Niezue nodded. Otherwise, what do you think the seats in the death arena are for? If you want to place a bet, you can look for any of the bronze flame elders. After you place your bet and enter the death arena, the other Saint Land disciples will then be allowed to enter the death arena to place their bets before taking their seats. Before I give an order, both of you are not allowed to make a move even if you've already entered the death arena. Otherwise, the person who makes the first move will be severely punished by the Palace of Death. His voice became stern when he reached this part of the sentence. Any disruption of the tradition of the Palace of Death is strictly forbidden. Duanling Tian nodded before he walked away to look for the bronze flame elders to place his bet. Unfortunately, I only have 100 contribution points. When Duanling Tian was placing his bet, he could not help but sigh. He thought to himself, I can only hope the others place their bets on Yang Wen. In that case, I'll be able to win quite a number of contribution points. After Duanling Tian finished placing his bet, he entered the death arena. Meanwhile, Niezue looked at Yang Wen, who stood rooted to the ground with a solemn expression. He fiercely prompted Yang Wen and caused him to regain his senses. After he regained his senses, he quickly placed his bet as well. After that, he entered the death arena, standing opposite of Duanling Tian, and glared at him. Duan Ling Tian, although I don't know where you get your courage from to sign the death pact, I have to tell you that I'll definitely kill you today to avenge my younger brother and relieve my father of his hatred. Yang Wen said with a grave expression. Unlike Yang Wen, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm. When he heard Yang Wen's words, he replied in a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Everybody can boast. It remains to be seen if you have the capability to kill me. I'd like to see if you'll still be able to maintain your composure after an hour. Yang Wen smirked. Then I suppose you'll have to wait and see. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. At the same time, he turned to look outside the Palace of Death. When Duan Ling Tian looked outside, he saw the Saint Land disciples being given some sort of instruction. They all swarmed to one place, causing the Palace of Death to look like a bustling market. Duan Ling Tian actually signed the death pact? Many of the Saint Land disciples had a baffled and disbelieving expression on their faces. Even after a long while, they did not regain their senses. I really don't know where he gets his courage from. To think he actually signed the death pact. He's just seeking death. Some Saint Land disciples snorted disdainfully. They thought Duan Ling Tian had overestimated his own strength when he signed the death pact. I think Duan Ling Tian is just lucky. Since he had arrived in the fire worship sect, he had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lien. But he didn't suffer any losses so far. Based on the following incidents, he doesn't seem like a person who would do something that would make him suffer losses. A Saint Land disciple recalled the incidents that had happened to Duan Ling Tian after he arrived at the fire worship sect. However, this Saint Land disciple's words made many people mock him. What? Don't tell me you think he's stronger than senior brother Yang Wen? You think he'll be able to kill senior brother Yang Wen in this death duel? Stop joking. The reason Duan Ling Tian has never suffered from any losses since he came to the fire worship sect is due to his strength. He is yet to encounter a tough opponent. As for Elder Lien, that's just because it's not convenient for him to make a move due to his position. Otherwise, how do you think he's able to survive up until now? That's right. If you think Duan Ling Tian will win today, you can place your bet on him. However, I'm afraid your contribution points will only go down the drain. That's right. Since you have so much faith in Duan Ling Tian, you might as well place your bet on him. We'll earn more contribution points as well that way. Even this Saint Land disciple did not expect his words would bring about so much mockery from the other Saint Land disciples. He immediately fell silent. As for placing his bet on Duan Ling Tian, he was not that stupid to do so. Earlier, he had just casually made a remark without much thought. In his opinion, the chances of Yang Wen winning the death duel was much higher. After all, Yang Wen was a true disciple of their fire worship sect Saint Land and was even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse. As for Duan Ling Tian, although he had mastered a few high-grade divine abilities and was quite strong, due to his yellow innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for him to surpass Yang Wen, let alone kill him. I'll bet 300 contribution points that senior brother Yang Wen will win. I'll bet 500 contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. I'll go all out and bet everything I have. I'll bet 3,300 contribution points on senior brother Yang Wen. As the group of Saint Land disciples swarmed in to place their bets, the two Palace of Death's bronze flame elders began to get busy accepting the bets and recording the betting information of all the Saint Land disciples. Even after 15 minutes went by, none of the Saint Land disciples had bet on Duan Ling Tian. Based on this, one could see much they looked down on Duan Ling Tian. Nobody bet on Duan Ling Tian? This matter soon gained the attention of some Saint Land disciples. In that case, how are we going to earn contribution points? That's right. The final odds of the bet made by the Palace of Death is calculated based on the number of bets placed on both sides. If everybody bets on senior brother Yang Wen, in the end, we'll only receive the number of contribution points we have bet and not a single point more. Is there anyone who wants to bet on Duan Ling Tian? If this continues on, we won't be able to earn anything at all. Do you think we're idiots that will place our bets on Duan Ling Tian? That's like giving away our contribution points. The group of Saint Land disciples burst into a commotion again. Nobody regarded Duan Ling Tian highly and all of them were certain he would die today. Although Duan Ling Tian's pretty strong, he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. With the limit his innate spiritual root imposes on him, he won't be able to achieve anything great even if he has mastered a few high-grade divine abilities. That's right. In this situation, only an idiot would bet on him. It can't go on like this. If all of us bet on senior brother Yangwan, we won't be able to earn a single contribution point. What to do? Why don't you bet on Duanling Tian instead? I'm not an idiot, okay? The Saint Lan disciples were snapping at one another since nobody was willing to bet on Duanling Tian when a voice resonated in the air, attracting the other Saint Lan disciples' attention. I'll bet 100 contribution points on Duanling Tian. A Saint Lan disciple took the lead and bet on Duanling Tian. Although it was only 100 contribution points, the eyes of the other Saint Lan disciples brightened up immediately. It was fine as long as someone took the lead to bet on Duanling Tian. Eventually, there would be more people who follow suit. If that happened, they no longer had to worry about not earning any contribution points. It did not matter even if they only earned a little contribution points. It was a sure win anyway. As the saying went, no matter how small it is still a piece of meat. Isn't he Sunda? Sunda? The Saint Lan disciple who successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier before Duanling Tian? That's him. I heard the reason he successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier was due to Duanling Tian unknowingly helping him. No wonder he would bet on Duanling Tian. As it turns out, he's just returning the favor. He's smart. He probably knows this is the last chance he'll get to repay Duanling Tian's favor. After today, he won't be able to do so anymore even if he wants to. Many Saint Lan disciples recognized the Saint Lan disciple, Sunda, who placed his bet on Duanling Tian. Sunda looked at Duanling Tian, who was in the death arena, and smiled wryly as he said through voice transmission, "Junior brother Ling Tian, I've just arrived at the Saint Land, and this is all of the contribution points that I have." It was Duanling Tian who told him to place a bet on him. "It's all right as long as you earn something," Duanling Tian replied Sunda through voice transmission. He could tell Sunda did not have high hopes that he would win, and he knew that Sunda was willing to bet on him was for other reasons. After that, Duanling Tian looked at Guanxiu, whom he had asked for directions from 10 days ago, and who had also kindly advised him out of concern today. Just as Duanling Tian was about to remind Guanxiu through voice transmission to place a bet on him, he noticed Guanxiu had already beaten him to it. "I'll bet 3,500 contribution points on senior brother Duanling Tian." Without needing Duanling Tian to prompt him, Guanxiu placed a bet of 3,500 contribution points on him. A sense of warmth instantly enveloped Duanling Tian's heart. At this moment, he felt a sense of acknowledgement from Guanxiu. This made him feel very comfortable. As soon as Guanxiu placed his bet, the entire place fell silent immediately. One by one, the Saint Lan disciples shifted their attention to Guanxiu with a shocked expression on their faces. He bet 3,500 contribution points all on Duanling Tian? Isn't he afraid of losing it all? I know him. He's called Guanxiu. He could be considered as a veteran in the Saint Land. However, I'm afraid 3,500 contribution points are all he has. How courageous of him. To think he's not afraid of losing at all. No matter what, it's a good thing he and Sunda have taken the initiative to place their bets on Duanling Tian. I don't have to worry about not earning any contribution points anymore. You have a point. Many of the Saint Lan disciples chuckled. Guanxiu, you're crazy. Some of the Saint Lan disciples who knew Guanxiu stared at him with their mouths agape, thinking he had gone crazy. In their opinion, only an idiot would bet on Duanling Tian in such a case where the winner was obvious. However, Guanxiu merely ignored these people's questions. Instead, he looked at Duanling Tian immediately and transmitted his voice to him. "Senior brother Ling Tian, based on the current situation, there's nothing I can help you with. I have bet all the contribution points I have on my crystal card on you to support you. All the best. Today, I'll definitely let you earn a lot of points in return." Duanling Tian looked at Guanxiu reassuringly before he looked away. It had to be said that the other Saint Lan disciples had overestimated Sunda and Guanxiu in thinking others would follow in their footsteps. After Guanxiu bet 3,500 contribution points on Duanling Tian, although there were some people who placed their bets on Duanling Tian. The total number of points did not even add up to 3,500 contribution points. The number of bets placed on Duanling Tian is just too little, right? It's fine. It's better than nothing. The betting odds from the Palace of Death must be absurd today. I suspect the number of contribution points that people placed on Senior Brother Yang when totals up to 800,000, if not 1 million contribution points. I think so too. Although I only bet 100 contribution points, I'm sure I'll still earn a little when Senior Brother Yang wins. Since this is a sure win bet, I'll be happy with however many points I get in return. I bet 3,000 contribution points. However, the betting odds will be low, so I guess I'll probably earn a little more than 10 contribution points. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. At the same time, they made their way toward the seats around the death arena. After they were seated, their eyes were glued to the two men standing in the middle of the death arena, waiting for the death duel to start. After about 45 minutes had passed, everyone had placed their bets. The death duel would start in about 15 minutes. During these 15 minutes, the Palace of Death still accepted bets while they calculated the odds that would be revealed to the crowd. There are about a total of 6,000 contribution points bet on Duanling Tian, while there are at least several tens of thousands or even millions of contribution points bet on Senior Brother Yang. The betting odd must be really absurd. Indeed, hopefully it will at least be 200 to 1. Initially, I thought I would be able to earn some points. I realized how absurd I was being when I saw almost everyone place their bets on Senior Brother Yang. Looks like not everyone is stupid. The group of Saint Land disciples on the spectator seats discussed among themselves. All of them spoke about the bets. They were looking forward to seeing what the odds would be like. I hope the few elders from the Palace of Death will also bet. Hopefully, they'll place their bets on Duanling Tian. Otherwise, the betting odds would be terrible. A saint disciple suddenly said eagerly when he remembered the elders from the Palace of Death could also place bets. I think it's highly impossible. The elders from the Palace of Death are all smart. It's impossible they would bet on Duanling Tian. Another Saint Land disciple said, effectively extinguishing the other Saint Land disciple's hope. It was as though he had poured a bucket of cold water on him. I bet 100,000 contribution points on Duanling Tian. Without warning, a cold voice rang from outside the Palace of Death. The crowd of people was baffled. Even the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niadzue, could not help but widen his eyes. Soon after, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, two figures appeared side by side in the Palace of Death. They were two young men. Moreover, these two young men resembled each other slightly. Senior Brother Lu Mu? Duanling Tian's gaze landed on the young man on the right. He was shocked as well. He did not think he would encounter that person here. The Saint Land assessment had not begun, right? Why was he here wearing the Saint Land disciple's uniform? This person was none other than Lu Mu, a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple whom Duanling Tian met when he went to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. At that time, Lu Mu's cultivation base was already at the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, so it would not be hard for him to pass the Saint Land assessment that was around the corner. Duanling Tian had also thought of meeting Lu Mu again, but he thought that it would be after the Saint Land assessment. He did not expect he would be able to meet Lu Mu again so soon. It's Senior Brother Lu Yun. It's really Senior Brother Lu Yun. Who's that Saint Land disciple standing next to him? He even resembles Senior Brother Lu Yun. I heard that Senior Brother Lu Yun has a cousin in the Four Symbols Sanctum's White Tiger Sanctum. Could it be that he's Senior Brother Lu Yun's cousin? The Saint Land assessment has not taken place yet, right? Why is he here? While Duanling Tian was surprised by Lu Mu's appearance, most of the Saint Land disciples were surprised by the presence of the young man next to Lu Mu. Even Yang Wan, who was standing opposite Duanling Tian, looked at the young man beside Lu Mu with a hint of dread in his eyes. Similarly, Lu Yun was also a true disciple. However, in comparison, Lu Yun was much more famous than him. In the fire worship sect Saint Land, there was a ranking for true disciples that was known as the True Ranking. There were 100 places on the ranking. Only 100 of the strongest true disciples among the over 170 disciples were ranked. Yang Wan was not qualified to be ranked on the True Ranking, But Lu Yun was already ranked at the 27th place on the true ranking since a long time ago. He was an elite powerhouse among the true disciples in the fire worship sect. For this reason, Lu Yun's appearance had caused a great commotion. Why's senior brother Lu Yun here? Moreover, he even placed a bet of 100,000 contribution points on Duan Lingtian. He's not joking, right? Under the perplexed gaze of many Saint Lan disciples, Lu Yun went to look for the bronze flame elders of the Palace of Death to place his bet. He took out his crystal card and directly bet 100,000 contribution points. From the beginning until the end, not a frown could be seen on his face at all. Senior brother Lu Yun is so confident in Duan Ling Tian's ability? My goodness! Now that senior brother Lu Yun has placed his bet, I feel a little regretful for placing all my contribution points on senior brother Yangwen. I'm actually thinking about placing a bet on Duan Ling Tian now since senior brother Lu Yun regards him highly enough to bet 100,000 contribution points on him. Many Saint Lan disciples were itching to place their bets again when something happened. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian, who was originally standing in the death arena, suddenly flew out without warning toward the young man who came with Lu Yun. Senior brother Lu Mu, when did you come to the Saint Land? Not only that, but you even became a Saint Lan disciple. Duan Ling Tian asked in surprise as he looked at Lu Mu. Although he had only met Lu Mu once, they discovered that they get along very well and became fast friends. Due to this reason, he was pleasantly surprised when he saw Lu Mu showing up in the Palace of Death. Junior brother Ling Tian, don't tell me you're only one who's allowed to comprehend the divine ability of your sanctum? Am I not allowed to successfully comprehend the divine ability from the White Tiger Sanctum? Lu Mu chuckled. As it turned out, Lu Mu became a Saint Lan disciple because he had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability from the White Tiger Sanctum. Of course not. I'm just a little surprised. Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly. You're Duan Ling Tian? At the same time, Lu Yun, who had just finished placing his bet, returned to Lu Mu's side. He looked at Duan Ling Tian nonchalantly as he said in a cold but calm voice, "My cousin told me to bet my contribution points on you. I hope that you won't let him or me down." After he said that, without even waiting for Duan Ling Tian to reply, he flew toward a section of seats in the death arena. The seats here had a great view and had already been taken up by people. However, upon seeing Lu Yun making his way there, the group of Saint Lan disciples who were sitting there quickly made way for him as though he was some kind of plague. Junior brother Ling Tian, my cousin's temper is like this, so please don't blame him. Lu Mu looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled apologetically. It's all right. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He could see that Lu Yun meant no harm. 100,000 contribution points. However, the instant he recalled how Lu Yun had bet 100,000 contribution points on him, he could not help but narrow his eyes. Then his eyes brightened as though he was hit by a pang of realization. Senior brother Lu Mu, go look for senior brother Lu Yun first. There's something urgent, and I have to look for Elder Nie Zue. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said to Lu Mu with an apologetic smile before he flew toward the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nie Zue, and blocked his path just as he was about to head to the death arena to preside over the death duel. Is there a problem? Nie Zue came to a halt with a slight frown on his face when he saw Duan Ling Tian blocking his path. At the same time, every Saint Lan disciple present on the scene, including Lu Mu, shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian. Why is Duan Ling Tian looking for Elder Nie Zue at this moment? The death duel was just about to begin. Duan Ling Tian did not stay obediently in the death arena, but he went to look for Elder Nie instead. They were all baffled. Elder Nie Zue, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand and an extremely damaged-looking bow appeared in his hand. The bow was covered with 10 holes. It made the bow appear even more shabby. The only thing worth mentioning was the bowstring of the bow. Naturally, Nie Zue was the only one whose eyes had brightened, for he could tell the bowstring was not simple. As for the others, they did not notice the bowstring at all due to the great distance. When they saw Duan Ling Tian taking out this bow, most of them had a disgusted expression on their faces. Why did Duan Ling Tian take this bow out? I don't know. Perhaps he wants to use this broken bow to bribe Elder Nie Zue and ask Elder Nie Zue to call off the death duel. What a joke! Putting aside the fact that Elder Nie Zue won't covet a broken bow, Even if he did, it would be impossible for him to call off the death duel. The death pact has already been signed. If Elder Niazue abuses his power to call off this death duel, he would lose his position as the custodian of the Palace of Death. The group of Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves. Hints of contempt could be heard in their voices. At the same time, Duanling Tian looked at Niazue and said, "Elder Niazue, I want to pawn my bow in exchange for some contribution points, so I can place a bet on myself. If I die in the death duel, this bow will belong to you. If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll use twice the amount of contribution points to buy it back." As Duanling Tian spoke, he handed the bow over to Niazue. The damaged-looking bow was none other than the sun-shooting bow. When the sun-shooting bow was in its prime, it was an extremely powerful celestial supreme treasure. However, when Duanling Tian obtained it, not only did it already lose its bowstring, but the most important 10 heavenly jewels on the bow were already gone as well. Even so, after the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon was used as its bowstring, the sun-shooting bow was still very powerful. Although that was the case, after Duanling Tian had obtained the legacy of the Sovereign Heart Sword, he had put all his heart and mind into the sword Dao. For this reason, the sun-shooting bow was gradually buried in dust as well. If it was not for the fact that he saw Lu Yun placing 100,000 contribution points to bet on him, he would not have remembered the sun-shooting bow at all. Currently, he planned to pawn the sun-shooting bow to the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niazue, in exchange for some contribution points. He would buy it back after the death duel had ended. He believed with Niazue's strength and position, he would be able to tell the sun-shooting bow was not an ordinary bow. "It seems like you're quite confident." Niazue looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully before he took the sun-shooting bow from Duanling Tian. When he looked at the sun-shooting bow again, his eyes brightened immediately. Although he could tell the bowstring was not simple, he did not pay attention to the bow itself. Now that he was holding the bow, he finally realized the most valuable thing about it was not the bowstring but the bow itself. "It's not that I'm confident. Everything of mine would no longer belong to me if I die today. In that case, I might as well take out my most valuable item and pawn it," Duanling Tian said calmly when he heard Niazue's words. At this moment, a burst of laughter could be heard in the air. Yang Wen, who was standing in the death arena, looked at Duanling Tian contemptuously before he said, "Duanling Tian, based on your words, this damaged bow is the most valuable item in your possession? How unsightly. Do you really think Elder Niazue would have his eyes on this wretched bow of yours? How ludicrous." Most of the other Saint Lan disciples were also looking at Duanling Tian with a mocking smile on their faces. Duanling Tian must have gone crazy trying to get contribution points. With this broken bow, he wants to exchange it for some contribution points from Elder Niazue? Is he sane? It's apparent that damaged bow is a cheap item. Even if he gives me contribution points to take it, I would still have to consider taking it. How courageous! To think he dares to offer such a bow to Elder Niazue. The conversations of the Saint Lan disciples were filled with contempt. They felt that Duanling Tian had gone insane for trying to use a damaged bow to exchange for contribution points. Moreover, out of everyone here, he chose to approach Elder Niazue. Did he really think Elder Niazue was blind? At this moment, even Lu Yun, Lu Mu, Sunda, and Guanxiu were frowning as well. They could not see what was so special about that bow. However, in the next instant, the reaction of the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niazue, shocked everyone, including the 4 of them. "Are you really sure you want to pawn this bow of yours to me?" As Niazue held on to the broken bow, he did not seem angry. Instead, he looked at Duanling Tian excitedly and seemed to have slightly lost his composure. Naturally, he was so excited because he had discovered how extraordinary the bow was. He had just roughly weighed the bow, and he immediately noticed that even though its force was not as powerful as 100 inscriptions saint weapon, it was more or less the same. Naturally, if it was just a weapon that was almost on par with 100 inscriptions saint weapon, Niazue would not be interested in it. He was not even interested in 100 inscriptions saint weapons. He valued this bow so much because he noticed that although the bowstring was merely inscribed with a few low-grade saint inscriptions, that it could not even be considered as a 10-inscription saint weapon at all, the bow itself was extraordinary. With the tenacity of the bow, It would still be a problem for a bowstring that's inscribed with several hundreds of saint inscriptions to support it. Earlier, Niezue had tested the bow. Even when he activated the powerful saint origin in his body, he still could not bend the bow in his hand. Based on this, one could see just how rare and valuable the material the bow was made from. Even if I install a bowstring that's inscribed with several hundreds of saint inscriptions, its force will still overpower most of the 1,000 inscriptions saint weapons out there. Niezue was very certain about this. Earlier, when he tested the bow in his hand, he noticed the bow contained a mysterious energy as well. Although the bowstring of this bow was made from the dragon tendon of a 5-clawed devil dragon, and was merely inscribed with a few low-grade saint inscriptions, without taking into consideration of the bow, its force was merely slightly more powerful than an ordinary 10 inscriptions saint weapon. The reason the strength of this bow was almost on par with a 100 inscriptions saint weapon was mostly due to the mysterious energy contained inside the bow. Elder Niezue, this bow is not bad, right? I obtained this when I obtained the legacy from the 9-clawed divine dragon. If it's not because of the death duel, I wouldn't have taken it out so easily, Duan Ling Tian explained. I'd say it's definitely more than not bad. When Niezue heard how Duan Ling Tian described the bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon, his eyes turned even brighter. At the same time, he asked readily, "Tell me, how much contribution points do you want?" 200,000 contribution points will do, Duan Ling Tian replied as he took out his crystal card and passed it to Niezue. Niezue took Duan Ling Tian's crystal card and transferred 200,000 contribution points to him quickly. At the same time, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Now, I kind of wish that you'll be killed by Yangwen. If that's the case, this bow will belong to me. In Niazue's opinions, it was worth it to exchange 200,000 contribution points for a saint weapon that was far more powerful than 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon. In the fire worship sect, the price of an ordinary 1,000 inscriptions saint weapon could only be exchanged with 1 million contribution points. Not only that, but the supply usually could not meet the demand at all. Even the most outstanding saint inscription master in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land needed to expend a lot of effort to forge a weapon like that. The deal between Duan Ling Tian and Niezue was completed in just a blink of an eye. Clamor. It was only when Duan Ling Tian received the 200,000 contribution points that Niezue transferred to him and placed a bet on himself with the bronze flame elders from the Palace of Death that the Saint Land disciples regained their senses. As soon as they regained their senses, a commotion broke out again. 200,000 contribution points? It's a joke, right? That broken bow is worth 200,000 contribution points. Broken bow? You actually described this bow that was left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon as a broken bow? How ludicrous. No wonder Elder Niezue looked so excited earlier. As it turns out, he could tell the bow was not an ordinary bow. Looks like this bow is indeed left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon. Humph, Duan Ling Tian's really crazy. To think that he doesn't even plan to use this godly weapon that was left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon during the death duel. Instead, he pawned it for contribution points. He's really a gambler. The Saint Land disciples present on the scene could choose to not believe in Duan Ling Tian's words, but they believed in Niezue's judgment. From now on, we're no longer taking bets. The voice of the Bronze Flame Elder of the Palace of Death rang out as soon as Duan Ling Tian placed a 200,000 contribution points bet on himself. At once, everyone began to feel excited because they knew the main event was about to start. Soon after the Palace of the Death's Bronze Flame Elders calculated the odds, the betting odds for the death duel were finalized. If Yangwen wins, the winning odd is 1-7. If Duan Ling Tian wins, the winning odd is 7-1. One of the Bronze Flame Elders announced loudly. His voice was heard clearly by everyone present in the Palace of Death. In other words, if Yangwen won, for every 7 contributions points one had bet on him, one would get 1 contribution points in return. On the other hand, if Duan Ling Tian won, for 1 contribution point one had bet on him, one would receive 7 contribution points in return. Duan Ling Tian already has 300,000 over contribution points placed on him, but the odds are still so ridiculous. Does this mean there are over 2.1 million contributions points that people bet on senior brother Yangwen? Many Saint Lan disciples were dumbfounded when they heard the betting odds from the Bronze Flame elders of the Palace of Death. Isn't this just too much? Looks like everyone has a high opinion of senior brother Yangwen. Now, I kind of regret only betting 2,000 contribution points on senior brother Yangwen. The few elders from the Palace of Death must have bet quite a lot of contribution points on senior brother Yangwen. Of course. Otherwise, how could the number of contribution points that people bet on senior brother Yangwen reach over 1 million? When all was said and done, most of the Saint Lan disciples who placed their bets on Yangwen were still satisfied with the current betting odds. Duanling Tian, do you need to use this bow during the death duel between you and Yangwen? If you need it, I can temporarily lend it to you. After all, I'll need to return the bow to you if you manage to survive. If you don't, I can still retrieve the bow later, Nie Zue asked as he hovered in the sky above the death arena. Duanling Tian was standing opposite Yangwen in the death arena at this moment. Upon hearing this, most of the Saint Lan disciples shifted their attention to Duanling Tian. As expected from our fire worship sect's first silver flame elder. Elder Nie Zue is really kind to the point that it's admirable. That's right. Duanling Tian's bow has been pawned to Elder Nie Zue. Could be considered as part of his possession at this moment. It's not wrong of him to reject Duanling Tian even if he asks to borrow it. However, I can't believe Elder Nie actually offered to lend it to Duanling Tian on his own accord. That bow is a saint weapon that's left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon. If Duanling Tian uses it in the death duel between him and senior brother Yangwen, there's a chance he could last longer in the fight before he's killed by senior brother Yangwen. The Saint Lan disciples whispered among themselves. It was obvious they did not think Duanling Tian was a match for Yangwen even with the sun-shooting bow. Naturally, there were also some Saint Lan disciples who were worried. If Duanling Tian used the sun-shooting bow left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon, would it not make him stronger? At that time, would Yangwen not be in danger? When they thought of this, they began to break out in a commotion again. Since you've already pawned the bow that's left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon, you shouldn't use it anymore. Don't forget that you've already pawned it. Don't use that bow if you have the balls. Duanling Tian, don't make us look down on you. For the sake of the contribution points that they bet on Yangwen, these Saint Lan disciples went all out and said whatever came to their minds. However, they soon realized that Duanling Tian seemed to be ignoring them even though they were shouting loudly. They instantly became furious that they felt like throwing up blood. Although the Saint Lan disciples who bet on Yangwen raised a commotion, Yangwen maintained his composure and showed no signs of agitation at all despite Nie Zue's offer to lend Duanling Tian the bow. Apart from Duanling Tian himself, he understood Duanling Tian the most out of everyone present on the scene. He knew Duanling Tian was skilled in swordsmanship and not archery. Perhaps Duanling Tian's bow was not just a simple bow, but if he was stronger using the bow, why did he not bring the bow out when he fought with the Black Turtle Sanctum's great senior brother Hong Su in the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine previously? Not only that, but he also knew that Duanling Tian's high-grade offensive divine ability was a sword-type divine ability too. For this reason, he was almost certain that even if Duanling Tian used the bow that was left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon, it would not help Duanling Tian much since he was not skilled in using a bow. As it turned out, Yangwen had guessed correctly. Thank you for your good intention, Elder Nie Zue, but I'm not skilled in using bows. Duanling Tian rejected Nie Zue's good intention. At this moment, he realized Nie Zue, who was also not adept at using a bow like him, did not have any covetous thoughts toward the sun-shooting bow. Although Nie Zue could tell the sun-shooting bow was extraordinary and was interested in it, he did not covet it since he was not skilled in archery. Moreover, he was the fire worship sect's first silver flame elder. He cared about his position and would not covet something he might not even be able to use. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian felt at ease pawning the sun-shooting bow to Nie Zue. If it was someone else, he might not have dared to do so. No wonder Duanling Tian chose this moment to pawn the precious bow left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. As it turns out, he's not skilled in archery. At the same time, the Saint Lan disciples were hit with a pang of realization. Those who had bet on Yangwen heaved a sigh of relief. Initially, they had referred to the sun-shooting bow as a broken bow, but now they referred to it as a precious bow. The change in their attitude was extremely large. This was all due to the assessment of the custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, of the sun-shooting bow. Naturally, apart from Duan Lingtian, everyone, including Niezue, did not know the shabby-looking bow in Niezue's hands was called the sun-shooting bow. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had no intention of revealing it to anyone at all since he did not think there was a need to do so. In his opinion, the sun-shooting bow would not be in Niezue's possession for long anyway. It will soon return to him. Duan Lingtian and Yang Wen stood opposite each other in the death arena. They were accumulating their energies, ready to explode at any time. Duan Lingtian was an ordinary elite disciple of the fire worship sect Saint Land who had just arrived at the Saint Land not long ago. He was considered as a new disciple. Yang Wen, on the other hand, was a true disciple in the fire worship sect Saint Land for many years. He could be considered as a veteran here. Such different people had signed a death pact in the Palace of Death today to engage in a death duel. Begin! As the Palace of Death's custodian, Niezue, announced energetically, the atmosphere in the death arena was lifted. All the Saint Land disciples' attention was on the two men standing in the death arena. It's finally going to begin. Most of the Saint Land disciples were eager and had an anticipatory expression on his face. Senior Brother Yang Wen, all the best. Kill Duan Lingtian. Senior Brother Yang Wen, I've placed a bet of 5,000 contribution points on you, so don't let me down, please. Senior Brother Yang Wen, kill him. Kill him. Many Saint Land disciples stood up and chanted without restraint. It was as though Duan Lingtian had killed their family. Most of these Saint Land disciples were the ones who placed a lot of contribution points to bet on Yang Wen. If Yang Wen killed Duan Lingtian, they would gain quite many contribution points. Due to this reason, they were very invested in the results of the death duel. Junior Brother Lingtian. Sunda, who was sitting at the corner side as he looked away, he could not bear to watch the scene that would unfold next. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was definitely not a match for Yang Wen. Senior Brother Lingtian, good luck. Guanxiu stared at Duan Lingtian and as he waved his hands to cheer for Duan Lingtian. Unfortunately, although his voice was loud, it was drowned out by the people cheering for Yang Wen. Two men were seated at the section where the view was the best. One of them asked the other, Brother Mu, almost everybody doesn't have a high opinion of him apart from himself. Why do you have such a high opinion of him to the point that you even asked me to place a bet on him? The person who had spoken was none other than the true disciple, Lu Yun. He was also ranked at the 27th place on the fire worship sect's true ranking. As for the person he had posed the question to, it was none other than Lu Mu, who had just arrived at the Saint Land not long ago from the White Tiger Sanctum. I believe in him. Lu Mu's reply was direct. His reply caused Lu Yun to be speechless since he felt Lu Mu was behaving recklessly. At this moment, he slightly regretted listening to Lu Mu and used 100,000 contribution points to bet on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe that you actually dare to sign the death pact with me to engage in a death duel. I really admire your courage. I really have to thank you for giving me this chance to avenge my younger brother. Yang Wen said mockingly as he looked at Duan Lingtian after Niezue announced the start of the duel. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely powerful energy surged out of his body. Boom. 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 The energy from Yang Wen's body swept out and caused the air turbulence and set off a strong hurricane that seemed capable of overturning the world. The energy surging out of Yang Wen was not the saint energy but the saint origin that belonged to a saint celestial stage powerhouse. The saint celestial stage was separated into 9 forms. The saint celestial first form was the saint origin form. When one's cultivation base entered the first form of the saint celestial stage, the saint energy in one's body would transform into the more powerful saint origin. Elementary devouring tactic. While Yang Wen's energy surged out of his body, the sun saint energy that Duan Lingtian had accumulated in his body surged out as well. In just a blink of an eye, whirlpools began to appear on his body and churned at an extremely fast speed. A strong suction energy came from the whirlpool as it absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in its surroundings. Boom! 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 When Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic and the surrounding heaven and earth spirit energy was completely absorbed by him, the sounds of explosions rang in the air. In terms of commotion, it was in no way inferior to the commotion caused by the powerful Saint Origin surging out of Yang Wen's body. Assist-type divine ability? Yang Wen, who was standing in the distance, saw Duan Ling Tian completely absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings before his saint energy was raised to the intermediate quintessential saint stage from the peak of the exemplary saint stage in just a short time. He narrowed his eyes immediately. The ridiculous boost from this divine ability far surpassed the treasured divine ability of the four symbols sanctum's Azure Dragon Sanctum. Most importantly, he had heard Duan Ling Tian could maintain this assist-type divine ability for a very long time, far longer than an ordinary assist-type divine ability. However, his saint energy that's merely equivalent to that of a powerhouse at the intermediate quintessential saint stage is just like a clay chicken, unworthy to be mentioned in front of me. The moment Yang Wen thought of this, he became even more confident. However, despite feeling extremely confident, he did not make the first move. This was because he knew Duan Ling Tian's current strength was not as simple as just being at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. In fact, Hongsu, whose strength was close to the saint celestial stage after consuming the forbidden pill, had still died in Duan Ling Tian's hand in the end. Even if Duan Ling Tian's true strength had not reached the saint celestial stage, his current strength was very close to it. If this was an ordinary friendly match, Yang Wen would have made the first move faced with an opponent who was not a match for him. Although he felt Duan Ling Tian was not a match for him, due to the reason this was a death duel, he still needed to maintain a level head. He had no choice but to be wary since this concerned his life. This is Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability? At the same time, everyone, including the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nya, Zue, and the three Bronze Flame Elders, shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian simultaneously. They had witnessed with their own eyes how the whirlpools around Duan Ling Tian's body had absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy around him in a short time. Not only that, but it instantly raised Duan Ling Tian's saint energy to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. What a horrifying boost! In just a blink of an eye, the aura of the saint energy on Duan Ling Tian's body is raised to the intermediate quintessential saint stage from the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Although I've heard about Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability, it's amazing witnessing it with my own eyes. That's right. Even the most treasured assist-type divine ability of the four symbols sanctum's Azure Dragon Sanctum may not necessarily be able to raise one's strength to this extent, even after it's been comprehended to the highest stage. Put aside the divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, even the divine ability known as the number 1 assist-type divine ability in our fire worship sect might not even be able to compare to it even after it's comprehended to the highest stage. In that case, don't tell me the assist-type divine ability that Duan Ling Tian mastered is actually on par with the number 1 assist-type divine ability in our fire worship sect? In theory, yes. The group of Saint Lan disciples seated around the death arena turned solemn. Based on their conversations, one could see they thought highly of Duan Ling Tian's assist-type divine ability. If Duan Ling Tian hasn't comprehended his assist-type divine ability to the highest stage yet, doesn't this mean his divine ability is far more powerful than the fire worship sect's number 1 assist-type divine ability? A Saint Lan disciple in a spectator seat suddenly said. His words caused the surrounding Saint Lan disciples to fall silent immediately. If his assist-type divine ability hasn't been comprehended to the highest level, then it's definitely more powerful than the fire worship sect's number 1 assist-type divine ability. That's right. The boost in his strength is equivalent to the boost of the number 1 assist-type divine ability when it's comprehended to the highest stage. If his assist-type divine ability really has more room for progress, then even if his assist-type divine ability is not on par with the assist-type divine ability from the Black Kshetra sect, it's more or less the same. The group of Saint Lan disciples mentioned the assist-type divine ability from the Black Kshetra sect as they discussed among themselves. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the 3 great sects were like leviathans dominating over other sects. In the 3 great sects, each of them had many high-grade divine abilities that had their own strong points. Take the Fire Worship sect for example, its most powerful divine ability was an offensive divine ability. That offensive divine ability was the number 1 divine ability in the Fire Worship sect. It was also the most treasured divine ability in the fire worship sect. On the other hand, the Black Kshetra sect's most powerful divine ability was an assist-type divine ability. It was also the Black Kshetra sect's most treasured divine ability. When that assist-type divine ability was comprehended to the highest stage, rumor had it that it could raise one's strength an entire stage higher in just a short time. What did it mean to have one's strength raised an entire stage higher? In other words, if it was cast by the current Duanling Tian, his Sun Saint energy that was equivalent to the Saint energy of a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage would be raised to the peak of the quintessential Saint stage in a short time. For this reason, the Saint Land disciple began to compare the two assist-type divine abilities. As for the remaining sect of the three great sects, the Heaven Divination sect, its most powerful divine ability was a defensive divine ability. It was the most treasured divine ability in the Heaven Divination sect. Compared to the most treasured divine abilities in the Fire Worship sect and Black Kshetra sect, the most treasured divine ability in the Heaven Divination sect was much more famous because it was an ancient defensive divine ability that was passed down from the ancient times. It had already existed before the three great sects were formed in the Tao Martial Saint Land. That divine ability was also widely acknowledged as the number one defensive divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh! A faint noise sounded in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the sky within 100 meters of Yangwen seemed to tremble as territory that was filled with killing intent finally appeared. One could faintly see bloody red chi around the territory. Whoosh! Whoosh! Apart from that, a wave of Saint origin had risen to the air above Yangwen before it split into two and transformed into a long spear and a gigantopithecus. The long spear was over 30 meters long, while the gigantopithecus stood in the air like a little mountain. The size could even cover the sun. Saint Origin Consolidated Weapon? Saint Origin Consolidated Beast. Duanling Tian was momentarily stunned when he saw this. In his opinion, these were very lowly techniques. It was basically the upgraded version of the True Energy Consolidated Weapon and True Energy Consolidated Beast. Usually, among the three great techniques, the True Energy Consolidated Weapon, True Energy Consolidated Beast, and True Energy Consolidated Territory, that a martial or Tao cultivator mastered at the early stage, only the True Energy Consolidated Territory could accompany him to go a little further. This was because in the end, as the martial tactic progressed, with the appearance of various divine abilities, even the True Energy Consolidated Territory technique would gradually be weakened. Unify! Yangwen shouted loudly in the next moment, causing Duanling Tian to narrow his eyes as his expression turned solemn. In the air above Yangwen's head, the little mountain-like gigantopithecus consolidated by the Saint Origin Consolidated Beast actually came to life. It reached out its right hand and gripped the 30 meters long spear in its hand. After it gripped the long spear, the gigantopithecus' sturdy body suddenly trembled before it beat its own chest with its other hand. Thud! 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 Roar! Without warning, the gigantopithecus roared loudly. Its voice was thunderously loud as it spread out. It caused some Saint Land disciples whose cultivation base was lower to frown. At the same time, under the gaze of the crowd, Yangwen's territory that was filled with killing intent suddenly turned red before it charged toward the gigantopithecus. As the gigantopithecus roared, it entered the gigantopithecus' mouth. It seemed as though the gigantopithecus had swallowed Yangwen's territory. After the gigantopithecus swallowed the territory, there were no big changes on its body. The bloody red chi began to rise from its body and the long spear in its hand. The bloody red chi surrounded its body. Apart from that, its originally dark and dull eyes had turned bloodshot as well. In just an instant, the aura of the gigantopithecus seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering transformation. On top of the killing intent, it gave off a dangerous vibe. At the very least, Duanling Tian felt it. It's the medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Unification. At the same time, Duanling Tian heard the words of many Saint Land disciples who were seated around the death arena. Through this, he learned that it was a medium-grade offensive divine ability. This offensive divine ability relied on the most basic three techniques: True Energy Consolidated Weapon, True Energy Consolidated Beast, and the True Energy Consolidated Territory. Naturally, Yangwen had cast his Saint Origin Consolidated Weapon, Saint Origin Consolidated Beast, and Saint Origin consolidated territory instead. The medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Unification, was about unifying three techniques into one to attack. This offensive divine ability was also considered as being in the top tier among medium-grade offensive divine abilities. All of a sudden, Yangwen shouted, "Kill him!" In the next instant, the Gigantopithecus hovering above his head seemed to gain sentience as its eyes suddenly brightened. It instant flew out as commanded. The mountain-like body charged toward Duanling Tian at an extremely fast speed. Boom! With the blood energy suffusing its body, the mountain-like Gigantopithecus that was holding on to the long spear took one step forward, causing the air to tremble and setting off a deafening sound. Boom! 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 In the next instant, the Gigantopithecus charged toward Duanling Tian at a fast speed. Every step it took caused an air explosion. The air explosions shook the Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena so much that their expression began to turn grave. It was as though each step the Gigantopithecus took landed on their chests. What great timing! Faced with the menacing Gigantopithecus, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, an earth-shattering transformation also happened to him. From what the Saint Land disciples could see, the things that had been transformed were Duanling Tian's hands and legs that were revealed from the Saint Land disciples' uniform. At this moment, his hands and legs had transformed into dragon claws. After a while, as the dragon scales appearing on Duanling Tian's skin began to thicken, the uniform exclusive to Saint Land disciples on his body began to tear. Shiny black dragon scales were exposed to the crowd, allowing them to see the transformation of a dragon warrior. All of these happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that the crowd had a hard time catching what was happening. Their eyes were glued to Duanling Tian's dragon claws. Each of his hands and legs had 9 claws that were gleaming brilliantly. The humanoid dragon body with 9 claws revealed his extraordinary identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Golden crow's wings? As soon as Duanling Tian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, a pair of flaming wings sprouted out of his back. Whoosh! A sword also appeared in Duanling Tian's right dragon claw. As soon as Duanling Tian took the sword out, Yangwen narrowed his eyes as he suddenly yelled, "Duanling Tian!" His voice was filled with rage and hatred. This was because he recognized the sword in Duanling Tian's hand. The sword was the 100 Inscriptions Saint's sword that used to belong to his younger brother, Yang Wu. In the next moment, Yang Wen's face turned red as both his arms and legs began to move rapidly. That Gigantopithecus that was pouncing toward Duanling Tian, on the other hand, also began to mimic Yang Wen's movements. It seemed like he was controlling the Gigantopithecus at this instant. Die! Under the watchful gaze of the others, the Gigantopithecus opened his mouth and actually spoke before it roared with anger and hatred. This voice clearly belonged to Yangwen. At this second, Yangwen seemed to have possessed the Gigantopithecus as it charged toward Duanling Tian while holding the spear. At once, the bloodshot eyes of the Gigantopithecus that was being controlled by Yangwen gleamed even more intensely. At the same time, the muscles on the Gigantopithecus' right arm also began to swell up to an absurd proportion. It was twice the size of what it was before. Swish! The thick arm swept out as the 30 meters long spear in the Gigantopithecus' hand transformed into a bolt of thick lightning that was shrouded in blood energy as it charged toward Duanling Tian. Boom! 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 The lightning that was shrouded by blood energy was extremely thick. It was as thick as a human's thigh. The air vibrated and there was a deafening sound in its wake. It was as though the sky was going to split open. Upon seeing this, the group of Saint Land disciples who were still dumbfounded by Duanling Tian's transformation could not help but hold their breaths. They were watching everything intently as though they were afraid they would miss out on this interesting show. What could timing? Faced with the spear from the Gigantopithecus' hand that had transformed into a bolt of lightning, battle intent rose in Duanling Tian's eyes. As he hollered loudly, he tightly gripped the 100 Inscriptions Saint sword in his hand. Apart from that, the pair of flaming golden crow's wings on his back seemed to have frozen at this moment. All of a sudden, he flapped the golden crow's wings. 2 balls of flames instantly shot out. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions instantly reverberated in the air. Its force even overpowered the commotion caused by the spear, the Gigantopithecus, that was controlled by Yang when wielded. Swoosh! As the golden crow's wings flapped, Duanling Tian's entire being seemed to have transformed into a gigantic fireball. He looked like a meteor falling from the sky as he charged toward the menacing Gigantopithecus. The Gigantopithecus spear swept swiftly. However, Duanling Tian's speed was even faster. When Duanling Tian's body was fast approaching the Gigantopithecus, he brushed past the spear. He could even hear the sound of friction between the spear and the air as he brushed past it. "Get away!" the Gigantopithecus yelled. Its long spear swept horizontally toward Duanling Tian, who was just next to it. It was trying to send Duanling Tian flying back. Duanling Tian, who was only slightly over 1.8 meters tall, appeared particularly tiny in front of the 30 meters long spear. If he was hit by the spear, he would definitely be sent flying back violently. If that happened, he would definitely be heavily injured, if not dead. Boom! 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 At the instant when the long spear in the Gigantopithecus' hand swept out, in just a flash, Duanling Tian made his move as well. He flapped his golden crow's wings as he flew toward the long spear that was aimed at him. Clang! 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 As three faint sounds resonated in the air, Duanling Tian had already drawn close to the spear. 3 of his sharp dragon claws were embedded into the spear like nails, while the remaining claws held on to the 100 inscriptions Saint Sword. Although Duanling Tian voluntarily chose to face the spear head-on before it could land on him directly, causing even more damage, he still felt an intense pain spreading in his body. The force of the spear that was almost nullified by the brute body of a 9-clawed dragon warrior still made his internal organs rattled. Barf! Duanling Tian threw up a mouthful of blood, causing his face to turn pale. Die! The Gigantopithecus yelled furiously out of humiliation when it saw Duanling Tian had decided to face the spear head-on. Then it swiftly flew down to the death arena. When it was approaching the death arena, it flicked the long spear in its hand. As it turned out, it was trying to smash the death arena. Currently, Duanling Tian was holding on to the spear. It was trying to smash the spear on the ground in hopes of crushing Duanling Tian to death. Golden crow's wings? Naturally, Duanling Tian would not resign himself to death. When the Gigantopithecus swung its long spear on the ground, Duanling Tian cast his movement divine ability to dodge the attack. As soon as Duanling Tian moved away, the spear in the Gigantopithecus' hand slammed violently on the ground of the death arena. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated in the air as a deep crack appeared on the ground of the death arena. The crack was particularly deep where the tip of the spear had landed. How powerful! The death arena is made from a special material. Even if a powerhouse at the peak of the quintessential saint stage strike at it unreservedly, it would be difficult for him to even leave a dent on it. However, Senior Brother Yang when strike has left a deep crack on it, as expected from a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. Senior Brother Yang 1 is just too powerful. The Saint Land disciples seated around the death arena finally began to speak. They were all in awe of Yang Wen's strength. However, Duanling Tian's speed is not slow. That's right. He could even dodge the spear that the Gigantopithecus that's controlled by Senior Brother Yang when wielded. His speed is invincible among those below the Saint Celestial stage. I've long heard that the movement divine ability that Duanling Tian mastered is far more powerful than the most treasured movement divine ability in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Now that I've finally witnessed it today, it does indeed live up to its fame. After a while, many of the Saint Land disciples marveled at the movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that Duanling Tian had cast. Duanling Tian is really quite strong. Lu Yun could not help but praise. Brother Yun, I've told you before that he's not a simple person. Lu Mu, who was sitting next to Lu Yun, raised his brow. He was slightly happy since Lu Yun did not regard Duanling Tian very highly earlier. It's too early for you to feel happy. However, Lu Yun soon splashed a bucket of cold water on Lu Mu. So far, Yang Wen has only cast a medium-grade offensive divine ability. Although his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Unification, is top tier among medium-grade offensive divine abilities, As far as I know, he has also mastered another high-grade movement divine ability. However, only he can use this high-grade movement divine ability. The Gigantopithecus is merely a clone consolidated by his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers Unification. Although its force is strong, this is not his true strength. Lu Yun spoke the truth in just one breath. Although Lu Mu had confidence in Duanling Tian's ability, upon hearing Lu Yun's words, his expression turned solemn immediately. Not only that, but Yang Wen is a true disciple after all. Who knows, he might have some hidden techniques up his sleeve. As the son of the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, he must have something to protect his life at the crucial moment. Something like a forbidden pill, Lu Yun continued to say. Earlier, Lu Yun had also learned about Yang Wen's identity from the Saint Lan disciples seated around him. The son of Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Forbidden pill? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, horror dawned on Lu Mu. If Yang Wen, who was at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, consumed a forbidden pill, would his strength be raised to the second form of the Saint Celestial stage? Lu Mu believed Yang Wen's strength would be greatly raised if it was a forbidden pill given by Yang Chong, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect. If Duanling Tian only has these few techniques, he's no match for Yang Wen at all. However, when he pawned this bow to me, I could faintly feel the confidence he emitted. The custodian of the Palace of Death, Niezue, looked at the shabby bow in his hand before he looked at Duanling Tian as he thought to himself, where did he get his confidence from? When Niezue was lost in his own thoughts, Duanling Tian began to make his move. Duanling Tian's gaze turned cold before he activated the Golden Crow's wings to charge at the Gigantopithecus after he saw how Yang Wen controlled it to smash the spear violently on the death arena as energy surged out. This moment was also when the Gigantopithecus defense was at its weakest. Boom! 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 Duanling Tian suddenly flapped the Golden Crow's wings, causing air turbulence and setting off air explosions. However, the Saint Lan disciples seated around the death arena did not pay any attention to the commotion created by the Golden Crow's wings. Instead, their eyes were glued on Duanling Tian, otherworldly celestial. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian flew close to the Gigantopithecus at an extremely fast speed. With just a flash, four clones that were indistinguishable suddenly appeared. Swish! 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 Coupled with the real Duanling Tian. There was a total of 5 Duanling Tian wielding their swords as they charged at the Gigantopithecus domineeringly. Apart from possessing the high-grade divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, the 5 swords also contained the profundity of the sovereign heart sword that Duanling Tian comprehended. Currently, Duanling Tian had already comprehended the 3rd stage of the sovereign heart sword. For this reason, the force he wielded the sword with was much stronger than before. The 5 swords slashed across the sky. When the Gigantopithecus raised his hand, trying to withdraw the long spear to counterattack, all of them landed on the Gigantopithecus. 5 holes immediately appeared on the Gigantopithecus. You want to destroy my Gigantopithecus clone just by using just 5 swords? How ludicrous! Despite the 5 wounds on the Gigantopithecus, its movement and energy were not affected at all. Not only that, but the Gigantopithecus even had time to taunt Duanling Tian. Naturally, the one who had actually spoken was Yang Wen. Who told you there are only 5 swords? 5 Duanling Tians smirked in unison as soon as Yang Wen finished speaking. Due to Duanling Tian's confident smirk that took Yang Wen by surprise, his control of the Gigantopithecus slipped a little, causing the Gigantopithecus movements to slow down. However, it soon recovered and took a defensive stance. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, under the gaze of the crowds, the 100 inscription saint swords in the hands of 5 Duanling Tians disappeared without warning, as though he had put them away. Swish! 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 However, the sounds of swords whistling in the air told them that Duanling Tian did not put the 100 inscription saint swords away. They're gone. As soon as they heard the sound of swords whistling in the air, the Saint Lan disciples were so startled that some of them stood up immediately. This was because although they could hear the sound of swords whistling in the air, they could not even see the shadow of a sword at all. Even Lu Yun could not help but narrow his eyes. What a fearsome swordplay! Apart from the few Palace of Death's elders, Lu Yun was the strongest person among the Saint Lan disciples who were present. Just because the Saint Lan disciples present on the scene could only hear the sound of swords whistling in the air and could not see it did not mean Lu Yun could not see it. However, he could only faintly see the afterimages of the swords. The speed of the swords sent chills up his spine. The speed was just too fast. Even if he used all his might, it would be impossible for him to unleash an attack at such a fast speed. This swordplay technique, meanwhile, the custodian of the Palace of Death, Nya Zue, and the 3 bronze flame elders could not help but narrow their eyes. The 3 bronze flame elders could more or less see what Lu Yun saw since their strength was about the same. However, what Nya Zue could see was completely different. In Nya Zue's sight, the 500 inscriptions saint swords that were controlled by the 5 Duanling Tians with his swordplay technique weaved a dense sword net as they swept out toward the Gigantopithecus clone that Yangwen was controlling. The speed of the swords forming the sword net was so fast that even Nya Zue could not help but feel chills running up his spine. A martial cultivator whose cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage could already cast such a formidable attack. Would it not be heaven-defying when he broke through to the quintessential saint stage or the saint celestial stage? It's unfortunate he only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. God must envy those who are talented. Nya Zue found this situation regrettable. Shit. At the same time, horror dawned on Yangwen. He urgently controlled the Gigantopithecus to evade the sword net Duanling Tian had weaved with his swordplay technique. Although the Saint Lan disciples could not see Duanling Tian's swordplay technique, it did not mean that Yangwen could not see the 100 inscriptions saint sword controlled by Duanling Tian's swordplay technique clearly. Moreover, due to how close they were, what he saw was even clearer than what Lu Yun and 3 bronze flame elders saw. Due to this reason, he chose to evade the attack immediately. Trying to evade? It's too late. Duanling Tian's cold voice resonated in the air at this moment. In the next instant, the sword net that was weaved by the swordplay technique shrouded the mountain-like Gigantopithecus before slicing it into thousands of pieces. The Gigantopithecus was formed by Yangwen's saint origin. Now that it was cut into thousands of pieces, the energy inside had also dispersed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. For this reason, as the sword net controlled by Duanling Tian moved, the saint origin shattered directly, disappearing from this world. After Yangwen's Gigantopithecus clone was destroyed, he seemed to have suffered from the backlash. His body trembled before he threw up a mouthful of blood. Colors drained from his face immediately. He appeared a little wretched. Clamor. Upon seeing this, everyone was in an uproar. Senior brother Yangwen's Gigantopithecus clone is destroyed just like this? What kind of technique did Duanling Tian cast? How's it so fast? I can't even catch a shadow of it. Me too. The speed is just too fast. As the Saint Lan disciples discussed among themselves, their voices were filled with confusion. From the beginning until the end, they did not see how the Gigantopithecus clone was destroyed. They only saw the Gigantopithecus clone was suddenly cut into thousands of pieces. After the pieces remained in the air for a few moments, they vanished entirely. It was as though they were destroyed by some invisible energy. Brother Yun, what's going on? Lu Mu gasped. He could not see clearly what was going on earlier. Duanling Tian has mastered a terrifying swordplay technique. I don't even know whether it's a divine ability or a martial tactic. When he wielded his sword, the speed of his sword is so fast that even I can barely catch the afterimages of the sword as well. Lu Yun said with a sullen expression. What? Even you can barely catch a trace of it? Lu Mu was dumbfounded. Lu Yun was his cousin. Naturally, he knew how strong his cousin was. Due to this reason, he was shocked. Junior brother Ling Tian, it seems like I've underestimated you. Lu Mu stared at Duanling Tian with a complex expression. Although he had faith in Duanling Tian, he did not expect Duanling Tian knew such a formidable swordplay technique. What kind of swordplay technique is that? Yangwen asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duanling Tian after he regained his senses. Why do you care? You're destined to die in my hands today if you only have that little strength, Yangwen. Duanling Tian said coldly as he looked at Yangwen indifferently. Do you really think you can kill me just because you've mastered that swordplay technique? How naive. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, a contemptuous expression appeared on Yang Wen's face. I'm merely warming up in the earlier battle. The true battle will start now. I'd like to see if your swordplay technique can catch up to the real me. The moment Yang Wen finished speaking, his body moved and only his afterimage was left behind. He had already moved to a distant spot. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Every time Yang Wen moved, a solidified afterimage of him would be left standing at where he was. It did not disappear for a long time. Phantasmal imprint. Many Saint Land disciples exclaimed when they saw this. The phantasmal imprint is a movement technique at the heaven rank prominent Saint grade martial tactic. Judging from the phantasmal imprint cast by senior brother Yang Wen, it's obvious he has already mastered it to the highest stage. It's too fast. Not only is his speed fast, but he even leaves behind a solidified afterimage that blocks his opponent's line of sight. It's said that senior brother Yang Wen has even comprehended a high-grade movement divine ability. The speed of the high-grade movement divine ability, coupled with the phantasmal imprint, is not something Duanling Tian can compare to. That's right. At that time, even if Duanling Tian casts that whatever swordplay technique he had cast earlier, he still might not be able to catch up to senior brother Yang Wen. As long as senior brother Yang Wen utilizes the advantage of his speed to stall for time until the effect of Duanling Tian's assist-type divine ability is gone. Duanling Tian is going to be the meat on senior brother Yang Wen's chopping board at that time. The Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Although Duanling Tian had destroyed the Gigantopithecus clone that Yang Wen consolidated through his medium-grade offensive divine ability, the Three Flowers unification, they still felt that it was impossible for Duanling Tian to defeat Yang Wen. As you wish, the 5 Duanling Tians said in unison. The instant their words left their mouths, they surrounded Yang Wen and charged at him. If it was only a movement tactic, Yang Wen's speed would not be faster than Duanling Tian, let alone comparing to the speed of the 100 Inscription Saint Sword that was controlled by Duanling Tian with the help of the Sovereign Heart Sword's third stage, the Sword Warding Heart. For this reason, when Duanling Tian encircled him, Yang Wen instantly cast his movement divine ability. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The movement divine ability that Yang Wen mastered was called Wind Spirit Possession. Once it was cast, it would seem as though the caster was possessed by a wind spirit. It would seem like he was the wind itself. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of Yang Wen's afterimages appeared in the sky above the death arena. Not only that, but as 5 Duanling Tians charged out, the number of these afterimages continued to increase. In just a blink of an eye, several hundreds of afterimages appeared. A few moments later, several thousands of afterimages had appeared.